This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Can I welcome you, members, officers and the public here in the gallery and watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London and investigates matters of importance to Londoners. To that end, the Assembly is composed of 25 Assembly members elected at the same time as the Mayor to hold him to account and to scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should not be placed in front of the microphones, which must be turned on to speak and turned off once finished. Can I now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies for absence today from Assembly members Ahmad and Roberts. We have apologies for the morning session from Assembly member Lord Bailey and Assembly member Small Edwards. And we have apologies for lateness from Assembly member Plansky.
Can I now provide an update to some recent Assembly activities? Since we last met for Mayor's Question Time, the Environment Committee, Housing Committee and the Planning and Regeneration Committee all wrote to the Mayor in response of the new London Plan consultations. The Environment Committee also visited Kew Gardens as part of its investigations into trees in a changing climate. The Transport Committee wrote to TfL to request weekly updates in an effort to tackle the backlog of private hire vehicle licensing applications. The Housing Committee met to discuss how London can deliver an increase in accessible homes. The Economy and Culture and Skills Committee met and understood the benefits and drawbacks associated with the universal basic income. The Planning and Regeneration Committee asked experts about the impact that energy constraints are having on developments in West London, and the Fire Committee published a letter to the Mayor about increase in arson offences across London. The Police and Crime Committee met representatives of the Global Commission on Drug Policy to hear insights into the social, economic and public health impacts of current drug policy in the United Kingdom. And this week, the Fire Committee questioned Jonathan Smith, the new London Fire Commissioner, about his plans for the fire brigade. And we really do wish Jonathan well in that role for London. The Police and Crime Committee met to begin its investigation into neighbourhood policing, and the Health Committee heard from guests with lived experiences of challenges with mental health as part of its investigation in men's mental health. And as Chair of Assembly, I hope other Assembly members can agree with me, it was an honour to participate in Armed Forces Day flag-raising ceremony at City Hall last week in giving thanks to the men and women who serve in our armed forces, and at the same time we should remember their families and friends who support them in their activities. I now want to turn to item 2, declarations of interest. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out in item 2, and can I ask Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interest or other relevant interest where they relate to the items onto the agenda for today's meeting? Thank you very much. Let's move into the question and answer session, Transport for London. Joining us in the chamber, we have Sir Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, Chair of TfL, and Andy Lord, Commissioner of TfL. Welcome to the meeting. Over the next year, we'll be celebrating the 25th anniversaries of both the London Assembly and Transport for London. TfL was officially formed on the 3rd of July 2000, and so we are pleased to welcome our guest on this anniversary of that day. Since 2000, TfL has transformed our millions of Londoners and visitors to our city travel around and played a central role in shaping a more connected, sustainable, accessible London. Over those 25 years, the Assembly has proudly held TfL to account on behalf of Londoners, scrutinising its decisions and challenging its priorities where necessary, helping to ensure transparency and value for money. We look forward to a continued constructive working relationship with TfL as we address the challenges of the next 25 years. Of course, many of us will not be there, I suspect. Now, just in terms of setting out the rules of engagement of today's meeting, there will be a lead question from me as chair to both of our guests. Assemblies may then put supplementary questions. And we've got those highlighted from the 4 political groups. Please can I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from and when they put their questions. Guests, I'd be grateful if you could do succinct answers, please, so that we can go through all of the questions that we have for you. Just a word of advice to both parties in the room, the guests as well as Assembly members. Talking over each other is not a good look. You do lose the points that you're trying to get across. How you conduct yourself is a matter for you, but it is also a matter for the Assembly and your fellow peers. So have that in the back of your mind. Now, if I can begin with the first question to you both. Could you tell us how is Transport for London delivering for London, and what are the priorities and challenges for 2025/26?
Good morning to all of you. As you said, Chair, today marks 25 years since Transport for London was launched. I want to thank all those who work for and have worked for TfL who've helped transform transport in London. I'm proud of the work we've been doing to deliver a fairer, greener and more affordable and safer transport network for London. The Elizabeth line continues to transform east-west travel across London and beyond, connecting people to jobs, education and opportunity. Alongside it, the Superloop is revolutionising outer London travel, providing faster, more direct bus routes that link key town centres, hospitals and transport hubs. An expansion of the Superloop network to more areas of outer London is already underway. London has led the way in tackling toxic air and reducing carbon emissions. The expansion of the ULEZ has been a game changer, helping to cut harmful nitrogen dioxide levels and encouraging cleaner vehicles on our roads. There are now over 2,000 zero-emission buses in London, which is more than 20% of TfL's bus fleet and the largest zero-emission fleet in Western Europe. Affordability remains at the heart of my transport strategy. That's why I introduced the Hopper fare, allowing unlimited bus and tram transfers within an hour, and I've frozen tube and train fares 5 times and bus and tram fares 6 times, helping to ease the cost of living for millions. But it's not just about moving people quickly and affordably, it's also about doing so safely. We've expanded London's cycle network, introduced 20 miles per hour speed limits on London's strategic road network and implemented the direct vision to make HGVs safer. These measures are reducing collisions and encouraging active travel. We've also made great strides in making transport more inclusive. More than 200 stations in London are now step-free, and TfL is working hard to make half the tube network step-free by 2030. Every Londoner should feel safe when travelling on London's transport network. That's why we're doubling down on bus safety with new technology, better training and a strong commitment to Vision Zero. My goal to eliminate all deaths and serious injuries from London's transport network. Another key priority is to reduce crime and antisocial behaviour across the network, ensuring that everyone can travel with confidence. I'm also focused on improving bus speeds by redesigning routes, introducing more bus priority measures and tackling congestion. Through our transport strategy, I've set out my ambition to see 80% of trips taken on foot, by cycle or by public transport by 2041 to ensure that we can keep improving London's transport network and continue to lead the way on climate action. To help deliver my ambitious plans, I was pleased we were able to agree a long-term funding deal for TfL at the Plenary review, the largest settlement in a decade. TfL will now work through the detail of the agreement before resetting its business plan for the years ahead. Despite the funding settlement, there is no doubt we also need investment to deliver the infrastructure required to unlock economic and housing growth in the capital. Schemes such as the DLR extension, the Bakerloo Line extension and the West London Orbital would collectively unlock tens of thousands of new homes and jobs. Infrastructure investment is also about maintaining and renewing what we already have, from the refurbishment of the escalators at Cuddy's Stark station to the essential renewal works being delivered at the Gallows Corner flyover. We're ensuring that our network remains safe and reliable. However, I want to go faster and further to make it fit for the future. And that's why it was disappointing there was no commitment from the Treasury to invest in the new infrastructure London needs. Put simply, we won't be able to build the numbers of new affordable homes we need or deliver national economic growth without key investment in London. As may, I'll continue to make the case to the government that new infrastructure is crucial for both the capital and the country. I'm going to ask the Commissioner to speak further about TfL's priorities and the challenges in delivering them in the coming years, and I look forward to answering questions from colleagues this morning.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, and thank you, as ever, for the opportunity to join you today. I always appreciate the opportunity to talk about the amazing work that our colleagues across TfL do and our ambitions for the future. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Assembly Member Duval on his election as Chair. As the Chair has already said, this year marks the 25th anniversary of the London Assembly, and on behalf of everybody at TfL, we would like to thank you for the role that you play in scrutinising and contributing to our work to ensure that we deliver a safe, secure and reliable transport network for our great capital city. This anniversary coincides with the 25th anniversary of Transport for London as well, and over this time we have seen the major milestones for London, including the introduction of the Oyster card, the creation of the Overground network and the Superloop network, and a number of major infrastructure developments, most notably and recently the launch of the incredible Elizabeth line, the extension of the Northern Line to Battersea, Barking Riverside extension and the opening, most recently, of the Silvertown Tunnel. Over the last quarter of a century, we have worked to become the strong green heartbeat for London through the expansion of ULEZ, zero-emission buses, electric vehicle charging points. We are tackling toxic air and addressing climate emergency. Through our combined efforts, London's air quality is improving at a faster rate than the rest of England, becoming a world leader in tackling the climate crisis with the lowest CO2 emissions per passenger kilometres against global cities, including New York and Paris. I would like to take this chance to acknowledge the recent delays we've experienced with our taxi and private hire applications and renewals. I really do appreciate how difficult it has been for drivers who have not been able to work, and recognise that this has caused not only financial hardship but also significant stress. I sincerely apologise to those who have been affected and want to reassure you and them that we are working extremely hard to get applications processed as quickly as possible, taking several measures to accelerate progress in order to return the service to our usual processing times as soon as we can. This is my first appearance at the Assembly following the government announcement on the comprehensive spending review last month. We really do welcome the news of a much-needed multi-year capital funding agreement for TfL. This settlement will ensure that London's transport network can continue to support new homes, jobs and economic growth in the capital, and it will boost jobs, skills, growth and opportunities across the entire UK. It will allow us to deliver a programme of sustainable investment, aligning our suppliers around a longer-term programme of work. Our supply chain supports growth and opportunities right across the country, with around two-thirds of our suppliers based outside of London and nearly a third of our overall spend and resulting economic benefit felt outside of our city. We are pleased that together with our suppliers we can move on from the short-term nature of funding over recent years and get on with the vital work of making our city and our country work for everyone. With this funding we will be able to complete the introduction of the Piccadilly line and DLR fleets, finish the Four Lines Modernisation Signalling Programme, we'll be able to procure a new tram fleet for Croydon, progress discussions on new rolling stock for the Bakerloo line, as well as getting to work on renewing some of London's critical roads, tunnels and flyovers. And whilst I am disappointed that there's not yet been confirmation or commitment from the Treasury to invest in the new infrastructure London needs, growth schemes such as extending the DLR to Thamesmead remain unfunded. We will continue to work through the summer to make the case and hopefully reach agreement with government. The transformational Elizabeth line and previous extensions of the DLR and Jubilee line into the Docklands demonstrated the significant economic benefits unlocked by key transport links. I'll continue to work with the Mayor and Government to assess funding options to move these projects forward. We will now create a new business plan which will see us through to the end of the decade to prioritise projects using the funding available, but mindful as ever that we will need to control our costs as well as mitigate against the uncertain economic outlook across the world. I'm proud that we have achieved a second consecutive year of an operating surplus, which is no mean feat. In 2024-25, we achieved £155 million of recurring savings from a wide variety of sources, from initiatives like reducing the use of consultants and contractors by better commercial agreements with the supply chain, to sustainability measures like converting traditional fluorescent lighting to LED lighting in stations. And we also delivered £135 million of one-off savings to specifically mitigate against the headwinds we experienced over the course of the financial year. We continue to prioritise works to improve efficiency so we can continue to enable ourselves to be financially sustainable. Improvements and investment in our services play a huge role in our efficiency. The Central Line Improvement Programme, new trams, DLR trains and active travel networks ensure we have a system that is fit for the future and gives Londoners the opportunity to choose alternative, greener ways to travel. All of this helps to rebuild our ridership. The Underground now carries up to around 4 million passenger journeys daily, while the Elizabeth Line ranks among the UK's top performing railways. Our work to improve bus journey times and connectivity with new routes like the Superloop has seen a 12% increase in passenger numbers on those routes. This revenue is essential for us to continue being operationally sustainable. Safety is, as always, my highest priority. Along with the business plan, we are currently developing our second Vision Zero action plan to take us to the end of the decade. I am proud that road danger has fallen faster in London than the rest of Great Britain, and that the number of people killed or seriously injured has fallen by over 30% compared to 2023. However, we are not complacent and more needs to be done. Over 260 kilometres of TfL roads operate at a lower speed limit, with 24% fewer killed and serious injuries. Since we introduced the direct vision standard, on average 6 fewer people have died and 32% fewer people have been killed or seriously injured in collisions with HGVs per year. Bus safety remains a priority. Our fleets are continuously being equipped with new technological advances that meet the bus safety standard requirements. I'm proud of everything TfL has delivered for Londoners, and in the year ahead, I look forward to answering your questions today and continuing to work closely with you. However, before I finish, Monday will see the 20th anniversary of the tragic and horrific terrorist attack on London's transport network that took place on the 7th of July 2005. We will never forget those killed and injured on 7/7, or the heroic acts of colleagues, customers, members of the public and the emergency services. We'll be marking this anniversary with events on the day, and I would invite everyone across London to take part in a 1-minute silence at 08:49 on Monday morning. Thank you, Chair.
We'll now return to the clock, and I'm going to call on Assembly Member Prince with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Commissioner, you mentioned about the government not perhaps providing as much funding as we like. In fact, Mr. Mayor, you mentioned your disappointment in that. I might come to that a bit later, but the thing today is the Piccadilly line. We see that the trains that were delivered in the autumn, and so you could have started testing. I noticed that there was a delay, and I don't know if you've actually started testing them now, but it was saying in the press release that the testing of the trains had been postponed till this summer. And the reason given is technical issues. What is the technical issue? I'm hearing a lot of really weird rumours. Could you perhaps give us the facts, Commissioner?
Certainly. So the new Piccadilly line trains are the first of their type for the deep tube. They are extremely complex, and Siemens, our partner on them, are a world leader in train manufacture and design. We've been working extremely closely with them, but there have been a few challenges. The first train was slightly late to London last summer, and since it's arrived, there have been a number of issues that have been discovered as part of testing that we've been undertaking in the depot. That's meant that Siemens have had to do some further design work. We're getting very close to them enabling us to authorise testing of the train on the network. I anticipate that will start within a matter of a short number of weeks, and then we'll be able to put the trains into full test, integration testing through the winter and into next year. And at the minute, we have reasonable confidence that we'll be introducing the first train into service in the second half of next year. So I'm sorry that it's not going to be as early as we thought. The train is going to be transformational for Piccadilly line users, walk-through, air-cooled, live customer information, but it's extremely complex, and we need to make sure it's introduced both safely and reliably, and we're very happy to send you an update offline around some of the specifics.
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds as though there may be some physical issue with the design, because in a press release that was handed to me this morning, It said all mitigations or design alterations will be incorporated into all future trains. Is there something wrong with the design?
So, as I say, it's extremely complex. Until we got the train into London and do some of the testing that we discovered in Northfields, there are some issues that between Siemens and ourselves need resolving. Some of those will require modifications to the train, and I'm very happy to give you an update after the committee on the specifics.
Is it the case that it doesn't fit in the tunnels or something?
No, that's not the case.
Okay, thank you. Curious. Okay. I'm a bit, concerned you're not able to share publicly exactly what is wrong, but I'm sure the Mayor, being as transparent as he is, he will share everything he can. Mr. Mayor, can I turn to you? I also share your disappointment in relation to the government not giving you as much money as you deserve, and I'm pleased to see that you have that position. But can I talk to you on a more serious issue regarding buses and people killed by buses? You quite rightly aired your concerns and regrets about 13 people having been killed by buses in 2024 in June, when you answered a question to my colleague, Assemblymember Garrett. But unfortunately, that isn't the correct figure. The actual figure is 16 people were killed by buses. Can you give me some assurance that there will be more accurate monitoring and more accurate data collection on this issue? Because, as I'm sure you agree, every single death is regrettable, and I know that you have a Vision Zero to try and reduce the number of people being killed by buses, but that just isn't happening. And I'm wondering if there's some way that, one, we can make sure that the correct number is recorded, but more importantly, that more can and should be done to prevent these terrible deaths.
Can I thank you for your question and the way you raised it? Clearly want to avoid any further families going through the grief they go through when somebody loses their life, or the stress, trauma of just being injured as a consequence of a bus. The figures for 2024 are still provisional. I know it doesn't make sense. We're now in July 2025, so the table I've got, some of the prints, if it helps, still says provisional in brackets. So the figures in previous years, my table for bus safety data starts in 2010. They're all confirmed up until 2024, which is provisional. So to give you an idea, in 2010, the numbers of people injured or killed because of a bus was 413. The definitive figures for 2023 are 258, so a big reduction. But for 2024, they're still provisional, 247. And you're right, for fatalities, bus-involved fatalities, apologies, I'm talking about human beings here, so I'm giving numbers, I don't want to be insensitive. My table still says 13, so I take your point about 16. These are provisional figures, and I suspect that's why they're provisional, because the final data may record 16 people losing their lives. So once they're confirmed, I'll make sure, Chair, that either the Commissioner or myself write to the member and colleagues to give them the final figure.
All right, I'm going to leave it there, Mr. Mayor, but it would be worth having some kind of a conversation about how we can get these figures to be more accurate, but more importantly, how we can do something to prevent them.
Assemblymember Baker.
Thanks, Chair. My questions to both of you, and my initial question to both of you, and is again about the comprehensive spending review. You've both given us some sort of highlights and some things that are missing or that you might have wanted missing. But I'd really like to get a sense of overall, are you happy with it? Was it good for London? What's the overall feeling?
Well, firstly, the Commissioner's been smiling since the SR, which is always a good sign. Listen, as far as the SR for transport is concerned, I'm very happy. To give you an idea of what it means for transport is, we've been living hand to mouth in relation to capital. Revenue, we've managed to remarkably, wash our own face, which is remarkable for a transport network the size of TfL. So to give you an idea of capital investment in TfL itself pays for around 3/4 of capital, which is, again, remarkable. And it's only been asking for, in previous years, a quarter, roughly speaking, £500 million. In the last year of the last government, we received half of that. So we received £250 million for 1 year only, which is just a nightmare when these guys are negotiating with the private sector and so forth, but also it's short of what we need. What we got from this government in the first year wasn't the SR, because obviously the SR was only recently. We got a doubling of the 250, so we got for 1 year almost 485 million pounds, which is great, almost doubling of capital for Transport for London. And then the SR, what the government gave us was what we asked for, a multi-year deal. In numerical terms, the most in more than a decade. But the great thing about the SR was what the government could have done was been sneaky and backload the money, give us small amounts in the first 1, 2, 3 years. All of it goes in the last year. Things change, we don't get the last year. Instead, what they've done is they front-loaded it, which is great news for TfL and the team. So in the first year, we're receiving north of £829 million in year one. And then it goes down in years 2 and 3, which is exactly what the team asked for because of the backlog, but also front-loading it means Londoners see the benefits sooner rather than later and value for money. But I'll ask the smiling Commissioner to give a more comprehensive answer.
Some of that was also because the British and Irish Lions have won both their opening matches so far in Australia. Yes, we are pleased with the settlement. Obviously, we would have liked more and for longer, but it is the largest and longest capital funding settlement that TfL has had for more than a decade. And that is really significant because, as members know, we have literally been living hand to mouth for the last 6 years or more, particularly during the pandemic, which has meant we've had to make very difficult decisions, myself and my predecessors, around investment decisions and even just keeping services running. This now gives us the certainty for the next 4.5 years, because as the Mayor's already said, we've got capital funding for the current year as well. So that is really positive. The front loading in the first year again is very positive because actually a lot of the money we've received is in effect committed to programmes and projects already. I've already touched on some of them, Piccadilly Line, DLR, etc. But it also enables us to crack on with some much needed road renewals that we haven't previously been able to do. It will enable us to complete the tram procurement, which again, desperately needed. And it will enable us to, all being well, place the orders for the Bakerloo Line rolling stock too. The other good thing is the government have not been explicit in how the money should be spent. So they are leaving that to us based on our expertise and our knowledge and our needs of what we need to do from an infrastructure perspective. But it is really important to remember that this is only 25% of our needs, and we have a huge capital backlog, particularly on renewals, that's built up over the last 10 years or more. So we are going to still have to come up with a business plan that will have more demands on it than we have money for. And that is why we will continue to maximise other opportunities to create capital and continue to deliver on our operating surplus, because if we don't do that, then we will have bigger challenges in terms of delivering the entire capital programme. But yeah, we're pleased with the government and we're very grateful. The collaboration and discussions we've had with both Treasury and DfT officials throughout the process has been extremely positive, and equally we're committed to working with them through the summer to hopefully get some agreement on some of the growth schemes.
That sounds really positive. I want to, you mentioned, I think both of you mentioned the backlog basically, and we talk a lot quite naturally about the big capital renewals backlog, the big projects that really, really need doing. But I see a lot of issues on a lot of smaller sort of maintenance or smaller renewals issues. I'm thinking particularly, or as an example, I get a lot of complaints about like bus countdowns, boards and things like that, so that just the sense is that we've had to sort of take our foot off the pedal a little bit about renewing some of these things or fixing them. Do we have money to sort out some of the smaller things that just interrupt people's journeys and make their lives a little bit more difficult?
You haven't got a sense of it, but we have consciously not been able to do some of this stuff because of the financial situation that the organisation found itself in. So as part of the business plan, we always focus on the big, high-profile programmes. There is an awful lot of, we spend about £2 billion a year in capital. Most of us don't talk about what the majority of that money is spent on, because there's everything from replacing a few metres of track in the deep tube to what we do to replace and renew assets on the bus network. So we will absolutely be looking at that. But I need to manage expectations in terms of the quantum of backlog that we have. We won't be able to get through all of that, so we'll go through prioritisation what we think is the most urgent, how it plays into our longer-term ambitions. But we will definitely keep the Assembly briefed and the Transport Committee briefed on as we pull those plans together.
Thanks very much. Very welcome. I'm sure we will talk about that a lot in the future. Back to you, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, and good morning to both of you. I want to start by picking up on the hot weather that we've just been having. I think we've all seen images in the news of thermometers showing very high temperatures, up to 40 degrees in bus driver cabs, and drivers are reporting symptoms of fatigue, of heat stress and dehydration. And so what I'm interested in is, particularly on the new electric buses, actually, that the heating, ventilation and air conditioning systems, how they're maintained and how they're working, because bus drivers are saying that the heating, the cooling systems are not working as they expect at the moment. Andy, are you confident in the maintenance of the cooling systems on the buses? And are you also confident that any bus in service does have functioning cooling system?
So the whole hot weather plan that we've had in place prior to the heat wave we just had, and it was a prolonged heat wave, is very comprehensive across the whole transport network. Claire Mann and Lorna Murphy, who's our Director of Buses, and Lorna used to work for one of the bus companies for many years, is very familiar with the challenges that are faced in operating the buses. We had a new hot weather plan with the bus companies this year, comprehensive plans around ensuring driver welfare, ensuring there was robust management of their brakes, water for them, etc. It is a requirement for every bus company who does the maintenance on the buses to make sure that the buses are serviceable before they enter service. And we've been explicit that any of the air cooling or air conditioning, depending on the model of the bus, is not serviceable. The bus should not be taken into service. The driver has a responsibility as well to refuse to take the bus into service, and there have been a few, but I think it's a very small number. So in terms of when the procedures are in place, I can't comment specifically around maintenance, but I do have confidence that our bus operators are maintaining buses to a good standard. But we have to recognise that we still have quite a range of buses in terms of age. All the new zero-emission buses come with the latest technology and capability. I am not aware of any reports of modern buses, so those delivered in the last 2, 3, 4 years, or zero-emission buses, having any issues with their air conditioning or air cooling. If you have any specifics, very happy to take that away. And also for the first year, we changed our performance regime. In the past, the bus companies would still be penalised if they curtailed or did not meet their performance requirements because of the hot weather or because they were taking action to support driver welfare. That was changed this year. So no bus company is being penalised if there's any impact due to the hot weather, particularly for driver welfare.
Okay, that's helpful. That's very helpful to know. There is an example that I've got on one particular route, which I'll write to you afterwards and give you. I think I think some of the questions that some of the drivers have been asking is because the cooling system is a drain on the battery, and they're worried that there could be that means the bus is in service for less amount of time. That they're just there's all sorts of questions that are being asked, but it's useful to understand what you've just said.
Yeah, I mean, electric buses, the batteries do get more power taken off them both in hot weather and cold weather.
Yep.
But they've all been tested extremely rigorously before orders were placed and the designs were put to the market. If there are specifics, then absolutely we'll take those away. We've got 9,000 buses, as you know, so defects do arise in service. I would hope that every driver would feel able to take the bus out of service, particularly if there's an issue with air cooling or air conditioning on them, and we certainly stress that to the bus operators. Okay,
well, maybe that needs to be really communicated to the bus drivers so they know they can be confident in calling that out. Thank you. I now want to move on to looking at private hire and the latest taxi and private hire. action plan, in particular the effects of the large app-only private hire operators on issues like driver well-being, road danger and congestion. In particular, I'm interested in fatigue risk and data access. Now, New York gets huge amounts of data from the operators. It's a condition of licensing in that city. That data lets them track fatigue and to see if people are working on multiple platforms, potentially exceeding safe working hours, and they may be doing that just to get enough jobs to be able to cover all their costs. Now, there was nothing in the new taxi and private hire action plan about data provision and making that a condition of licensing to help protect public safety and driver well-being. Andy, do you think this is just letting the big companies like Uber off the hook?
So, if I may, let me take that away, Assemblymember Russell, because I don't have the information to hand. Clearly our focus is around safety and welfare, both of drivers, but also obviously for passengers and customers. So please let me take that away. I'm very keen that we learn from other cities who already, if they've got procedures and actions in place, then I'm very happy to take that away. We clearly want to make sure we get as much data as possible, and we want to have confidence that all drivers are working safely and within the required working time limit. So if I may, I'll take that away.
That would be very extremely welcome. I think I'm going to leave it there, Chair, and I will come back in later.
Assemblymember Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for Andy first. I've received reports from a prominent trans rights campaigner, copied into an email to yourself and the Mayor, that the staff at TfL had been banned from displaying flags or lanyards in support of trans rights, specifically during Pride Month. Is this true?
So firstly, let me be really clear that I want TfL to be as welcoming an organisation for everyone. And I think we've done more in terms of our action on inclusion plan than previously. I do not believe we have banned those. We do have clear uniform standards that need to be met for all matters, but I'm not aware of any specific ban. So if you could send me the details, I will ask Fiona Brunskill, our Chief People Officer, to look at that. It's not been brought to my attention.
So TfL staff during Pride Month were allowed to wear lanyards that had Pride colours on them and flags or memorabilia
we're very
badges.
Supportive. We're very, very supportive of Pride. In fact, I'm walking with 115 colleagues with our Pride bus on Saturday in the march, very proud of supporting our outbound colleague network group. So I'm not sure exactly what this issue is, and I'm happy to take it away, but I'm not aware of any restrictions we've put in place specifically for this month. Well,
it's good to hear, because I think there was some concern from particularly this very prominent trans rights campaigner, and you are fully committed to trans inclusivity. I'm glad to hear that, and I do hope that workers in the future will feel comfortable wearing the Pride memorabilia throughout the year, even if it isn't Pride Month. Thank you. To the Mayor, this is about advertising. Were you disappointed that you had to step in and reinstate an advertising campaign on the TfL network from the British Pregnancy Advisory Service calling for abortion to be decriminalised?
So there are, roughly speaking, I think 14,000 plus campaigns a year, and so it's really important that TfL follows the respective codes and practices, and I've got full confidence that the committee does an incredibly good job. Sometimes things are brought to my attention and I raise issues, but I don't want to interfere with the operational matters as far as TfL is concerned, and the Commissioner can talk to some of the hoops that have gone through before an advert is approved.
We didn't approve the first campaign that BPAS brought to us, but we worked very closely with them and they came up with an alternative which is now live on the network.
Okay, so it did take some encouragement from the Mayor, though, to make sure that there was a change of plan. Well,
we had been clear with BPAS that their initial campaign did not meet the requirements, and they changed their proposed advertisement as a result. So I'm grateful for the Mayor's support.
What was the requirement specifically?
I don't know off the top of my hand. We have a committee and we have very clear requirements that have to be met, and of course we also have to be very alive to the ASA
I think there needs to be
standards.
some clarity on on the reasons why some adverts are allowed and some aren't. It is unclear to TfL whether this, for us, whether this campaign breached advertising guidelines. So are you saying that this campaign breached your TfL guidelines for advertising?
I'm saying the initial proposal didn't meet the requirements and the standards that we believe. We went back to the BPAS and they came up with an alternative, and I'm very happy to write to the committee afterwards as to what the specifics of that were. But I'm glad that we managed to resolve it satisfactorily, and their campaign is now being displayed on the network.
So there was another advert as well, Mr Mayor, that you were unwilling to take a similar step with. It was the Save the Children's campaign calling for the end of the two-child benefit cap. Based on very detailed research into child poverty, which was also not allowed and banned. Why was it that you didn't get involved at that point about this particular advert, which was on child poverty, which is a very big concern, I think, to yourself?
I'm not sure about that particular advert. As I said, there are more than 14,000 campaigns across TfL, so I can't comment on that.
Andy, why was that advert not allowed?
I don't have the specifics to hand, Assemblymember Bakari, but I'm very happy to, if you give me the details, and I can write to you offline.
I mean, the issue here is that some adverts are allowed, some aren't. There seems to be a very clear political position on whether TfL takes a advert to be allowed or not, and whether the Mayor supports that advert as well. And I think it seems to be a political decision whether some adverts are allowed and some aren't.
I absolutely disagree with that. There's no political involvement in any of the decision-making around advertising campaigns that we're approached by. There's a very clear process where our advertising providers do a review first. They escalate that to a committee within TfL, which is chaired by Emma Strain, our Director of Customer, and there's very clear guidance and guidelines as to what the campaigns need to adhere to. We're very happy to share that and the process with the committee.
I think there does need to be some clarity on this position on adverts. It's confusing to lots of people when they see adverts for free school meals but not on child poverty. They change their mind on abortion. We need some clarity, and I'd appreciate some feedback from you about what exactly your position is on advertising, and particularly on the lines of political positions on advertising.
Our requirements are very clear, so I'm very happy to write to the committee with that.
Okay, thank you.
But we are not going to be able to meet or display every single advertising request that we receive.
Well, there is one more that I want to refer to. We in the Lib Dem group have received a number of complaints from members of the public about Scientology adverts on the TfL network. Now, some of whom are former Scientologists and find the adverts upsetting and inappropriate. Scientology is a recognised religion, but the government has in the past referred to the organisation as being harmful. Will you commit to reviewing whether Scientology adverts on the tube are appropriate?
I think that's already been done, but let me take that away and confirm.
What do you mean it's already been?
I think there's already been a review completed, but let me confirm that, and I'll write to the committee.
And you'll feedback to us about what that position is, because it seems interesting that Scientology is allowed to be have adverts. Are you aware of any other religions that have the same approach to advertising across the TfL network?
I don't have that detail to hand.
Okay, so it's just Scientology?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Well, there's lots of answers that I need to come back from you, and I look forward to that. I'd like to talk now, moving on to Dial-A-Ride. Now, Dial-A-Ride has served Londoners for decades and provides a lifeline to many who struggle to use other forms of public transport. Since a booking software update in 2023, the service is operating with huge delays in people reaching their destinations. I understand that TfL wants to modernise this service, but it isn't working at the moment, and I'm concerned that the service, which used to empower vulnerable people, is actually now making their lives harder. So will you please urgently look into this new Dial-A-Ride booking system and the software, specifically the software that is being implemented?
I'd be grateful if you could give me some more details, because I'm not aware of any issues. I'm very proud of the Dial-A-Ride service that we provide. We had an initial issue when the software first went live, which was quite some time ago now. We then also had an issue because of our cyber incident with people being unable to book. That was corrected very quickly. So if you have any specifics, please let us know. I'm proud of what the team at Dial-A-Ride do. They are passionate about it, and I'm not aware of any issues because of the booking system ongoing, or aware of any poor performance issues. In fact, we've had significant customer satisfaction over the last few months.
Okay, well, I'm very happy to share some of the issues that we've been having with, we get emails all the time about issues like this, so I'm very happy to forward all those to you personally, if you're willing to take that up.
I'm very happy for some members to send me whatever they like, and then we'll ensure it's dealt with.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Okay, that begins the initial round of questioning. We're now opening it up to other Assembly members. Can I name the next three speakers? Assembly Member Wilson, Assembly Member Cooper, Assembly Member Garrett. So we take them in that order. So let's start with Assembly Member Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. And can I take this opportunity to wish TfL a very happy birthday? Don't worry, I'm not going to start singing, because I don't think that would be fair to inflict on anybody. So my first question is to Mr Lord. Now, earlier this week, I visited Stamford Hill to meet with members of the Orthodox Jewish community there. I had a tour and saw very great many community groups and activities going on. One thing they told me, they're very, very grateful for the 310 bus route and asked me to pass on their thanks for that, so happy to do that. But they also told me that on some other bus routes there have been incidents where drivers have deliberately not stopped to pick up visibly Jewish passengers. So I would like to ask you, are you aware of this as an issue? Can you tell me how many complaints TfL have received about this? And if so, have any drivers been suspended? And if any drivers have been suspended, have they now returned to work? So those three questions. How many incidents, how many suspensions, and how many returned to work, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the positive comments from the community. And I spent quite a lot of time with the community and the leadership over the last 18 months or so, and we're very proud of the 310 and continue to see good growth on the route. So very pleased about that and the difference it's making. In terms of your specifics, I'm not aware. I don't have that data to hand. I'm very happy to write to you. I would hope that it's a very, very small number, but it's unacceptable either way. And we will certainly make sure if there are specifics, and I've said this to the Jewish community as well, if they have any specifics at all, for them to please let us know as soon as possible so we can do the appropriate investigation. It is totally unacceptable that any driver refuses to pick up any passenger for whatever reason, but particularly for those reasons. So if you could send me the details, and I will certainly take the action to look at the number of complaints and issues that we've had flagged to us. I've certainly not had any flagged to me, and nor have I had any recently from the Jewish community themselves.
Thank you. Thank you for that commitment, and we'll perhaps be in touch offline. My second question, then, I think, is to you, Mr Mayor. In your introductory comments, you said that one of your priorities is to reduce crime on the TfL network. How's that going?
When you look at the numbers of passengers on TfL versus the amount of crime, the public transport in London is a very low crime area. And there are a variety of reasons for that. The TfL pays the Met Police Service actually to do some extra enforcement work. We have, roughly speaking, 2,000 police officers who help keep public transport in London as safe as possible. The Commissioner employs 500 enforcement officers who do an extremely good job. The way it works is basically British Transport Police, in general terms, are in charge of rail, tube, DLR. MPS are sort of do more surface stuff. We have across the TfL estate, I think, more than 77,000 CCTV cameras. And as a consequence, when you look at the numbers of passengers who use public transport, the Commissioner referred to more than 4 million journeys on the tube, more than 5 million journeys on buses. It's a low-crime environment. We're not complacent, though. We want to make further progress in terms of fewer victims of crime. There's a particular focus the Commissioner and I have to address the issue of violence against women and girls. That includes encouraging people to report when they've been the victim of harassment or any offence. And so you'll have seen the posters around the TfL estate to encourage people to report it. You'll also be aware of the steps we've taken over the last few years to address the issue of graffiti and vandalism. Year by year, we're making progress bringing down the amount of graffiti, but also the amount of fare evasion. Year on year, we're bringing down as well. So I want to commend the team for the excellent work they do. One thing just to say, just by way of caveat, is I'm afraid when you look at the injuries endured by our public transport staff, it's through the roof. 35% of the injuries suffered by public transport staff is because they've challenged somebody for not paying their fare. Without going into the details, because it's a live case, we recently had a member of our staff losing his life. And so I'm cognizant at all times about the risks public transport staff.
I'm cognizant of the time, Mr Mayor. Sorry. Can I refer you, I don't know if you've seen the article in the Telegraph this morning confirming that in the year that you were elected there were 11,027 crimes committed on or reported on the underground. In the year to March 2024, 23,595. So that's more than doubled in the time that you've been mayor. Does that concern you? I appreciate you've said the things that you're trying to do to tackle it, but clearly it doesn't appear to be working. How can we improve that going forwards?
Well, look, one crime is one crime.
You might wish to write back to the Assembly member with an answer to that and share it with the rest of the Assembly as well. I'm sure we'd be interested, but the member's out of time. Can I ask Assembly Member Cooper?
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning, Mr Mayor. And in fact, actually, I wanted to ask about keeping passengers safe on the public transport system in relation to crime as well. And actually, just picking up on what Assembly Member Wilson was just saying there, you referred to an increase in the number of CCTV cameras, Mr Mayor. I think we've now got 77,000. It's a very large number. Do you think there is an increase in crime that we know about because we are detecting more?
Well, as I was going to say, and I'm sorry, Senator Wilson, we're right out of time, but one crime is one crime too many. We want our society generally to be a zero crime environment. So yes, some of this is we've encouraged more people to report crime. There were previously victims of crime who weren't reporting it. That's too easy an explanation, though. And so, yes, that explains some of the figures going up. We have seen across the country a big increase in crime. Public transport isn't excluded from the increase across crime. CCTV camera is a really useful deterrent, but also helps us catch the bad people. And the Commissioner referred to the anniversary of the awful terror attack on the 7th of July. We know the role CCTV played in terms of some of the evidence we gathered afterwards and so forth. And we also have other crimes where perpetrators have been caught because of CCTV. So we are seeing more reporting. We are seeing more detection as well. I mean, the Commissioner will have to hand examples of action taken on fixed penalty notices, on enforcements, on criminal charges being brought. The great partnership between the Met Police Service, British Transport Police, City of London Police and TfL. If members have not had the chance yet, I'd encourage them to go to the control room to see police officers actually working side by side with TfL staff, because we take this incredibly seriously.
I think that's really good to hear. I wondered if you could actually specifically, though, there has been an increase in the number of hate crimes reported. Again, some would argue that that's actually a good thing because people feel able to come forward. Could you update us a little bit on the work of the Transport Hate Crime Task Force, which I think you set up in 2018?
Because I make an observation, which is not trying to, I'm trying to spare the Commissioner's blushes, but the fact that he was able to say just a few moments ago, he spent a lot of time with the Jewish community, I think speaks volumes for the change in TfL in terms, I'm not criticising previous commissioners, but just the way we view our diverse communities and being more cognizant of the hate they face because of their faith. They belong to their ethnicity and so forth. So what TfL did is recognise there are often crimes not being reported. There are often victims of crime that we may not know about, to go into the community and say, what more can we do? And it also applies to women and girls, who breaks my heart as a man not being...
You anticipate my very next question.
Well, just not realising as a man what a woman goes through and they use public transport compared to what I use on a busy tube and so forth. So they're doing a huge amount of work in terms of the hub, in terms of the task force, in terms of raising awareness to try and get under this a bit more. Simple things they've been piloting, first of a kind, CCTV at bus stops. No one's done that before. Things like asking for audits and the experience of women when they're using public transport. And we hope that will lead to a better public transport service being provided. The Commissioner can talk to some of the pioneering stuff we're doing in London.
Do you think we're doing enough, Commissioner, to encourage people to come forward and understand that if they report these things, it's going to help TfL to tackle them better?
So I think we've done a lot over the last couple of years to raise awareness, as the Mayor has already said. We know that there's a huge perception and reality that particularly women and girls are uncomfortable using the public transport network, and we want to do all we can to give them the confidence that it is a safe place. And actually, Claire Mann, our COO, is really passionate about us using the roundel as a haven of safety, particularly at night, particularly when people might be out alone. And we're working really hard across the organisation with our policing colleagues. We've had great support from Lucy Dorsey, who's the Chief Constable of the British Transport Police, and also Mark Rowley and his team to work together on this. And we know it makes a huge difference. I think that the fact we have raised awareness is part of the reason why we're seeing the statistics go up, because we are seeing lower level crimes being reported that previously weren't. We're also seeing staff reporting issues against them that previously weren't. The introduction of body-worn video across our operational front line is having a huge impact. It is reducing the risk of people threatening our staff, and it's also increasing the number of people who are being successfully prosecuted by the police. And that is really important. It's completely unacceptable that anybody, staff member or customer, is subjected to any form of crime, be that physical, hate, abuse, whatever it may be. Overall, our crime rate is low, but we need to do more. We're not complacent about it. And I would encourage anybody who's subject to any incident to report it. Things like roll out of 4G and 5G across the tube network will be a significant benefit for people being able to report issues in real time that previously have been unable to do. So, we're really focused on this, and as the Mayor said, we have a huge programme of work around reducing violence against women and girls, a huge programme around improving revenue protection, and I'm very happy to talk about graffiti as well.
I'm sure we'll be coming back to these issues of reducing crime on public transport, but for now, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Garrett.
Mr Mayor, when you talk about the funding deal for TfL last year and also in the spending review, you always forget for some reason to mention that the Labour government has imposed 5 years of cumulative inflation-busting fare rises on Londoners. Do you think Londoners can afford that?
Well, it's exactly what the previous government did in terms of RPI plus 1. I think it's going to be a challenge in terms of the cost of living crisis, but I will decide what the fare is going to be later on this year. What the Commissioner is doing with his team is working on the first iterations of the business plan. I'll have to wait and see what I decide later on this year.
So you're saying the government hasn't imposed inflation-busting fare rises?
Saying the government's repeated what the previous government did, which is ask us to raise fares by RPI plus 1.
So, but you said that you would set fares. So what are the consequences then if you set a fare below RPI plus 1, which right now would be 5%? Are they going to claw back some of the funding that you were talking about earlier?
Well, they didn't this year when I froze bus and tram fares. And so we know it's important to try and encourage people to use public transport. We also know it's important to help Londoners through the cost of living crisis, which is why we've got other policies in terms of like free school meals and other things we're doing to support Londoners. So I'll take it in the round later on this year. Or early next year when I set fares for TfL for the next financial year.
When the Conservatives did it during the pandemic, when you were getting extraordinary funding to keep TfL running, you were bitterly critical of it. And now it's the Labour government imposing it, who you were talking about putting wind in the sails and how wonderful it would be in a decade of renewal. You're just saying now, oh, well, we'll take it in the round. I mean, it's 5 years of cumulative inflation-busting fare rises. Current rate of inflation, that would be 27% over the 5 years. You think Londoners can afford those kind of fare increases?
Well, they went up by more than 42% under the previous Mayor. But actually what the previous government did during the pandemic was say we wouldn't get the support without fares going up at record amounts. If you remember, they also forced us to raise the congestion charge to record levels. The original plan condition was for us to increase the area of congestion charge to all of London, which we managed to resist. Look, we'll have to wait and see what I decide later on this year when it comes to setting fares. I'm well aware of the challenges London has faced with the cost of living crisis, but also, I'm also well aware of the challenges caused by a TfL system where the trains, roads need maintenance, renewal and critical pieces of work being done to them.
Sure. I mean, it's a bit humiliating, though, when a Labour government that you said you could work with is imposing on you a policy that directly reverses the thing that you spent years trumpeting as you're keeping fares low. But anyway, as you say, we will see later in the year what you decide and whether it's RPI +1.
Chair, if I could respond to the peroration. I wouldn't use the word humiliating. A £2.2 billion injection of cash into TfL over 4 years, the biggest in more than 10 years. Next year, £829 million. If that's humiliating, I'd love to see what great is.
Commissioner, I spoke to the Mayor a couple of weeks ago about the fact that his climate change plan requires a 27% reduction in traffic, and the only way, according to him, to do that is to impose pay per mile. But he also says he's not doing pay per mile. Is that something that TfL is still working on, or has all of that pay per mile work been cancelled?
So I think, as the Assembly members are aware, we are not doing any work on pay per mile and have not done so for a very long time. So I can assure you we're doing no work on that at all.
So the prototype that you had working is still available, but no work since then has been done?
Sorry, I missed that.
There was an FOI request a couple of years ago in which TfL responded that you had a working prototype of a pay-per-mile scheme. Presumably you still have that on the shelf, but you haven't done more work since. Is that what you're saying?
Well, as I've been clear, we stopped work on pay-per-mile about 2 years ago or thereabouts. There may have been some work done previously before my time as Commissioner. We are not doing any work on pay-per-mile.
OK, watch this space. Thank you, Chair.
Rani, Assembly Member Boff and Assembly Member Mohima.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, you may have come across some social media posts or articles in the media where groups are taking it upon themselves to clear up graffiti on the tube network. This is a particular problem on the Bakerloo and Central line, so why has the amount of graffiti that we are seeing on these particular lines increased?
Thank you for the question, and I firstly would ask anybody not to take this matter into their own hands. We also have evidence of people creating graffiti and then removing it, so that's being investigated by the relevant authorities. So we have seen a spike in graffiti, particularly on the Bakerloo line and the Central line. These are fleets. As you know, the Bakerloo line is the oldest rolling stock in regular service in the entire country, and the Central line, as the Assembly knows, has had some particular challenges a year or so ago around fleet availability. So whilst we will absolutely and have a policy of removing trains from service that have any offensive graffiti on with immediate effect, the team have been trying to balance the needs of keeping a reliable service versus removing the graffiti over the course of the last few months. We have seen a significant spike in that. We have, in terms of the graffiti, we have now taken over the last 2 or 3 months significant action in terms of increasing our resources to remove graffiti on those two lines. We're removing the order of 1,000 tags a week on the Bakerloo line and 2,000 tags a week on the Central line. This behaviour is antisocial, it's criminal, it's unacceptable, and we're working extremely closely with the British Transport Police as well to investigate all these crimes, and we will do whatever we can to bring the perpetrators to justice. In the meantime, we will continue to improve the condition of the fleets, and of course, when we're able to bring in the new rolling stock, which will have, as the refurbished Central Line trains have, improved CCTV, that will also make it much easier for us to A, track when graffiti is happening, but B, also take appropriate action against anybody who's doing it.
Thank you. And you mentioned that one of the major issues is the lack of good stock, and particularly on the Bakerloo line. So you mentioned replacing stock. So obviously a fantastic deal in terms of multi-year settlement from government. Can you give us an update on any spend from that allocation to perhaps a new Bakerloo line fleet?
Yeah, so as I think the Assembly is aware, we have options with Siemens to order trains for both the Bakerloo and the Central line as part of the wider, it was originally called Deep Tube Upgrade Programme, but as part of the Piccadilly Line fleet order, those options need to be actioned by November 2026. We will enter into discussions with Siemens with regard to the timing of converting the options to orders going forward. We want to get the rolling stock in place. Our focus though at the minute is to make sure we get the Piccadilly Line trains into service, and that of course will then mean that we'll be able to do the work to then bring the Bakerloo Line trains into service. So however, even if we place the order, it will still be towards the end of the decade that the first Bakerloo Line trains will come into service, and we will need to also do a significant amount of infrastructure upgrades to the existing line depot and stations too. But I'm very positive. I can't give the numbers because they're obviously commercially sensitive, but I'm confident that we have sufficient funds based on the capital agreement we've now reached to be able to move ahead at some point over the next few months.
Thank you. That's great news that we will be able to see new Bakerloo Line fleet, but also on the Central Line as well. And just coming back to graffiti, I understand that one of the other issues is about a track defect in the depot, meaning that TfL were unable to use the automatic train wash for a few weeks. And you mentioned the additional resource that's going in. When can people start to see a change and difference on those tube carriages?
So I myself haven't been on the line in the last couple of weeks, but a number of my team have. They're already reporting that there's significant improvement in the condition of the fleet. I need to be clear, the train wash is exactly that. It's a train wash to remove dirt and grime and grease. It doesn't remove graffiti. Graffiti needs specialist cleaning materials and specialist teams to do it. But you're right, there was a defect that's now been rectified. But I would hope that regular users of the lines would start to already be noticing a considerable improvement in the condition. It is also worth noting that as soon as we are removing the graffiti, some of it is being reapplied. So that is why we're working really hard with the BTP and our own security teams and operational staff to do what we can to improve monitoring and hopefully catch the graffiti artists. And I should also say, anybody who is doing this externally to trains is taking a very significant personal safety risk in doing so, because when they apply graffiti to trains that are in sidings and depots, they run significant risk to their own personal safety because of traction current and being in an area that is not designed for the members of the public to be at. So I would encourage them all, please, to not do this.
Assembly Member Boff.
My question is for the Mayor. Will you agree with Marsha de Cordova MP, Dame Meg Hillier MP and Daniel Francis MP and pause the implementation of floating bus stops until new national guidance is published?
So I met with some of the MPs that the member refers to last week and explained what TfL are doing, but more importantly what DFT are doing in relation to some of their concerns in relation to this. So TfL are working closely with DFT in relation to the new design guidance. What TfL are also doing is looking at those boroughs which have, inverted commas, the floating bus stops to make sure they follow the design guidance. What we discovered during our review was some of those floating bus stops haven't followed the design guidance, so we're rectifying that. If we were to pause, then those corrections, rectifications couldn't be made. So there isn't a pause of the work TfL are doing. What TfL are doing, though, is ensuring that they're working with DFT in relation to the new guidance that DFT will be issuing, which isn't, there are two types of floating bus stops, and just important to distinguish between the two. DFT is reviewing one of the types of floating bus stops, not the other.
So the guidance isn't there yet, but still you're putting in floating bus stops?
No, there is guidance for floating bus stops.
National guidance for
there is national guidance in relation to floating bus stops. There is.
But there's new national guidance being developed, but you don't want to pause in advance of that.
There are two types of what the public call floating bus stops. For one of the types of floating bus stops, the guidance is quite clear from DFT. For the other type, what Lord Hendy has done is pause, and that's the work TfL is doing with DFT. And
so you're going to pause the implementation?
Correct. So for those types of bus stops, there are no bus stops being installed.
Do you think that the Westminster floating bus stops are usable by blind people?
I'm not sure of the specific. It depends if they followed the TfL
For example,
guidance.
Westminster Bridge.
So it depends if they followed the guidance. So, as I said, the review undertaken by TfL showed some of the floating bus stops hadn't followed the guidance. Where they haven't followed the guidance, we're working with the councils to make sure they do. As you'll appreciate, a lot of the roads aren't owned by TfL, they're owned by the council. So
Yes.
it's the council that installs the floating bus stops.
Yes, but specifically, can you write to me about Westminster Bridge floating bus stop? That's the source of many complaints from blind people. I mean, do you think floating bus stops are usable by blind people?
It's a general question. In general terms, yes. Some have caused problems for those who are visually impaired.
And you think they're usable, but blind people don't think they're usable. Do you know best?
I think some visually impaired people and groups have expressed concerns about some bus stops which TfL, DFT and others are seeking to address.
And will you take those floating bus stops out, therefore?
I think the points that have been made by a number of people, visually impaired people, cyclists and others, are being addressed by not just TfL, but the DFT as well.
So you're not going to take any action about the concerns of blind people who are now no longer using those bus stops and have to take detours?
I think in relation to the concerns raised in London by visually impaired people, TfL in their review spoke to a number of groups, including individuals who aren't members of groups, about the concerns they had. There's now an action plan to address some of the conclusions of the review, which have been taken forward by TfL, working closely with groups that include those that are visually impaired, as well as cyclists and others as well.
Thank you. I now have another question. Doesn't today's announcement from Westminster Council about proposals to pedestrianise Regent Street demonstrate that local councils are perfectly capable of coming up with their own locally appropriate proposals without you taking away their powers?
I welcome Westminster Council's announcement today with Crown Estates. I just say in a respectful way, the member's one of those who's regularly asking me to take action against Enfield Council, and just to pick one at random, and others on a regular.
I have never done that. I have never done that.
Basis.
Seriously, I've asked you to take action against TfL wanting to build on a park. That's what the action I've asked from you. I could perhaps. Couldn't Westminster have already come up with its own local proposals for Oxford Street, fully funded and locally supported, as they have done for Regent Street? They could have done that on their own, couldn't they? In fact, they have done that on their own.
So the plans to make part of Regent Street, St James's, pedestrianised, I fully support, and I think it's fantastic news, will complement our plans to pedestrianise Oxford Street, which is a very different proposition to the great news today from Crown Estates and Westminster Council.
Thank you. Assembly Member Mohima.
Thank you, and good morning to both of you. My first question is to you, Mayor Khan, around the Bakerloo line extension. So we've already heard today about the spending review and it delivering a multi-year settlement for TfL. Around capital investment so that we can replace tube trains and buses. But unfortunately, there weren't any commitments to fund the Bakerloo line extension. So I'm just wondering if there are any alternatives that you're looking at in terms of funding mechanism to build the extension.
Well, firstly, just to remind the colleague that we consulted on a new bus route, the Bakerloo, which will serve from Elephant and Castle to Lewisham later on this year. So, as part of the business plan work the Commissioner's doing, one of the things that I've asked them to look into is whether there is scope for some feasibility work in relation to the business plan TfL are working on to take the Bakerloo line extension forward. Just to remind colleagues and to remind those from Treasury who may be watching this, that a Bakerloo line extension could lead to 50,000 new homes, 20,000 plus would be a direct consequence because of the extension. And if the Treasury mean what they say about getting more homes built across the country and growth, then I think they should be supporting new infrastructure like the Baker Line extension.
Thank you for that. Yeah, and just, the homes across Southwark, Lewisham and Bromley would be really, really welcome alongside all of the jobs that would come with that extension. So I wanted to ask you then what the role of the Bakerloo Line extension and other sites, other projects like the West London Orbital and DLR extension, what that means for unlocking new sites across the capital.
So what the DFT have been quite clear about in relation to one of the three propositions we had in relation to the DLR extension. So the government is saying they support the DLR extension, and they even recognise the potential housing and economic growth that would be stimulated by, for example, the DLR extension. They've asked TfL to work on a full business case. My criticism is there's no funding so far being provided by the Treasury. The same goes for the Bakerloo Line extension and the West London Orbital. They're supportive of these schemes, and want TfL and us to do some further work, which is great, and we'll do the further work. My criticism is there should have been cash in the SR to give some confidence. The good news, West London Orbital will really benefit the business community, really benefit events in those particular parts of London. The councils there have been fantastic in terms of their support for the preliminary work in relation to West London Orbital, and the same goes for the Baker Line extension. Southwark have been fantastic in relation to supporting us with the Baker Loop, and so forth. And so, my unhappiness is there was no additional support financially from the Treasury on all three of our schemes.
And that your response, thank you for that, really nicely segues into my question to you, Andy, which is around DLR extension, and around that business case that you're looking at, and looking at funding plans to up to autumn of 2025, and thinking about the DLR extension to Thamesmead. What kind of mechanisms are you looking at the moment to fund that project?
So as you and have said and the Mayor said, is we think the DLR to Thamesmead is an extremely beneficial scheme. It's a scheme that, subject to appropriate planning approvals, could be ready to go very quickly. And it has cross-party support, cross-borough support and developers' support. We have been in detailed conversations with both DFT and Treasury as part of the CSR on a range of different funding models that some of which have been used previously for other schemes, some of which we think could be used for this. And I hope that that's the detail of which we will continue those discussions through the summer months, with a view to trying to get agreement by in time for the autumn. We believe the scheme is hugely beneficial. 30,000 homes, 10,000 jobs. The last brownfield site in London, and improved connectivity both north and south of the river. So we think it's a very strong case. All the indications from the government is that actually they believe it's a strong case. We just need to really work through the fine detail, I hope, and that we can get to agreement and then work through which of the various funding options that were being considered is the one that is most appropriate going forward.
Okay, so with all of that in mind, obviously the business case needs to take into account some of that feedback from the government and the well-made criticism from the Mayor around the fact that it's a well-thought-of programme, but what it needs is money. There's a potential to deliver an additional 30,000 new homes across as a result of the DLR extension, and 10,000 new jobs. So when you weigh up kind of what you need to refer to as TfL, in your opinion, what weight does the government put on those sorts of factors in terms of new homes and new jobs when evaluating your bid?
So I think they put a huge amount of focus on it, which is why I think they are generally very supportive of it. Secretary of State Transport is very supportive of it. Treasury officials have been very supportive. I've not had any discussions directly with any Treasury ministers, but they absolutely see the benefits of the scheme. And actually, depending which funding model you need, we may not necessarily need government money straight away. What we need is the commitment that there will be government money made available as part of whichever funding model we go with, because we are ready to go and start making and putting in place the actions that are required to get the necessary approvals and then start the construction. So depending which model, suits the needs at the time, and of course is affordable in the long term, because we've got to make sure that we don't do anything that damages either TfL or the GLA's financial position in the long term, then I think the government are putting a huge amount of focus on it, and it's a crucial scheme if we're going to really make a dent into the housing targets that we've got for London. So I think there is general recognition that this is a good scheme, a positive scheme, well thought through and ready to go if we can just get that commitment going forward, and then we can really start to make progress. So I hope we will get to that position by the autumn.
Thank you. And then my final question back to you, Mayor Khan. It relates to the Bakerloo line, but I think it's relevant to the Thamesmead extension. But in the case of the Bakerloo line corridor, nearly half the people there are in the most deprived areas of England. And I just wondered if you had any reflections on how the extension might help connect communities within and beyond London to jobs, economic activity, and how that might contribute to both your administrations but also the government's growth missions.
I think the Secretary for Transport has been exceptional in relation to understanding London's needs. I'm not sure the Chancellor has. And the point I'm trying to get across to the Chancellor is there is deprivation in Lewisham just like in Leeds. Lewisham is worthy of investment just like Leeds. You don't get the growth you want across the country unless you invest in London. And we're doing a huge amount of work in terms of new infrastructure in London, but we need Treasury support. We've seen the difference the Elizabeth line made to the country in terms of growth, jobs and so forth. Same with the Northern Line extension. The Commissioner referred to how the East End has been transformed by the Jubilee line extension, by the DLR extension, and I want the Chancellor to understand why it matters to the country and to London and to your communities. Many of whom are very deprived. The inequalities in London are stark. No other region in the country has the inequalities that London has, and I wish the Chancellor understood that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to the Mayor and the Commissioner. Mr Mayor, my questions are directed to you. The tolls at Blackwall and Silvertown have a built-in anti-Bexley bias, with small businesses in Bexley unable to access discounts and drivers having to pay hundreds of pounds a year more than those in North London because of the unidirectional surcharge. Following the government's decision to now hike the Dartford crossing charges, will you address this by extending small business discounts into Bexley and scrapping the unidirectional surcharge?
So I'm more than happy to take away, but there are a number of boroughs where small businesses have a discount. I'll look into the issue in relation to Bexley and the discounts that he says don't apply to small businesses there.
Thank you for that answer, Mr Mayor. So, moving on now back to the DLR extension to Thamesmead. As we discussed at MQT a couple of weeks ago, I share your frustration with the lack of government funding for this, but I'm particularly concerned that any delays to getting this first extension to Thamesmead started could potentially endanger a possible second extension to Belvedere so that the scheme can connect in with Network Rail. As part of the ongoing lobbying to government, would you consider looking to do this extension all the way to Belvedere in one go?
So we've been down this road before in relation to Crossrail, similar conversations we had with the government, the previous Labour government, the Conservative government, and so forth. So he's right to raise the issue of unless you do it in my general experience is unless you do it straight away, extensions take a long time to happen. The good news, just to reassure him, is you know, and the Commissioner reminded me of this in an answer he gave previously. You know, the government is generally speaking very supportive. The letter from the Secretary of State to me in relation to the SR was incredibly supportive of the DLR extension to Thamesmead. My point is we need some money from the Treasury in relation to the support. The good news is that the TfL are still working on the plans, and so what the government said to us is GLA TfL work to finalise a full business case by autumn 25. We're going to do that because I'm going to go back and lobby for more. And I take his point about trying to get the full thing done now rather than trying to lobby for Thamesmead now, then later on for Belvedere. By the way, we save a huge amount of money doing it now. So let me take that away. I mean, I don't want to interfere with the business plan that Commissioner's working on. He's probably going to, lose his smile that he's had since the SI. He's told by the chair to go and do an extension to Belvedere. But can I take that away and see what the art of the possible is?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for that answer. So, changing subject once again, I'm now coming on to the Superloop. In March 2023, you said, Mr. Mayor, that the Superloop is a jewel in the crown in our plans to strengthen alternatives to private car use. But neither the original Superloop or any of the routes that have been announced touch the rural communities in my constituency, such as Biggin Hill, Down, Cudham and Pratt's Bottom. In May of this year, at the Bromley Council Public Transport Liaison Group, a question was put to Transport for London about were they looking at a Superloop route to Orpington to cover some of these rural communities, and the answer came back that they were not. Could you explain why the Superloop is not currently looking to include our rural communities?
So SL1 to SL10 is up and running. We're consulting on SL11 to SL, I think, 15. I think most out-London boroughs now have a Superloop. I wasn't aware Bexley didn't have a Superloop. So let me, again, take that away in relation to that. And also let me take away the issue of whether there are other bus options to try and improve public transport, because he's right to remind us that not all London is the same, particularly parts of outer London are very different. I saw a number recently. I think 95% of Londoners live within 400 metres of a bus stop, but there's a really important 5% we can't neglect and ignore. Can I take that away? It may be the Superloop's the answer. I don't know, but let's take away what we can do to serve his constituents who deserve, access to public transport near them.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. I just wanted to come back quickly on the private hire data regulation point. I wanted to double check that I did actually raise this with you in the plenary last September. So it's the fact that it seemed like a new thing to be taking away was just slightly worrying. And I just wanted to reiterate the point that the data transparency gives you regulation which is much stronger than a kind of voluntary sort of gentleman's agreement type of oversight. And that having that data gives transparency not only in terms of how TfL can regulate how the operators are causing drivers to work, but it also means that there is oversight of the regulatory process, because if that data is made public, then the way that TfL is regulating private hire is also transparent to Londoners. So I just wanted to make that point, which I didn't come back on immediately after your last answer.
So my apologies for not recalling it from the last plenary. I'm sure the team are looking into it, if not already looked into it. I don't have the detail to hand, but I'll take that away. And just to reassure you, I don't enter into any gentleman's agreements when it comes to regulation or safety or operation of the transport network.
Okay, thank you very much. So my next question is kind of relates to Silvertown, but it's actually about ways people can get across the river on foot and by bike. So in West London, there's loads of options to cross the river. In London, there are very few places for people to cross. There's the Woolwich and Greenwich foot tunnels, but the lifts are unbelievably unreliable, and there is a lack of reliable information about the status of those lifts. So as of last night, at Greenwich, the south lift was out of service, the north lift was out of service, and at Woolwich, the south lift was out of service, as was the north lift. So last night, all the lifts on those foot tunnels were out of service. So and we've also got the issue in that part of London that the Cutty Sark station is closed because those escalators are brilliantly being replaced and repaired. But it just means that travel is tricky for people. So do you think that, and this is for the Mayor, do you think that to achieve the outcomes in your transport strategy, particularly the 80% walking and cycling, that you need to work with Greenwich and Woolwich councils to consider how to make these essential routes through the foot tunnels more reliably available as step-free routes for East and South East Londoners?
Well, firstly, Chair, I'm really pleased that at the end of the question, the member clarified that those aren't forms of access owned by TfL. These are assets owned by third parties. It's really important for the purpose of those watching this to understand this is not TfL. And that's one of the reasons, by the way, I was so passionate in the face of opposition from the Greens to have a Silvertown tunnel, because I can see the unfairness when it comes to West London versus East London.
I'm talking about people walking and cycling to get across the river.
There is a free bus that goes across Silvertown Tunnel for cyclists and for pedestrians that wasn't there before, because we've got a Silvertown Tunnel. And one of the reasons why I was so passionate about another river crossing in the east of London is when you stand on Tower Bridge, as I did in the old palatial City Hall when I used to come outside, and look west, I would see more than 18 crossings, or know of 18 crossings. When I look east, there was only 4. We've now got another one because of the Silvertown Tunnel, but she's right. One of the reasons why I would argue the East London is more deprived than the Western Centre is a lack of river crossings, which is why it's really important to improve them. I will speak to the third parties responsible for those crossings and the lifts to make sure we can have them repaired sooner rather than later. But I'm afraid those councils themselves are starved of resources, which is why there's not the maintenance that there should be.
The thing is, those foot tunnels are part of a reliable walking, they helped create a reliable walking and cycling network. They need to be step-free, and they actually have strategic importance for London. So I know taking responsibility for ageing, unreliable, bespoke lifts in a couple of old Victorian foot tunnels is not at all an appealing prospect. But I think you should be considering whether there is something more that TfL can do. And at the very least, you could be working with those councils to make sure that they have decent data available that can be used by journey planning apps, so that at least people can check on TfL Go or Citymapper whether they can use that tunnel reliably.
Firstly, Chair, I'm very cautious about giving the impression I'll take over a lift for fear that your colleague next to you may claim I'm taking other council powers. First it's a road, then it's a lift. So I'm just a bit nervous about suggesting that I would do so. I'm more than happy for the Commissioner to work with those two councils, see what data we can share, because their point is actually a very simple point about having the information available so people can make choices in advance of getting there, then find that lift's not working. So let me take that away, because that seems to me not an insurmountable problem.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now, quick one on the Woolwich ferry. Silvertown Road Tunnel's been open now for about 3 months. The long-term monitoring and mitigation strategy for dealing with the traffic changes is obviously for the future. But just in the short term, there is an issue of there's an additional 1,800 vehicles on the Woolwich ferry, and particularly lorries who are adding to congestion and worsening air pollution, avoiding the tolls at Blackwall and Silvertown, presumably. Are you looking at any short-term measures to look at that?
The note I have in relation to the Silvertown Tunnel and the Woolwich ferry is that TfL are working hard to manage any additional customers and keep the ferry on schedule. TfL are monitoring the situation closely. The expectation is that this will settle in the coming months as new travel patterns are established, and this, as you know, is under review by TfL.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a final topic, which you won't be surprised to hear, is about toilets. I've been asking, I think I first asked you, Mr Mayor, about bus driver toilets back in 2017 when the Transport Committee was doing the report Driven to Distraction that showed how being bursting for a wee while you're driving a bus is a cause of distraction and has an impact on safety. Bus drivers tell me that about 25% of routes still don't have a toilet at one end. Now, I realise some of these are supplemented with toilets in cafes and other places that are nearby, so they're not actually TfL toilets, but there are toilets that are available to people. But what I'm worried about is that the data on those facilities may not be up to date. Is there more that you could be doing with the bus operators to ensure that there's good data on and access to these essential toilets?
Well, listen, can I firstly just thank the member? She's raised this assiduously over the last few years. It's a really important issue, and one I take seriously from 2016. We can go away. I did check on this recently, and I'm reassured that both the senior colleagues that the Commissioner referred to are really close to the drivers and the trade unions and the bus operators and stuff. I can take this away just to check belts and braces, I was reassured the answer I received, but let me take that away.
I think it's an issue of, when you're using third-party other toilets, like in cafes and things, some of those cafes go out of business or whatever, so it's about keeping that info up to date.
I'm happy to do that, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Well done, you've just come in on time. Let's move on to Assembly Member Hall.
Lovely, thank you. First of all, Commissioner, I grabbed you in the cafe again. I'm sorry, but I must say, yeah, maybe I should have put that in better. Yeah. But I'm so grateful. I asked you to look into the G1 bus. You've said you're going to. People of Wandsworth, people that use transport, Mr. Mayor, in Wandsworth, I'll be very, very grateful if you can address that situation. So thank you very much. Now, Mr. Mayor, those of us that commute on these trains, I have to tell you, every single day without fail, we see people rushing through the barriers, getting up close behind us so they can come through the barriers with us. And if you come to the station here, the DLR, the Royal Victoria, you hardly see anybody actually tapping out or tapping in when we go in. Fare evasion for all of us is so frustrating when we actually pay our fares to go on the underground. Now, can I ask you, it's said that £130 million is lost through this, but how do you come to that conclusion? How do you work that figure out?
So TfL for some time, but particularly in the last few years, has been taking aggressive action to try and reduce fare evasion because we've got the most sophisticated analytics of any public transport authority to work out where we think fare evasion is taking place. What she's referring to is tailgating, and where tailgating is taking place. Combination of CCTV, combination of what's happening at the gates, combination of some AI being used, combination of previous data as well. And that's why I would argue, although we've got numbers for other places in the world and other parts of the country where there's fare evasion, I would argue there's are less accurate than our data for the reasons I've said. The Commissioner can explain some of the travel patterns we know at stations. So we would know, for example, if at Station A, there's, I'm making this number up, 100 people going through in an hour paying, and then on a certain day there's 89, and then another day's 100. The Chief can work out with the data and the analytics, whether that's fare evasion, whether it's less people using the station, and so forth. And the data's pretty accurate. And I would argue there are very few transport authorities in the world with the data that we have. And then you extrapolate how much fares you'd pay, and you come to a calculation of the figure.
Okay, so with a lot of data, but I would say to you, anybody that's on the trains would think that 130 million is an underestimate. We see it all the time, everywhere, and it's very, very frustrating. With 77,000 CCTV cameras, I heard earlier, that there is on the network. How many people have been prosecuted for this?
I've got the number. Actually, I've got the number on my brief.
So 63,000 penalty fares have been issued, and then on top of that, we have more than 18,000 who are subject to further investigation process for last year.
Okay, so when we get people that are serial fare dodgers, is there any way we can actually stop them using the underground at all, or put a stop to them doing that? Because I know you're always on the trains, Commissioner. It is so frustrating. So we've got frustrated commuters because they can see everybody cheating the system. They're sitting there surrounded by graffiti on many occasions. And I must say, you will have seen the fantastic video from Looking for Growth with people that have actually tried to clean up the underground because they don't want to be surrounded by it. I know you've just said you wish they wouldn't, but actually none of us want to be sitting there paying our fares in a filthy carriage with graffiti all around. So heads up to them. But, I mean, what are you going to actually do about this to make certainly commuters feel better about it?
Well, firstly, by condoning that behaviour, she's allowing criminals to get away with it. Because what TfL does, the enforcement teams and the police, is photograph the tags to ensure there's prosecution. So on the one hand, the members rightly asking us to ensure there's more prosecutions. On the other hand, by encouraging people to clean up graffiti, it leads to fewer prosecutions because action can't be taken because the evidence literally has been washed away by others. So in relation to habitual lawbreakers, which is the question that was originally about, what TfL are doing is working with prosecution teams investigation appeals to take further prosecution actions, and they've reported 18,000 passengers to the investigation appeals and prosecutions team. They also, you may have seen some of these cases reported, seek to recover monies from those who, for example, have dodgy season tickets, who aren't paying the right fare for season tickets. Well, so what the prosecution teams do is they calculate how much fares haven't been paid by an offender over a period of time, and the court makes an order for a recovery of those thousands of pounds that they've not paid.
Can I make
fares.
a helpful suggestion then, please? Can I suggest that you start publishing some of this? Because as a very frustrated commuter, having people tailgate behind me, watching people jump over the barriers, etc., it would be helpful on some of those empty advertising spaces for you to actually put a thing up on the train to say this many people have been prosecuted, because it might turn some people off because it's so frustrating and the public really want you to do something about it.
So, very happy to take that away. We are absolutely doing something about it, and we should recognise actually the vast majority of people using our network are law-abiding and do pay. I would encourage the member and others to also watch the TV documentary that's been on for the last few weeks, which is a combination of ourselves and South Western Railway, highlighting the incredible work that our fare evasion and revenue protection teams do with the police force.
I'm out
and
of
I would
time.
also refer to a number of actions that we're taking, including I would hope the members who have seen our customer service agents on the DLR doing ticket inspections themselves.
Well, yes, and people run down the train away from them. I would suggest you stand at Royal Victoria and watch it.
I do
I'm
frequently.
out of time. Well, you'll be as horrified as I am then. Thank you, Chair.
The next set of questions will come from Assembly Member Clark, Assembly Member Georgiou, Assembly Member Cooper and Assembly Member Bakari. So Assembly Member Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr Mayor and Andy. Sadiq, do you believe the Thameslink should be brought into the TfL network?
Sorry, I missed the question.
It was for the Mayor. Do you believe that the Thameslink should be brought into the TfL network?
I'm in favour of everything being brought into TfL network, LNER, everything. I'm afraid we've got to prioritise though, and what the chair tells me, the commissioner tells me, Chair, and so what we're prioritising, Senator Member Clark, are those lines that start nearer to London. But also those lines where the franchise ends sooner rather than later. And the Commissioner's encouraging me to prioritise Great Northern and South Eastern, but also because there's a strong business case for those. By the way, I know, and I've been lobbied by many Thameslink passengers who are desperate for us to take over because they think it leads to a better quality of service. And I understand that what we're doing is speaking to the DfT about metroising lines, even though not necessarily taking them over or them being devolved to us. Are there things TfL could do working with the TOCs to make them more like TfL services? So those are parallel conversations we're having with the government, in addition to taking over lines. And as I said, the priority has been on Great Northern and South Eastern.
Okay, thank you for that. I receive many complaints from constituents, neighbours, my own family, about both the reliability and the cost of Thameslink. Living near a Thameslink station, I understand. I try to use the service myself, and it's a difficult to use service, is how I would categorise it. Trains are cancelled and delayed so often from my local station that there's a permanent sign outside. It doesn't come and go. It's outside all the time, and it says, quote, "Please check screen before travel. Cancellation, delays, postponed services due to unforeseen circumstances. Thanks for your understanding." This inconsistent service does not provide the level of reliability and usability that Londoners rightly expect. It's also just more expensive to use. So Andy, as the private rail franchises are wound up, how can we deliver better services in the future?
So I think, as the Mayor said, we have been extremely successful with the overground model. It's transformed what were very poor performing, low frequency, underused parts of the rail network in London. We want to expand that further. The Great Northern Moorgate branch is the one that we think is potentially the easiest and simplest, and got a very strong business rationale for, as part of the conversations with regard to what happens when its current contract ends. We also think there's some other models, particularly around metroisation, as the Mayor's alluded to, around South Eastern. But we also need to be alive to the fact that some of these networks are hugely integrated, travel well beyond TfL's geographical reach. Thameslink, for example, clearly all the way down to Brighton. So we need to make sure that there's the right justification for it. We need to make sure it's deliverable. We think there's a very strong case on some of these to further improve housing development and economic growth. And I'm pleased to say that the conversations we're having at the minute with the department are positive, but it also needs to come with the relevant funding to transfer across. Clearly the government is paying us a subsidy to the train operating companies at the minute. We would expect that to transfer across to us, but again, with the hope that over time we would be able to reduce that down to zero, and it would need some capital investment. So we're very keen to expand the overground model. We're also keen to see what further we can do to increase TfL's and the Mayor's influence on the wider GVR conversation. There's still a reasonable amount of infrastructure that TfL solely uses that is actually Network Rail's infrastructure. We want to work closely with them to see if there's opportunities there for us to enhance that as well.
Thank you for that. And following on from earlier comments about the excellent 310 bus, I want to reflect on the triumph of the campaign from the London Jewish Forum, from the Board of Deputies of British Jews, from lots of individual residents across North London who really campaigned, including politicians, for some as long as a decade, including Joanne McCartney and Andrew Dismore. I was delighted when I was at the hustings at JW3 when Sadiq announced a campaign pledge to, in fact, bring a bus similar to the 210, it wasn't yet named the 310, that would connect North London's Jewish communities. It was a further joy to join the launch in Golders Green with Sadiq, with Andy, with Sarah Sackman, our MP, and with Barnett's Cabinet Member for Environment, Alan Schneiderman, and many, many campaigners. Mr. Mayor, would you agree with me that this has been an excellent example of TfL, yourself, and others working with communities to realise the transport links that people need?
Well, can I just commend the member for her assiduous lobbying on this issue ever since she first became a member and even before. But actually, it's a tribute to the campaign from local residents and the local community, both in that part of London and also in Hackney as well, for the direct bus without the need to change. She'll be aware there is still lots of opposition, and there are concerns about there being a bus that gives the impression it's for one community when she and I know it's not. But it's really important to understand that people's needs in our city are different based on a variety of factors. We've talked earlier on today about violence against women and girls and the concerns there are around hate crimes. But we've got to understand and be sensitive to the concerns this community is facing, particularly since October the 7th, 2023. And my reflection on the hustings was, even though matters of huge geopolitics are being discussed, the issue that got the biggest round of applause and the biggest cheer was 310, which just confirms what Tip O'Neill once said, which is all politics is local. And as somebody whose dad did a job not too far away from what we're talking about, I'm not sure if she's aware, but my dad was a bus driver. I was particularly proud to have a bus route that doesn't stop going from her patch to the patch in Hackney, which is incredibly important.
Right, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Georgiou.
Good morning, gentlemen. I hope both yourselves and your families are doing well. Mr. Mayor, last week a Survation poll found that 57% of women do not feel safe on the streets of London and 47% have been followed by a man at least once. Given this, do you recognise why many women, particularly women travelling alone, would want their car easily available to enable them to drive to their nearest tube station closest to their home?
It's a source of huge disappointment to me that women and girls don't just feel scared, but aren't just scared, but often suffer violence at the hands of men. And that's why it's really important to have a public transport system for which I'm responsible, that understands those concerns that women have, but also to make sure that the criminal justice system meets the needs of women by bringing in new laws like upskirting, big issue raised by many women and others. And of course I understand why some people may choose to drive rather than use public transport.
Well, I'm glad you understand it, but you know, I think you've taken the crime angle as opposed to the question that I actually asked, which is, do you understand why women, in particular women, given the abuse that they face on London streets, feel safer driving to a train station and getting onto the underground or overground rather than walking?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we've spent some time over the last period trying to improve the public realm, to make sure when it comes to designing streets, designing street lighting, thinking about where the bushes go and so forth, that from home to wherever somebody's going, it's safe. And I say that conscious that this weekend we had the 3rd anniversary of the murder of Zara Elina. And so it's really important to understand the challenges women and girls face across the country. And so when it comes to, you know, public realm issues, we'll work with all those third parties to make sure they're as safe as they can be. That's one of the reasons why Senator Cooper, when she raised the issue of the task force and the audits, what TIFA are doing proactively is working with women and girls to get their experiences so we can respond to that.
Well, their experiences are, Mr. Mayor, that women in particular feel safer going to work, coming home at night, knowing that their car is there waiting for them in a station car park. Mr. Mayor, do you understand why policies which make it increasingly difficult to drive to and from stations are particularly damaging for pregnant women, disabled people and elderly people?
Well, it's for those reasons that we always try and ensure we have, and we do, equality impact assessments, because what an equality impact assessment does is it means that we can look at the impact of our policies to ensure that they are not just abiding by equality legislations, but addressing issues that we may not have thought about. That's why it's important that we do those.
Mr. Mayor, you can do all the equality impact statements you want, but if you have removed safe and relatively cheap parking for women, pregnant women, disabled people, the elderly, commuters, local shoppers, do you not therefore see that any impact statement you do is not worth the paper that it's written on? Because I've read some of them. I read them for Arnos Grove and I read them for Cockfosters when you decided to get rid of those car parks. And lo and behold, they say pregnant women are some of the most least well off with these changes in the parking regime than anybody else. So what's the point?
So it's taken us some time to get to the nub of the question, which is the issue of choosing.
Well, because you don't care.
Will you please answer the question?
Which is the issue of choosing whether to have, affordable housing that Londoners can afford to live in, or to have car parks. And given the choice of, car park spaces or housing, bearing in mind this is the biggest crisis facing our city. Bearing in mind, many Londoners have been priced out of our city. Bearing in mind those couples that want to have children are deciding to leave London. Bearing in mind many Londoners are travelling an hour and a half each way from home to work. I choose affordable housing that Londoners need over surplus car park spaces.
No, what you're saying is you are saying you don't care about the needs of women that feel vulnerable and use these car parks. You're not saying you don't care about pregnant women. You're saying that you don't care about the elderly. You're saying that you don't care about the disabled and those that need these station car parks to get to work. Let's leave the housing to one side for a moment. Do you care that these people feel vulnerable or are less able to access our wonderful city because you are getting rid of our station car parks?
Well, only a Conservative would say, let's leave housing and put it to one side. I refuse, Chair, to put housing to one side.
That's not what I said, and you know it. It's not what I said. I said, let's leave that issue to one side. I'm talking about vulnerability. And why are you acting as if you hate this group of people? Why?
Do you want to answer?
Well, Chair, I will not put housing to one side. I will not neglect housing like has been done by previous governments and the previous mayor. I'm passionate about making sure there's the housing that Londoners need, which is why I welcome the record settlement from the government this week to London to build the social housing we need. 60% of the allocation of money. We've got significant sums confirmed from the government. Record sums will go towards social housing, and some will be on surplus car parks. I don't apologise for that.
Well, those car parks aren't surplus to the elderly, pregnant women, women that feel vulnerable at night, disabled and those with accessibility issues. Absolutely disgraceful, Mr Mayor. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Do you want to come back?
I will come back, Chair. Thanks for the invitation. I think it's really important to be a mayor for all Londoners. That means understanding the concerns, the legitimate concerns women have, in particular travelling across our city, And the Commissioner spent some
It's not a
time...
question for you to invite. I've asked the Mayor to respond to an Assembly member and their questions and statements. So can you let the... It's still coming off your clock. I will put it back on your clock. Let the Mayor answer and then we can move on.
The Commissioner spent some time earlier on, and so did I, highlighting some of the work we're doing to address the issue of safety that women in particular feels across the public transport estate. We're going to carry on building on that work to make sure the public transport estate is as safe as it can be. It is very important to also recognise that TfL has a responsibility to help address the housing crisis, which is why Places for London is so incredibly important.
Okay, let's move on then. So the next one on my list is Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I'm a bit astonished, really. Apparently, we've now discovered, I think, last month that you can't own a dog unless you own an SUV. And we've now discovered you can't get pregnant unless you own a car. I won't ask you to answer my astonishment, Mr Mayor. I actually wanted to ask you not about that, but about the issue. Comes back really to the point you were making about housing and developing London and seeing economic growth here. Obviously, TfL has quite a role to play in that in terms of the energy requirements that TfL itself will have, and also that necessary energy infrastructure that is going to be absolutely vital. So I wondered if you could share with us any of your expectations about the government's 10-year national infrastructure strategy, which is due to come out, I think, in the autumn, which will hopefully address some of the incredible challenges that we're going to face.
Yeah, I mean, this 10-year plan is crucial for our country, actually, not just for London. The Commissioner, housing developers, and many others, those in the private sector who want to, build data centres and so forth, are really concerned about the issue of supply of energy. The Commissioner's regularly raising with me the issue of supply of energy to bus garages. You and I visited one recently in Battersea, and we both heard about the challenges they had in terms of getting energy to the bus garage, crucial if we're going to have more zero-emission buses. And that's one of the reasons why I'm really pleased. Again, an example of TfL's innovation. We have now secured a power purchase agreement. So you'll have parts of Essex, solar panels providing energy for TfL. We're changing the market when it comes to the provision of energy, which the Commissioner can talk to more shortly. But the point being is we need a long-term plan. I remember having a conversation with a developer a number of years ago where they said they've been told, even if they build the housing as soon as possible, energy won't get to the development until 2035. Which is just nonsensical in a city like London. So she's right to highlight forward thinking from the government, a really good potential plan, and we'll be feeding into that in terms of London's needs as well.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Mayor. I'm coming back to the more specific issue of the development of electric buses. Obviously, it was great to be there in Battersea to see you launch the 2000th electric bus. But obviously, that does create an issue for us in the bus garages. And perhaps the Commissioner could say what TfL is doing to ensure that there is sufficient charging capacity at bus garages. And are we thinking at all about having plates in the road at bus stops where buses can charge up, or pantographs or anything like that to assist them? Because obviously buses stop in specific places, unlike all other vehicles on the road.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as you know, we're currently on track to make the entire bus fleet zero emission by 2034. We have an ambition to accelerate that to 2030. We now have more than 2,000 zero-emission buses. We have more zero-emission buses than the entire fleet.
You mean you've launched more since the one I saw?
Indeed.
Fantastic.
We have more than the entire bus fleet of Manchester.
So Manchester's quite small.
So we recognise the role that we play. The biggest challenge we have is around infrastructure and power supply, and of course the garaging that will be needed for a fleet of that size, because currently, based on the technology available, most charging takes a number of hours. So we're encouraging the industry to find more ways to improve the capability of rapid charging, which in turn then would play into the ability for us to put infrastructure in place along routes and at bus garages. We're doing some innovative thinking with Heathrow Airport around what can be done at the bus station there, for example. It's one of the busiest in outer London. Members will be aware of the unique trial that we're doing with the 358 in Crystal Palace as well, which is pantograph charging. So we're trialling a number of things to see what the options are. We're also not closed to other forms of zero-emission capability. As you know, we have a small fleet of hydrogen buses. If that technology and capability can prove to be more reliable and greener, then we'll be open to that as well. But we've really got to work with the power industry and the government around surety of supply. West London is a particular challenge, and we need to make sure that we've got real confidence in the availability and the supply of that, and reduce the time it takes to install the power capability in the first place and the disruption it causes when it's done. So that's a real focus for us over the next couple of years.
I mean, you mentioned West London, but of course, if we're talking about the DLR extension and if we're talking about increasing the number of trains on Thameslink when the Mayor takes it over, which is obviously something he's aiming for, and we'd all be pleased to see some more trains on that line, that's going to be yet more electricity that we're going to require. So this is an overall situation in terms of energy supply that's going to be critical for us with some of these other areas, isn't it?
Absolutely, but we know across London the west has much higher demands
under pressure
than the east. Clearly that's going to change if we get DLR to Thamesmead. We also need to work with National Grid and the suppliers around the infrastructure that's available. A lot of it is of a certain age too. As the Mayor mentioned, I'm really proud of what we've done with the power purchase agreement, a partnership with EDF, the first of its kind on the scale that we're doing. We've got to think innovatively around what more we can do to support the grid and get more green power in, whilst also thinking about what the future needs. And of course, there's also a requirement for us to reduce our power needs. So the new rolling stock coming into service has regenerative braking. It puts power back into the system. They're lighter, so the overall demand is less to begin with. So it's not just about making sure we increase the supply of electricity, which is important. It's also about how we can be more efficient in reducing the demand as well.
Thank you. And just to follow on from Assemblymember Hall, on a completely different topic, the G1 bus is causing huge problems, the reduction in frequency. One of the things I've noticed as a G1 bus user myself, it goes into inside St George's Hospital, it goes all the way around the grounds. A lot of the users are people who've got a freedom pass, and it's quite obvious that when the drivers are keen to get everybody onto the bus and then it becomes really overcrowded, and I've got photographs showing this at all times of day, they're not tapping in. Do you think that could be why the bus operator thinks that the bus is under, their capacity has been reduced because they're saying not enough people are using it? Is there anything we can do to get drivers to make sure people tap in, even with the Freedom Pass?
So our drivers try and do that, but obviously it's dependent on the users being compliant. I've agreed already with Assemblymember Hall that I'll take it away to review the G1 specifically. There are some challenges around vehicle availability as well, so let me take that away. But clearly we need people to tap in and make sure we've got the usage data.
It's dangerously overcrowded now with people trying to get to hospital. Thank you. I hope you can look into that. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry?
Sorry, we didn't actually get the Mayor's response to Leonie's last comment there. Sorry, so if we could just go back and hear that.
So was that for me or the Commissioner?
Sorry, it was addressed to the Commissioner, but if you want to say something about the G1.
I couldn't agree more with what the member said, and I'll look into this.
Okay. Sorry, I've lost my track.
Next up, Chair, we have Assemblymember Bakari.
Bakari.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Mr Mayor, it's been reported that Hammersmith Bridge could reopen with repair money from the £1 billion Transport Infrastructure Fund announced in the Chancellor's spending review. Will you make representations to the Transport Secretary to explore this option further and make it happen?
The Deputy Mayor, Seb Dance, is already speaking to not just Department for Transport but Treasury as well. He's had very good conversations with DFT. TfL have also spoken to DFT as well. For those that don't know, this is money the government set aside for bridges and so forth. And we're seeing what the criteria is Obviously, this is an asset we don't own, and I'm nervous about being criticised by members of the Assembly for trying to take over council assets. So just to reassure the member, I'm not suggesting I take over that particular council asset.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next set of questions are from Assembly Member McCartney, Assembly Member Best, Assembly Member Mahfouz, and maybe Assembly Member Baker.
Thank you. My question's to the Commissioner, and I want to ask about road danger and road safety. Can I just start by thanking you for taking action on speeding on the A10? Last time you were in front of us, I raised the issue of the northern part of the A10 in Enfield having average speed cameras, but not the southern part. I've just seen that they've gone in this month, and hopefully they'll be live soon, so thank you for that. I also want to ask about the speed camera network in general, because I think it does have a real effect on reducing speeding. The last answer I got from TfL was that you were hoping to expand the system, but you're waiting for your new letting of your new camera network. Has that re-letting taken place, and when can we hope to see an expansion in the safety camera network?
Well, firstly, can I thank the member for bringing the speed camera issue to light with me. And I'm really pleased that we've been able to move forward following the dreadful fatality that occurred. Enforcement of speed is critical as far as I'm concerned. That there is no point reducing speed limits or having speed limits if we don't enforce it, and I'm pleased with the work that our team led by Shu and Hayward are doing on that. I don't know the specifics on the contract. I'll have to write to you if I may on that, but what we are doing is working hard with the Met Police and boroughs around what more we can do to improve and increase enforcement. And in terms of wider infrastructure, again, it's another issue that we will consider as part of our business plan going forward as to whether or not we can put some money aside to further improve and enhance our camera network.
Thank you, and I hope that you will. I also want to raise a safety issue concerning pedestrian safety crossing the junction outside Bounds Green tube station. Local councillor Emily Arkell has been raising the issue of cars continuing to cross the junction even when the green pedestrian light is on. And quite recently you had a young school child that was involved in a collision with a motor vehicle who was doing exactly that. Now, TfL have been working with Haringey, and in the last few weeks a yellow junction box has gone in, but cars are still crossing. So I just wondered whether you could prioritise this issue and just see what more TfL could do. It may be around changing the signalling timings, or just looking at what we could do about the improvement of the road outside. Would you be willing to do that?
Yes, certainly. And firstly, I'm very sorry to hear about the incident involving the child, and I hope they make a full recovery. I will certainly take that away. I'm not familiar with the junction or the specific issues, but our team, our signals team, are very alive to these issues and regularly make timing changes if they believe it's going to make a difference. And more widely, we'll look at the junction as well. So I'll certainly take that away.
Thank you. That'd be really appreciated. My final is not really a question, but it's a sort of a question as to what can we do to support you in that request for the Great Northern train line to come into the purview of TfL. I've been asking this for quite a number of years. Obviously, Peter Hendy, when he was Transport Commissioner, was all in favour of this. He is now the Rail Minister. I have written to him recently, but what more can we do? And I know politicians and councillors along that line would more than happily help you lobby for this.
So thank you for the offer. I think probably the first thing we do is perhaps we can provide you with a more up-to-date briefing on where we are with the discussions and the business case for it. So why don't I take that as an action to write to the members concerned. As you rightly say, I think this was actually either very close to being approved or might even have been approved as a sort of 2017-18ish and then was cancelled. So I think there is general support, but I think if we take the action to provide you with a brief on our rationale and the justification for it and what our ask is, and then perhaps they'll then feel you've got the information to be able to support our case with government ministers and others.
Can I also just say, Chairman, I think if the member's suggesting that she corrals the MPs on the route, the Assembly members, council leaders, and to do a joint letter to the Secretary of State, I'd certainly welcome that and sign that.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Thank you and good morning to you both. We now have some clarity over the government's future funding for structures and road maintenance. We've seen the structures fund announced in advance of the spending review. After that fund was announced, local MP in Chinklin Woodford Green, Ian Duncan-Smith, met with Lillian Greenwood about funding for Broadmead Bridge. I just wanted to know your future plans for making the case for Broadmead Bridge to get money out of that fund, and with a note that obviously on the 17th of July is when Redbridge Council is taking the final decision on the options route it wants to go down. So that is when you will have the clarity of what they want to do.
So thank you very much for that. And in fact, I was at the London Council Leaders meeting a few weeks ago where Broadmead was raised directly with me. That was actually the day before we got the spending announcement. I committed then that we would make the case for it. We're actually, the detail of what's in the £1 billion fund is not yet there, but I've committed and we are pulling together on behalf of the whole of London, so both the TLRN and the boroughs, a list of critical road infrastructure that we believe has either operating restrictions or is closed to give to the DFT so that they can include it in their thinking. That will go to the Director General responsible and in turn to Minister Greenwood. Broadmead Bridge is the highest one of the list that I've seen so far because it is closed outside of the TLRN, where obviously we've got closures and restrictions on things like Brent Cross, etc. So I'd like to assure you we are pushing hard for Broadmead as part of that.
Can I just say, I'll take it as an action because it's something she's reminded me to do. So TFL is working closely with the councils to be as one. I didn't think about the MP's role, so let me think about how I can involve not just Ian Duncan-Smith, but other MPs for other bridges, so we can do one joint submission to the government to try and maximise our chances.
Thank you. And you've anticipated a further question I was going to ask. I believe the Deputy Mayor, Seb Dance, is going down to Woodbridge School soon, which is next to the bridge. And I wondered if, whilst he was there, he could meet with the local councillors and the local MP and the local assembly member, who you might know.
That's an excellent idea. More than happy to. I think this is a good example of where we can work in tag, regional, local, but also work cross-party. It will be just more effective.
Thank you. And I have one wider concern around this. So you'll be aware that the first letter to Redbridge Council was sent in April 2014, and it was sat on until 2023. My concern is that obviously Redbridge Council should have acted, and that is where the main liability, I would suggest, lies. But however, TfL having raised a problem in 2014 and not received a response, I wonder, is that something that can be improved upon in future? If TfL sends a letter out saying this bridge is dangerous, you need to have a look and do something, can something be done so we're not waiting 10 years if we don't get a response from a council or other authority?
Absolutely, I wasn't aware of that. Obviously, I'll look into that, but absolutely, I would expect if we've written expressing our concern around the integrity of an infrastructure to the borough or council or whoever the infrastructure manager is, if we've not had a response within a relatively appropriate timeframe, I would expect us to follow up. So let me take that one away.
Thank you.
Can I say it's a really important point she raises? I mean, generally speaking, we haven't been good as a country at knowing what assets we have, how good or poor they are. I was recently out on a site inspection to look at under-service utilities, think about water pipes, so forth, and she's spot on. I think AI gives us an opportunity in terms of proactively, we've not had a response, we should be chasing up. So I will also think about what systems changes we can make using AI and technology just to try and make it more efficient and stuff, because that's just one example you've given of where just humans not following up leads to this sort of stuff.
Great, thank you. And just the Commissioner, just on the back of that, that is my understanding that there's only one letter that was sent in 2014 that was never replied to. If you could write to me just to confirm that is the case from TfL's position as well, because that's the case as we understand it, but I'd like TfL to confirm.
Certainly, I want to confirm myself as well, because there's certainly been dialogue since I've been Commissioner about it, so I need to understand if there was a gap and why.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Mahfouz.
Thank you, Chair. And before I start, I think just as a fellow Liverpool fan, I'm sure you would also want to share your condolences over the sad loss this morning of a traffic accident in Spain, of course, of Diogo Jota, his life cut loss too early. And Liverpool fans across the country, of course, shocked by that. Moving from road safety, you know how important to me accessibility is, and I know how important it is to you, and that's why you put in your manifesto that pledge of moving from 1/3 of stations to a half of stations being step-free. Can you give us a quick update as to where we are with that progress?
Well, I remember years ago when I was a baby mayor and he was a baby councillor visiting that lift. Is it a vernacular lift? That's not a diagonal lift in one of his stations, which he'd managed to get some money out of us for and the developer for. But so I know it's important to him as well. So where we are is some great news. More than 200 stations across our city are step-free, which is just, something I'm really proud of. Elizabeth Line, 100% step-free, DLR, trams. Overground, more than half of that is step-free. The Tube, when I first became mayor, only a quarter was step-free. We've got it to a third. I've been quite clear with the Commissioner and the TfL that we're going to get it to half by the end of this decade. The challenge we have is, frankly speaking, these are, some of them stations are 150, 160 years old. They're incredibly deep. They're next to other things as well. There's been a lack of capital investment in some of the step-free plans that we previously had. So what TfL are doing is just thinking about what we can do to increase monies to invest in this. So TfL now have a proactive approach to getting third-party developers. If there's housing being built nearby, can we encourage them and councils through Section 106 to get some monies going towards step-free there? By having a forward plan of more step-free stations, can we reduce the cost, the economies of scale in doing so, the expertise, so it's not ad hoc, but it's actually moving from one to the other. I was recently with a Senator Member Small Edwards at Knightsbridge, which was recently went step-free. Good example of partnership between various partners. That team was going to leave that station, by the way, and go to another station, and so time is not lost in between. So we are keen to get as many of our stations step-free as possible. We also are keen to learn how we can reduce the cost of doing so and use the expertise, and value engineering is very important.
Thank you. And on that step forward, so Andy, if I can come to you, Commissioner, since the last time we had our TfL plenary, since then you've already started works at Northolt Station in the heart of my constituency, which I'm delighted to see. In August of last year, you announced that Eastcote Station was progressing, Turnham Green, Northwood stations, and only in the last couple of months you've announced a further 5 stations are going to be worked up in terms of accessibility plans for those locations. Looks like we're moving at great pace. What can I tell my residents across Ealing and Hillingdon as to the pace of that change and improvements to accessibility at local stations?
So, this is the ambition to have half the tube network step-free by the end of the decade is a fantastic ambition that we are incredibly supportive of, because it benefits the whole community. As the Mayor said, it's a big challenge, both from an engineering and a technical perspective, but also from a financial perspective. I'm really proud that we've opened the Bakerloo line at Paddington as well, Knightsbridge. You made reference to schemes underway. I had the privilege of being at Leighton when we started works there and met one of the former councillors who'd been lobbying for step-free access there for over 50 years. Colindale will open at the end of this year. We've got a whole list of stations that are now into design feasibility. We would need to deliver in the order of 40 more stations between now and the end of the decade. That is going to be extremely stretching and challenging to do. But I'm very happy to write to all the Assembly detailing which stations are in what phase of work. As the Mayor said, this is about having a good supply of stations so that we can then move the expertise around and make sure we give the supply chain the certainty which will reduce the cost. But also we have to balance the operational impact, because it's very difficult to build these stations without closing the railway for a period of time. So it's getting that balance right as well. And we need to, again, as part of the business plan, come with what was the clear plan, and some very high profile ones that we want to work on, like South Kensington, for example. South Kensington is the busiest non-step free station on the network, with a huge impact to the local community, but it's an extremely expensive station, and we're working with third parties to see how we can get funding for that too.
Thank you, very positive to hear. And just to throw out a station that you didn't mention, and will of course be
strategically important North Acton near Old Oak Common. In stark contrast to that progress and speed that we are working at, we've got Ealing Broadway Station, which of course is step-free. We've put those lifts in place, but we are having to put additional staff to ensure that safety between the platform and the new fantastic Elizabeth Line trains is reduced in terms of any particular potential accidents and so on. The last time you came to the Transport Committee, Commissioner, you talked about Network Rail producing a report in March of this year. I've chased and chased, and I have not got sight of that report. What can I tell residents and commuters at Ealing Broadway Station as to the ability to deliver the change that needs to happen there? Because the last time Network Rail produced a statement, it was to say that we haven't got any funding in the next few years. That isn't good enough. I know that you know that isn't good enough. So what can we say to them?
So two things. The Elizabeth Line, as we know, has been a phenomenal programme and railway for the city. I'm really proud of the fact, for example, that down to TfL lobbying and support, we've now got agreement that Old Oak Common will have level access. It was not going to be level access. It was going to be a repeat of what we've got at Ealing Broadway. That is, shocking. Fortunately, we've got there. The funding's are now being made available. The design is being changed. At Ealing Broadway, we are working really closely with Network Rail. I will commit to write to you with the progress that's been made there. I'm pleased to say the number of incidents has significantly reduced because of the mitigating actions that we've put in place collectively, ourselves, MTR, now GTS, and Network Rail. The only way to get level access is either to raise the platform by a hump or to lower the tracks. Lowering the tracks is not impossible or infeasible, but it will be a number of years away because it needs to be timed with other works, and Network Rail will need to get the funding for it. We're also looking now at whether or not there's some artificial intelligence that can be used. We're doing that work as part of our PTI, Platform Train Interface work, on the tube. So let me take a commitment to write to you and give you an update, because Network Rail have been making some good progress on this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're now out of time. Before I take the last questioner, I just want to give a bit of a shout out to Assembly Member Zarani's guests. They are Year 12 students from Pinner High School in Harrow. I think you're there. We'll wave to you. There we go. Let's move back. We've got probably a very special moment. Assembly Member Hall, with your 42 seconds.
Thank you very much. I'd like to repeat the comments made by my colleague about that very talented footballer. My grandsons will be as upset as you and all the other Liverpool fans. Mr Mayor, you're insisting on pushing through the Oxford Street pedestrianisation, though many of the details around it are still very unclear. Why did you refuse to come and answer questions from us this afternoon?
I suspect because I'm busy doing other things.
You suspect you're busy. Surely you know if you're busy or not. We all know what we're doing this afternoon. We're here asking people about the pedestrianisation that many of us have got issues with, and we'd like the person that's responsible to be here answering the questions.
You're now out of time.
Yes, that's convenient, isn't it? That's very convenient.
Okay, now we're going to move to the formal part of the agenda. We've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering our questions today. You are welcome to leave the chamber. Can I ask the Assembly to agree to the motion set out in the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked? In order, do I need to? Yes, I need to. Yes. Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Orders 2.9a in accordance with provisions of Standing Orders 1.1h in order to allow the remaining business on the agenda to be completed? I would like to propose that the Assembly now adjourn and return at 1 p.m. before continuing with the remaining business on the agenda. Are Assembly members in agreement?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.
Welcome to this afternoon's session of the plenary, where we will be discussing the Mayor's proposal to designate the mayoral development area for Oxford Street. Before I begin, can I just ask the clerk to tell us about if there's any apologies?
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the apologies noted this morning, just to note that Assemblymember Plansky has given apologies this afternoon, and Assemblymember Small Edwards has given apologies for lateness, but is on his way.
Thank you for that. So join us in the chamber. We have Richard Watts, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and Delivery, Will Norman Walking Cycling Commissioner, and Phil Graham, Executive Director for Good Growth. Welcome to the meeting. There will be a lead question from me as Chair to our guests. Assembly members may put supplementary questions. Please can I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from and when they put their question. Guests, we would be grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all the questions that we have for you. Equally, both guests and Assembly members, it's not a good look to talk over each other. If possible, let's try not to. Sometimes it happens, but, we need to get through this meeting, and, people need to understand your answers as well as our questions and the exchange that's gone on. So following the question-answer session, the Assembly will then turn to debate the formal consideration of the designation of the mayoral development area. So we'll come to the detail, and we'll go through that with Assembly members about issues of two-thirds and those present and what those issues are at that moment, not before the question-answer session. So if I can begin then with the first question, and mine is probably to Richard Watts. Why does the ambition to regenerate and enhance Oxford Street require the designation of the mayoral development area and a creation of a mayoral development corporation?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate, on behalf of all of us on the panel, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to speak more about the Mayor's proposals. Let's start off by understanding quite how important Oxford Street is to our city and, in fact, our whole country's economy. Oxford Street on its own generates 5% of London's GVA. That means that street on its own generates 1% of the entire country's economic output. This is a enormously important area of street of strategic importance to not just the whole of London, frankly, the whole of the UK. We believe urgent action is clearly needed to give our nation's high street a new lease of life. There's a long-term decline in Oxford Street's economy. Footfall is broadly 57% of what it was in 2006, compared to 98% for Bond Street and 83% for Regent Street. There are particular things happening on Oxford Street which we're not seeing across the rest of the central London economy. The Mayor's decision to create an MDC follows a full and extensive consultation. Over 6,500 submissions were received from individual residents, representative groups, statutory consultees, residents' associations, businesses, trade unions, trade bodies, active travel groups and accessibility organisations. On the question of establishing an MDC, 69% of those who responded to the consultation supported the proposal. On the principle of pedestrianising the streets, 66% of those who responded supported the proposal. We're not counting, by the way, those who responded through kind of generic campaign websites and other sent in kind of generic responses. If we had done that, though, the number would have risen to 70% support for the MDC and 67% support for the principle of pedestrianisation. These responses to the public consultation, I believe, show a high degree of public support for these plans. But critically, this is backed up by the available public polling on all of this, where YouGov did a representative poll of Londoners that's showing 63% of Londoners support the proposals, supported the Mayor's proposals. I think it is without doubt that Londoners back what the proposition that we're putting to the Assembly today. So the question, I think, is then why is an MDC so important to all of that? I feel very strongly that the decline of Oxford Street isn't about the last couple of years, albeit that has been particularly challenging. This is about a long-term decline that requires a long-term solution to put right. An MDC will provide, it goes further than just pedestrianisation, though we believe the pedestrianisation proposal is a vital and necessary step towards the long-term goal of the economic and cultural rejuvenation of Oxford Street as the centre of our city's life. However, having an MDC there as a kind of single guiding mind to drive this long-term regeneration project, I think is the thing that distinguishes this proposal and the reason why an MDC is central, the creation of an MDC is so central to the Mayor's ambitions. You know, we know spend on Oxford Street has recovered more slowly than other surrounding areas post the pandemic. So it's not just a long-term problem, there is a short-term problem around the street too, despite what I think have been some extremely creditable and helpful actions by Westminster City Council to improve the street over the last couple of years. However, an MDC allows a single focused entity to respond and tackle the issues that have seen this long-term drop-off in Oxford Street's kind of economic position. The MDC would have a strategic focus. It wouldn't be distracted by the other demands that are inevitable if it was a public body with wider responsibilities, being responsible for all of this, if that's an individual borough council, the GLA, or whoever. And it has a capacity to raise funds through business contributions, philanthropy and commercial channels, and to make sure all of that money is ring-fenced for the further rejuvenation of Oxford Street. So by establishing that single guiding mind for the whole of Oxford Street, stretching us to London boroughs, the goal is to deliver a much improved experience for shoppers, residents, employees and tourists visiting the area, and to restore this area to its former glory as Europe's premier retail destination. Also worth saying, I think, MDCs are not new. This will be the third, if this proposal goes ahead, it will be the third MDC in London, the previous two established by Mayor Boris Johnson. Both of those, I think, have succeeded. In OPDC's case, now starting to succeed to drive regeneration. This is a model that's been applied, that's been taken from London and been applied to the rest of the country. Recently, an MDC was set up, and it's starting to deliver in Stockport. I think this is a model that works, and but it's not novel. Critically, I think that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for this enormously significant economic area, this national and regional asset, to be regenerated. We've got an alignment of support that falls now behind this project, and if we don't seize this opportunity, it will be lost to regeneration. It's always easy, I think, to take the path of least resistance and to say it's doing fine, we can duck taking the big decision. I think we have to take the big decision. I think we have to do the right thing, and I think we have now to seize this opportunity, and that's the case that we'll be putting forward today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I was amiss. I should have also said if Will Norman wants to make a very short contribution.
I think Richard covered most of certainly what I would say, but I would make the case around, Richard touched on the role of Oxford Street for London's economy. It's more than just the spend that is on Oxford Street. It is that vibrant West End is it's such an asset for London, not just in terms of people coming and spending and going shopping in the area, but actually for people wanting to come and live, come and study, come and spend time in the city more broadly. Virtually everybody who comes to London will spend time in that West End area. And the change that we want to see on Oxford Street by bringing in the MDC will act as a catalyst for that wider area, ensuring that people continue to want to be in London. We need to look after those assets, and that will help secure further investment coming in, not just in the Oxford Street area, but investment in London more broadly, providing those jobs and those opportunities for everybody.
Thank you very much for that. Let's bring our first questions in. It begins with Assembly Member Boff.
Mr Watts, why is Westminster's Labour Council not competent to manage Oxford Street?
I think Westminster's Labour administration has done a really good job in improving Oxford Street. As I said to this committee in November, I think the way the council has gripped a very difficult inheritance, where the previous administration had spent over £30 million on plans that were then never delivered. You know, we'd had the Mound and a whole range of other kind of initiatives that hadn't quite worked. What the current Labour administration has done is taken a grip of the illegal candy shops in a very impressive way. I think they've kind of got a grip of the internal machinery. They've understood the Commission Mike Cook, the former Chief Executive of Camden, to run an internal review, looking at where things have gone wrong in the past. And I think they've learned a lot of lessons from that. We are finding them good to work with on this scheme. Our broader point, as I said in my things, is not about the competence of any individual public authority. I have no doubt at all in the competence of Westminster City Council under this administration.
Well, clearly you don't, because you wouldn't then be wanting to take the power away from them. There must be something they're doing really wrong.
Well, what I was going to say was that this is, though, about how for any, as I said in my opening remarks, for any public body has got a whole range of competing interests, got a whole range of competing pressures that they are under. Adam is very clear, I think, I don't want to speak for him, but he has said to me, I think he said publicly, that they have vital regeneration interests in the north of the borough, where the deepest pockets of poverty.
Has the Mayor not got anything else on his plate apart from Oxford Street?
But the GLA does have other priorities. The GLA has a whole range of other priorities, as I said in my opening remarks as well. Yeah. That's why we need an MDC that's got that single focus guiding mind that can drive this proposal through over many years. As I say, I think this is the scale of the challenge on Oxford Street is such it can't just be can't be one project that a public body does amongst many. It has to be really owned and it has to be really driven, and that is the central proposition about why we have why we think an MDC is the right proposal to drive this over multiple periods.
So, what are the powers that the MDC will have that don't already exist?
Well, I can happily go through the powers of an MDC if one wants, but I think they're right.
No, I don't want you to do that. I want you to tell me what powers it will have that are currently not there with Westminster Council.
Well, Oxford Street also runs into Camden as well. Remember Tottenham Court Road.
Let's face it, we all know that the only reason the Camden is included is because otherwise it won't be included. It wouldn't be possible to make it an MDC because the legislation wouldn't allow it. I mean, there's a few feet of Camden in there. So I want to know from you what it is that Westminster Council can't do and the MDC will be able to do.
Let me have another go at answering the same question, which is that I think Westminster's done a really good job in about turning around what was a very, very troubled ship over the previous many tens of millions of pounds spent on failed schemes that never went anywhere. What we've got, though, now is a position where we believe that this historic opportunity is going to be best driven forward over whatever political cycles, over whatever years, because there is this single guiding mind that can do it. The simple reason why we need an MDC is I think it brings together people across two different boroughs. The whole Tottenham Court Road area is central to all of this because we need economic growth and regeneration at the Tottenham Court Road area of Oxford Street that is struggling at the moment, and therefore we're not including. I completely don't agree that we're including Camden for convenience. The Tottenham Court Road public space and plaza is a central bit of any plan to regenerate Oxford Street. And it all needs to work together. But what the MDC can give is exactly what I've talked about, which is a focus and ability to raise funds.
You're saying Westminster Council is incapable of providing focus for local residents' concerns?
No, I'm certainly not saying that. I don't think.
Well, you have just said that.
No, I didn't use any of those words. I don't think. No.
Well, if you're implying that Westminster Council is incapable of managing the area because they are unable to give it focus.
I don't think I said that either.
Well, I don't know what you did say then. Ultimately, you don't think the Westminster Council is competent to deliver what local residents need on Oxford Street.
Okay. Well, you put the same point to me about 4 times, and I've denied it 4 times because it isn't my position.
You denied it, but you haven't provided any answer. You still haven't told me what powers the MDC will have that the Westminster Council doesn't already have.
I thought I had actually, but
which ones? Come on.
So it's not so much about it's not specifically about the powers. It's about the way in which those powers are used with a single focus, an ability to raise greater funds than any individual local authority are able to put in, an ability to bring that long-term focus across, political cycles and across and across whatever the competing enormous pressures there are in individual borough councils or strategic authorities. I make exactly the same points about the GLA as an entity that I do about Westminster as well.
So
this isn't specific, if I may finish, this isn't specific to one individual authority. This is the nature of big public bodies with many competing tasks, which is why we are not trying to do this as a GLA. That's why we're trying to create an MDC to do it.
So Westminster Council has all the powers that you need to develop, implement a pedestrianisation scheme, but you don't trust them to deliver it and you want to make that yourself.
No, I don't think I said that either.
It's what people hear. It's what people hear. I mean, and that's the logical... That's the logical progression on from what you're saying. Is you don't trust Westminster Council, you're not going to give it any. There's going to be no additional powers. Westminster Council is going to have Oxford Street taken away from you, and you're going to take the decision by a smaller number of people who are able to ignore local residents.
No.
Isn't that the case?
No.
Okay, no. Let's move on to the consultation. There were a lot of responses to the consultation, all about pedestrianisation. And in the interests of transparency, where were the responses from?
I can pick that up if that's helpful. Over 6,000, you're right, over 6,000 people responded to that consultation. That was from across London and some further afield. There were an awful lot of responses from those local businesses in the area. We had very strong support from that. And I think, as Richard said earlier on, there was about 69% in favour of the MDC and 66% in favour of the plan to or the proposals to pedestrianise.
Have you published...
Which aligns largely with the polling that had been done previously in terms of wider support as well, which again was statistically relevant.
Have you published the breakdown according to, with local residents as well?
No, with the data, all the data is in that publicly available.
Your publicly available document did not say where those respondents were from.
There's a map in there of where
there's a nice map with dots on it, but there's a nice map with dots on it, but not
which shows exactly
which way those respondents were. No, it didn't show whether or not those respondents in the local area were supported or opposed to the development.
Well, so we've made the case very clearly that Oxford Street is a national asset, it's a regional asset, as well as being a local asset.
You're just repeating what's said before. I'm asking you specific... No, because you're answering the wrong question. What I want from you is the breakdown, the local breakdown of yeses for the pedestrianisation and noes against pedestrianisation for the local area, not London-wide.
So as I was saying before you came in, the proposals for this project matter nationally, they matter regionally, and they matter locally. Therefore, it is actually vital that we include the people who represent those views.
I didn't ask you not to include them. I didn't ask you not to include them. I wanted to know whether or not the subset of the data is the local people and whether or not they were for or against. Do you have that data?
So the data that we presented was for the whole consultation, which went out to ask everybody, recognising that every Londoner has a perspective on this.
So that's a no. You don't have that data, or you do have that data? You do have that local breakdown, or you don't have that local breakdown?
The map that is provided within that consultation provides the dots of exactly where people go.
Give me a yes or no. You know, it's much easier if you just say yes or no. Do you have a data that indicates what the opinion of local residents was?
So Chair, to give you a straight answer to your straight question, I don't believe that we do have a postcode breakdown of yeses versus... We've got a list of responses. We have not broken... We don't have that data broken down by what their responses were.
Well, isn't this a good sight for the future? The fact that you're not going to pay attention to what local residents for when determining the future of Oxford Street?
No.
No, I don't think it is for a second. I think the
Well,
So,
you haven't done that at the get-go. You have not listened to local residents.
Sorry, Assembly Member Boff, you have to give people a chance to answer to get there before you jump into your next questions.
I think there's 2 points in this, Andrew, though, which is number one of which is the views of every Londoner is a local resident to Oxford Street, and I do want to repeat that point because it's so central. However, the views of the very local residents to Oxford Street are exceptionally important to us. This is no effort. There will never be, throughout any of this process, a point where we want to bypass or ignore them.
So what do they think?
What we ask them, as we asked every Londoner. We're not going
what do local residents think? You don't know.
But every Londoner is a local resident. We know exactly what they think. We've got
you
the consultation
don't know what
responses.
local residents think about the Oxford Street plans.
However,
You don't know.
If
You
I may
never
answer,
counted them.
if you want to talk across me, feel free. It's taking your time.
I will.
I think to answer your question, which if you ever gave me a chance to do it, I will, is that we've spoken to local residents. Will has met many residents groups. Our team talk to local residents all the time. We talk to their elected representatives all the time. We have a very clear idea what their range of opinions are about this opportunity, both for and against, and there is a mix of views. It is not unanimous in the local area.
But you didn't count them.
And therefore, the whole point of this is now to work with those groups, once we've made some in-principle decisions on the benefits in the interest of the whole of the city, to make sure their views are represented in
Mr.
all
Norman
of this.
earlier. Mr. Norman earlier said that he could clearly say that local businesses were in favour. So you counted the local businesses who supported you, but you didn't count the local residents, did you? You didn't, did you?
Everybody was counted in this consultation,
You did,
which is
but
absolutely
you
the right thing to do.
specifically said to us earlier that local businesses were in favour, not
I didn't
London-wide.
say. I said
so
a lot
you counted
of local
businesses.
Andrew,
you didn't count local
please,
residents.
Please, no, that's not what I said. I said local businesses were in favour. I didn't say how many local businesses were in favour. The number of local businesses I've spoken to is enormous. Yeah. And there was a large proportion. The residents I've spoken to are both against and in favour, as was across the whole board of the public consultation. But the public consultation, let's be clear, was for Londoners because this is a London asset. And we were absolutely clear on this as we went out with the consultation, and we've done that as we've reported back on the consultation, which showed, as I said, over 6,500 people responded to that consultation, and 69% were in favour of the MDC, and 66% were in favour of pedestrianisation, which is consistent
but what percentage
across
locally?
All
All we wanted to know,
consultations
and
in
you
that
can't
space.
tell us because you couldn't be bothered to count them. Thank you, Chair.
No, that isn't
Please don't
true.
put words into my mouth.
No. Wrong. To be very clear, we treated stakeholder and business responses in exactly the same way we counted London resident responses. They were treated in exactly the same way. There was no discrepancy in their treatment. What matters enormously is how we balance making the right decisions about the best interests of London and the best interests of the UK with managing where there are important and legitimate concerns from local residents, and we will do that throughout this process. We have to, the whole point of this is we need to look at the big picture, and we need to look at the interests of the city as a whole. However, it is extremely important that we engage local residents in this process. And we will do that, and as a statement of our intent on doing this, Andrew, in direct response to your point, and in direct reason why I don't agree with you, in the consultation report, where we responded to points raised in the consultation, we directly responded to points raised by local residents in that, and gave fair answers to fair questions that were raised in a way in which we didn't do.
Chair, he's now waffling. He's just waffling and waffling
concerns.
and waffling.
No, I am answering the question. The contention
You
in
aren't,
front
because
of me
the answer to
was
the question is
that we
no, you don't count local residents.
We didn't engage with the issues that raised by local residents. And I'm telling you, the consultation response report directly disproves that point.
Thank you. My question's to Richard Watts, if I may. It's about governance and funding of the MDC. Could you briefly outline how the MDC will be governed, funded and held accountable?
I can. I'm going to pass over to Phil, though, on some of those issues, and I'll come back on accountability, if that's okay.
So in terms of governance, and like any other Mayoral Development Corporation, there will be a board will be appointed. The chair of the board will be accountable to the mayor. And as with any other MDC, the board will be appointed on merit. So these aren't simply nominations. They will need to go through some kind of merit-based process. There will, as is always the case, each of the boroughs that are represented will be able to nominate one elected member to sit on the board of the MDC. We have also proposed that Westminster City Council, because such a large proportion of the MDC is in the Westminster area, should be able to nominate a further 2 members, though those would have to go through some kind of merit-based process. The legislation requires that, and then up to 8 other individuals. So we're proposing a board of up to 12, 4 of whom would be either appointed or nominated by the local boroughs. And we're expecting, the final composition of the board needs to be worked through, but we were expecting, that will reflect all of the skill sets you need here. So it will include people with experience in arts and culture, with experience of retail, hospitality, finance and property, but also people with experience of local community engagement, people who understand the local business sector, and people who bring a background in accessibility or inclusion. Alongside that, in relation to planning, because the MDC will become the local planning authority, there will be a planning committee. It will have its own planning committee, and again, that would have representatives from the 2 borough councils, alongside non-elected representatives, and the MDC board would appoint the planning committee's chair. It doesn't need to just be members of the MDC board. It can be alternative members, and all of that will be done in consultation with the mayor. And in terms of the financing of the MDC, and we are at a pretty early stage of this process at the moment, and in particular we are still in discussion, including with the boroughs in question, but also in terms of working through the development of the MDC, exactly what activities it would undertake and what would be required to do that. And we haven't yet appointed a chair or a chief executive, so we don't have a full budget. We have identified the funding required within the GLA budget to get the MDC in place, and there was 4.7 million identified in the 25-26 budget. But we are, starting to work through what would be needed, what might be needed by the MDC to deliver the kind of responsibilities that we're thinking about. And we anticipate it will have somewhere in the region of 45 to 50 staff, with staff costs of around £4 million, and day-to-day operational costs, the logistics of running an organisation, premises, IT, etc., about another £3 million. What we don't have a sense of at the moment is what the budgets would be for activation, for maintenance, etc., because that depends on conversations with other organisations. But to give you a little bit of a comparison, LLDC's net revenue expenditure at the moment is currently about 30 million a year. It was previously 40 million, but as they move out of the development phase into the management of the park, that's declining. On the other hand, OPDC's revenue budget is increasing, and that's currently just under 20 million a year for a staff of around about 80. So So we are expecting it to be below those levels.
Thank you. And I just want one final question to Richard, if I can. I presume, like any other MDC, this body will be able to hold you accountable.
Absolutely correct. I mean, the formal accountability lines of this MDC will be exactly the same as LLDC and OPDC. It will be accountable to the Mayor, it will be accountable to the London Assembly in the normal way. It will also be accountable to the local councils, who will have both members of the board, but also a much more kind of in-depth relationship where they will, I imagine they'll be meeting on a weekly and daily basis. It will also, and we will ensure this happens, put in place forums and engagement measures with the local community, both resident and business, to ensure that those conversations are actively happening. I don't think we will be short of accountability in this new structure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you. My question is for Will. And when you came to speak at the Planning Committee about the MDC, you talked about advertising revenue a number of times. And you said this is about how you create that public space and whether that includes trees, planting, or advertising space for activations and events to bring people along. So what type of advertising space does this sort of mean, and how much of the MDC proposals are going to be based around predicted revenue from that kind of commercial space?
Thanks. Yeah, as you said, one of the what we want to achieve with this transformation is to make the street as an attractive sort of a magnet for people, as much as many of the shops and the existing activities, and that will require that transformation. So we want to be having activations in the space. You can see this happening in other cities around the world. You can see it in the Times Square in New York. You can see it in the Gizo district in Tokyo, where shops, small businesses, the stores that exist on the street already. Other brands can use that for activations and create. One can imagine in London Fashion Week, you could have the largest sort of red carpet. And that becoming an approach that will actually generate people coming in. And what I would like to see is the fact of, I wonder what's going on Oxford Street this month. Yep. So that's where Phil talked about the curation of the space. We want to have a range of different activities going on there which can be activated, which will be commercial opportunities for the MDC to be able to fund its activities, and to ensure that that public realm is kept as tip-top public realm, that the that the plants they look fantastic, etc. Now, advertising as well will feature as part of that. So we have advertising on Oxford Street as it stands, with the bus stops, etc., as you go down that street. But obviously, without the traffic going through the area, you would want to be having state-of-the-art advertising space in there. That's not saying that it will be wall-to-wall billboards through the area, but you can see how using activations and putting in new specially designed advertising spaces in there will enhance the street, increase that footfall for the shops, as well as complementing the greening that will happen in the space as well.
I'm on a clock, so I'm going to pause you there. No, don't worry. When there were recently proposals for wraparound digital adverts on the Elizabeth line, mine and other Assembly members' inboxes filled with anxious emails from people who are neurodiverse, who find that kind of thing extremely disorientating and difficult to walk through. So will you commit to make sure that you'll work with organisations like Transport for All, Inclusion London, to make sure that you're not excluding a whole load of Londoners by the way the digital adverts are set up?
Absolutely. We would not want to exclude anyone in this space. You can see on street is very different to being underground.
I'll take that as a yes. Sorry, the clock. Continuing on accessibility, Londoners have raised the lack of access for disabled people if buses and taxis are put onto the side streets. Are you thinking about accessible, low-speed public transport like electric pods like the ones that Possible proposed for Hammersmith Bridge that could help people with more limited mobility to travel along Oxford Street after pedestrianisation?
Go on, Richard wants to come in.
We're certainly not ruling anything like that out. We are also going to be times in which we are going to need some vehicular access for delivery and other purposes on Oxford Street anyway. So we are going to have to take all of those things into account. We also need to design buses and taxi ranks so they remain as close to the street as possible, and that is understood as an absolute priority.
Have you got timescales for when you're going to be able to give us any kinds of preliminary indications of all of those kind of details?
The formal stuff like buses and taxi ranks, we believe, will need to be in the public consultation that goes out on the actual street closure that we think needs to take place before the end of this year. So I'm happy
by Christmas.
Yeah, but I'm happy to keep talking to you and other interested members about that, though, because we understand how critical it is. On bigger, more ambitious stuff like pods and things, we want interesting, cool stuff happening. Can
I add one thing just on because we have spoken to disability groups through the process up until now, and let's be absolutely clear that Oxford Street at the moment is not good for people with disabilities, and so therefore what we want to be doing is enhancing that for accessibility both along the street and access to it.
That's really good. Will, just in terms of the of healthy streets and time scales for understanding what's going to happen, for instance, with cycling, I understand Westminster is already looking at, thinking about east-west access along George Street. What's happening, you've got George Street, you've got Wigmore and Mortimer Streets, those last two already used a lot by buses. So when are we going to start seeing some more concrete things that we can start to engage with about movement by people on bikes, but also what's happening to the buses?
So that will be part of certainly the bus movements will be part of that public consultation later on in the year. We're working with Westminster very closely to look alternative routes, both east-west, but also north-south. You'll notice in the announcement that Westminster and Crown Estates put out earlier today. That includes safer cycling on Regent Street, which is much needed.
OK, and finally, will you be prioritising free public accessible toilets as well as seating, shade and sort of all the accessibility things that you've already mentioned?
I don't know the detail on all of that, but that's part of the scheme that we'll be working at. Once we're obviously at the phase of getting setting this in motion, there is an awful lot of work to be doing this year, but there will be, as Richard said, there'll be public consultation on the nature of the public realm and those facilities later on in the year.
OK, thank you very much.
Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. This is for Richard. The London Liberal Democrats have long supported pedestrianisation of Oxford Street, and we welcome the formation of the MDA and MDC just so that this moves forward. However, there is disappointment amongst some Assembly members, even for the fact that the Mayor is not here today to answer the questions on this, particularly if he is to be championing this going forward. And there are concerns about scrutiny and how we ensure that the MDC is meeting its strategic aim of regenerating Oxford Street. So beyond the budget and the Performance Committee, what commitments can you make in terms of the Assembly engagement with the MDC once it is formed?
So, I say the core model is what happens at the moment with the other MDCs. I am more than happy, though, Assembly members, it's a perfectly reasonable question, to talk to group leaders, part of Bureau of Leaders, about how we make sure that the arrangements, the scrutiny arrangements, are fit for purpose for you as well. I think that public scrutiny is good for accountability, but it also improves performance as well. So I do not want, in any sense, to shirk that one.
Great, that's good to hear. I think scrutiny is something that I think we'll probably be discussing later on, even within our motions, because it is a very big concern for us to make sure that we're getting this right and that everyone feels heard. Will, the Mayor's response to the consultation says that I'm talking about accessibility here. That says that drop-off and pick-up points for taxis would be considered on closed side streets, as Assembly Member Russell was referring to earlier, with a maximum distance between a destination on Oxford Street and the nearest road access being about 100 metres to help mitigate impact on disabled Londoners reliant on taxis. So does the current footprint on the MDA allow for suitable drop-off and pick-up points to be designated that meets that 100-metre target? Is that something that you already can tell us now?
So the footprint of the MDC, or the MDA managed by the MDC is one thing, which will be that area. The actual plans for what areas get pedestrianised and how will be what will be consulted on later in the year. But as that mayoral response said, we absolutely prioritise that accessibility, and there will have to be access through some of those north-south routes, not just for people with disabilities, but actually for some of the businesses and other people in the area, providing proper taxi areas, drop-off spaces, cycle parking, wheelchair accessible spaces in those areas is going to be absolutely important, including blue badge parking, is all part of that package that needs to be worked through with the boroughs, with the businesses, with the residents and everybody else involved in this, including the disability groups, because as you said, accessibility is essential for this. We need to improve what is a bad situation in terms of accessibility so that this is one of the best street in the world for everybody.
Yeah, I'm so pleased that you are going to be focusing on accessibility, because if this is going to be successful as we wish, it has to be accessible. And that means that I'd like it if you would commit also to making sure that there is meaningful consultation. And in the consultations in the past haven't even been accessible in the past. So let's make sure that there is. and make sure that we are going again to the disabled groups and Londoners about making sure they are fully consulted again, because I think this is not just a one-off process. It has to continue on.
Yeah, I'm proud that the consultation that has been done was accessible, and and groups did respond and shared those concerns. But I don't think this is just about consultation. Consultation is a formal process which we go through. What happens with this is it needs to be engagement throughout this process, so that it is not just something that is baked up and served up to Londoners, whatever background they are, not just people with accessibility needs, so that actually those people are engaged, shape the plans and designs, and then the process of consultation is refining those and moving them forward.
I mean, as you know, I'm very passionate about making sure that we have a co-production approach, particularly on this area. Will, in a previous committee meeting, you were saying that cyclists would not be part of have access to Oxford Street, and that particular pedestrianised part of Oxford Street will not be accessible to cyclists. So do you still stand by that?
I didn't say it wouldn't be accessible to cyclists. I said there wouldn't be cycling going through Oxford Street. But just like with the accessibility for everybody, we need to ensure that cyclists can access that area. We know that cyclists spend money, just as people who are walking, buses and everybody else. So we do need to provide that, which is why cycle parking, alternative cycle routes are important. But just to reiterate, going end from end through a heavily pedestrianised area would not be good for either cyclists or for pedestrians or for anybody else for that matter. So the approach of end-to-end, there will not be a cycle route end-to-end through Oxford Street, but this area has to be accessible to cyclists just as it has to be accessible to everybody else.
And innovative ideas are still welcome, I hope, in this project, because, you know, things like an exciting plan like a tram maybe going through Oxford Street. Is that something that is even on the cards at all?
I would say trams are... I wouldn't put that... No, there is no plans to put a tram down Oxford Street at the moment.
And what about maybe something that is like a little... they have them in other streets where you can just get into something like a little small cycling cab that you can go into, like looks like a little bit like a golf cart to get disabled.
What I don't want is a continuation of some of the pedicabs that we've got at the moment in this area, which I think everybody, a lot of people agree that are not necessarily ideal in the way they're being served at the moment. So I think, but as that moves forward, it'll be interesting to see what role proper regulated pedicabs might play a role in getting people to access the street.
Just to end on one note, this was an idea that was pitched by Simon Hughes back in his mayoral campaign, and I'm really pleased that the current Mayor of London has taken another Liberal Democrat idea again. It's something that
I didn't actually know it was an idea that was pitched by Simon Hughes.
You can look it up.
But I'll have to look into his plans.
He pitched the idea in his mayoral campaign, and it was an idea that actually was not considered back then, but now it is, and I'm pleased that the Labour Mayor is agreeing with the Lib Dems again. But let's make sure that there is transparency. The lack of detail on the pedestrianisation of Oxford Street is a real concern for a lot of people and local residents, and we need to make sure that they are fully on board when we do go forward on this.
Absolutely, and just to be clear that the detail on the pedestrianisation was never part of this stage of the work. That has to come later, but we need to set up the MDC as the vehicle, not just to do the pedestrianisation, but all the other stuff that we want this to come about.
Lib Dems are now out of time. Assembly. The next three speakers, just to give you a heads up, is Assembly Member Garrett, followed by Assembly Member Wilson, followed by Assembly Member Hall.
Thanks, Chair. Richard, so the proposal before us is not specifically for pedestrianisation, it's for a development vehicle, Merrill Development Corporation, Merrill Development Area, which includes planning powers, redevelopment powers, compulsory purchase powers, business rates powers. What do you plan to do with those powers?
Well, the aim, as we've said, is to use those powers in a coherent way to get the cultural and economic regeneration of Oxford Street. So one job is where those powers are useful to help deliver the pedestrianisation scheme. You're right to say this is not a vote on pedestrianisation per se, but the two do go together in our, the two proposals are closely related in our in our view. However, more critically, if you look at all of the economic levers available to the state to drive, economic regeneration of Oxford Street, you've basically just listed them. And I think it's the single use of those powers is how we're looking for, an MDC with that kind of commercial regeneration expertise to come in and with that kind of economic plan for the future of the street.
So we should be clear then that those planning powers you do intend to use, it's not merely coincident that you have those in order to deliver the pedestrianisation plan.
We do, but in conversation and discussion with Westminster City Council, we have been very clear that the planning powers that we want to use, at least initially, because we're not going to have time to put in place a plan for whilst we're in the first stages of this work, we'll be using the basic planning policies of the host local authority where it's going to go. We are not intending to use those planning powers to completely change the nature of the area. We will be not doing, we will not be coming along and making massive radical decisions that would not be acceptable to the local planning policies. What we are looking to do is to use all of the levers available to us to drive that vision of a more kind of commercially successful, accessible, high-quality public space.
Okay, so one of the key powers to pedestrianisation would be being the Highways Authority. So that power is not moving as part of this, though.
No, that isn't part of the powers that the MDC would ever hold. That the proposal on the table is that TfL would become the Highways Authority, but albeit the MDC would manage the public space.
Okay. And the argument that you've used in favour of this plan would apply, that logic would apply equally well to many other important parts of London that currently, for now, reside with boroughs. What else is on your future checklist of power grabs across the city?
I admire the question, Neil. We don't
Houston?
we don't have a we don't have a checklist of areas. Absolutely not. This is an area of such enormous economic significance. 1% of the country's entire economic output, if I'm trying, nowhere else in London hits that big in terms of its economic impact. This is a one-off proposal for a one-off area of such enormous economic significance that we are. This is a model that we are not looking to apply kind of broadly across the city.
Okay.
In truth, if you also, frankly, practically, to give you some reassurance on this one, looks at the costs of setup and stuff like that versus the cost of the mayoral budget, we frankly don't have the money to go around setting lots of these things up across the place.
Fair enough. We shall see. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to explore kind of what lessons might have been learnt from the two existing MDCs that we have in London, both of which I think have a clear kind of rationale and a clear purpose, but are not necessarily proven themselves to be the best at providing value for taxpayers' money. For example, the LLDC bizarrely owns a film studio which makes a lot, have 30 million taxpayers' money spent on its purchase and renovation, and yet it still makes a loss. It's a money sink. Likewise, OPDC, huge amounts of money sunk into both the station and acquiring further sites, but not really much progress yet being delivered, drift and delay. So really my question is, how can you guarantee that this, as a further MDC, how can you guarantee that it won't be another money sink? And that's open to all three of you, if you like.
Sorry, I haven't turned the microphone on yet. I think the situation with LLDC and OPDC are slightly different. I think it would be hard to suggest that the thing that is holding up OPDC's ability to deliver is the MDC's own, is down to the MDC itself. OPDC is bound up with the delivery of a major infrastructure project, and we've just seen recent announcements about the challenges that project has seen. There is good work underway within OPDC, both to finalise the appropriate master plan, which is now in place, and to assemble the land so that as assets transfer from HS2 Limited, progress can be made more quickly. But it's operating in a very difficult context. It's delivering change where it can, and the data centres and heat networks that are starting to come through that are coming into place on the Park Royal site are a good example of that. I think with regard to LLDC, I think I would push back on the idea that overall, it's not delivering what it was intended to deliver. I think the Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park is a massive asset for London, and I think is a good example of how the kind of very specific, close focus that an MDC provides on a specific area actually drives the kind of positive change and the kind of success that we would want to see. However, 3 Mills Studios have always been an asset that has performing poorly, and that was inherited by LLDC. They inherited an asset that needed an enormous amount of investment that was deteriorating due to underinvestment for some time, and they are with funding both from us and from central government, they are doing their best to turn that round, but it was a difficult legacy for them to have taken on.
Thank you. I'm going to continue on from my wonderful colleague here, Assembly Member Boff. So I'm really sorry that you don't trust Westminster Council, bearing in mind they are elected politicians, and for the next 9-10 months they're Labour elected politicians running the place. Basically, this is nothing but a power grab from the Mayor, isn't it? A power grab. So given that, where is the Mayor today? Where is he? Why isn't he here this afternoon? Is he at something that's far more important than being here to answer our questions? I'm asking you, Richard.
Thank you, Assembly Member Hall. Just to go through the points you raised in this question, no, this isn't with respect. I don't agree this is just a power grab. I think it's a very clear, measured, proportionate proposal that is a very specific response to a very specific problem that London has. It's well evidenced, it's well consulted on, and it's popular with Londoners. So I think that, we're working very closely with both local authorities involved, and I think, we're making real strides in how we're working together with them on it. In terms of where Sadiq is, I'm afraid I don't. He has a alternative engagement this afternoon. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to reveal.
I hope that it's very important, because this is very important. He didn't seem to know where he was going, but of course we did.
I believe I'm not at liberty to.
Can I just go on? Well, I'm sure you do know, and I'm sure we'll find out, and I only hope it's something very serious and important, because he should be here. Can I very quickly ask you, first of all, are you going to refund the £20 million that Westminster had already been spent on this scheme, which everybody seemed to be pleased with? And then I wanted to talk to you about safety, but unfortunately I've run out of time, because your very own Mr. Lord from the Soho Society was saying this is going to be a disaster safety-wise. But can you tell me, will you reimburse Westminster Council for £20 million?
I do want to talk about safety at some point, though, so I hope someone else asks me about that, even if you can't, because we've got very clear responses on that.
I've run out of time.
On the point about the conversations we're having with Westminster, look, there's a whole range of conversations that we're having with the local authority at the moment about ways in which we can work together constructively on that. I'm not going to go into the detail on all of that, if that's all right, but I'm very confident that we're going to leave this with Westminster taxpayers and London taxpayers both in a very, very strong position.
Well, I only hope they get the £20 million back. Thank you to Assembly Member Prince. He's given me his time
by previous administrations,
so that I can talk to you about safety. Now, Tim Lord, who is a candidate for Labour, so I'm sure you'll trust these figures, said that there are 40,000 reported crimes a year in the West End ward, 2,000 robberies, 2,000 violence assaults, 500 sexual assaults. The area is in dire straits at the moment. So can you guarantee all of us, because all of us care about safety, not least all the residents that I met with yesterday, I'm sorry if you haven't met with them all, can you guarantee that when this is done, that they will be safer, much, much safer than they are at the moment?
I think all the evidence is this kind of scheme improves public safety. There's without a doubt. Will, do you want to cite some of that evidence?
No, I don't have time.
Okay.
I want a guarantee from you Richard, that people will be a lot safer afterwards, which does mean, by the way, that there will have to be police officers there because they never see them now at the moment.
So Assembly Member, yeah, I am really confident that this scheme will improve safety. It will not reduce it. Critically, though, I think the issues you raised, though, around the importance of the importance of London's reputation, of people's sense of personal safety around phone snatching, and some of those areas about crime broadly in the West End, not just on Oxford Street, are really important. We are, as a result of Kai's intervention, the Met are now prioritising those issues, and we've seen a 14% reduction in theft from the person and personal robbery between April and May compared to last year alone. So these are really important issues, and they are being prioritised for action.
Well, you tell that to the 34,203 people who had their mobile phones stolen in Westminster last year. I'm out of time. Thank you, Chair.
I'm going to bring in Assembly Member Clark, then Assembly Member... yes, sorry. My brain is going. And then Assembly Member Baker. Right, so Assembly Member Clark.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Richard, how will the pedestrianisation of Oxford Street support job creation, retail recovery and tourism?
Thank you, Assembly Member.
It seems that some colleagues don't care about the economy. It's very sad. Sorry, go ahead.
I always need to remember I'm politically restricted. So, look, I think the response. So I think, look, there's a very, very clear evidence base that these kind of schemes are really strong economically. This would be the biggest of its kind, frankly, anywhere in Europe. But we've seen from global cities, from Sydney, Barcelona, Paris, that these kind of big, like enormous international centre high street regeneration schemes are enormously economically successful. But frankly, we've seen from high street evidence across this country that pedestrianisation schemes are good for business. Will, do you want to say something more about this?
Actually, London businesses say it themselves. I think 90% of the bids across the city said that providing that safe, attractive walking environment is something that drives business success. I think something like 83% say it actually attracts more customers. And when you start digging into the data, we've seen a 40% increase in footfall in those areas which are safer for pedestrians to be in, with a 30% increase in retail spend. That's not just echoed in this city. I think you've got evidence in Portland, Copenhagen, Los Angeles, New York, Dublin. It's not surprising that every other major city in the world is looking at this. I've got a presentation from Dijon yesterday showing that their pedestrianisation of their main shopping street drove growth, drove jobs, drove better footfall and improved safety. And so, London needs to keep up with our international competitors, and that's exactly what this scheme is to do.
That's right. I was actually in Dublin this autumn, and it's notable the difference it's made to the city. Just in terms of small businesses, because obviously when we think about Oxford Street, we think about the big retailers, these enormous shops. But will small businesses benefit from this transformation?
Absolutely. I think, as I mentioned earlier, one of the things that we want to do with this is create this space for activation that will provide opportunities for small businesses. Well, the small businesses that are existing on Oxford Street will benefit from all that footfall and all that spend that I just mentioned. But it's not just the small businesses that are already on Oxford Street that are going to get this. It's actually small businesses and micro businesses from across all of London, which is why this is so important that we talk to all Londoners, because this will provide a new forum and a new space for them to participate and get the benefits of some of that footfall. So it is absolutely vital that this is not just about the big stores. The big stores back this, the big brands back this. They want to be behind it. They want to play a part of it. They're excited by it. But it's those small businesses, it's those opportunities for new businesses to take advantage of this that's so important, and not just on Oxford Street. This has to be a catalyst for wider change in the West End. And it isn't just about retail. Actually, the vast majority of jobs in that area, office space above that, those office workers want spaces to go and spend time, feel safe, not get, and have cleaner air. So this is a wider piece, not just about the big shops.
Thank you for that. Richard, do you have anything to add?
Look, I think Will's right. This isn't just around the rejuvenation of the businesses. It's about making Oxford Street a fantastic place for Londoners of all backgrounds, of who live everywhere in London to want to spend time and to want to come to go to. That includes the staff who live in the street. I think Oxford Street, when you spend time there, and I've spent quite a lot of time there in the last year, funnily enough, is a fantastic microcosm of big, medium and small businesses. There's a whole range of different business units operating on the street. And I think we are being very clear, and we're working with Westminster, who've engaged those businesses successfully in the last couple of years, and we're working with them on understanding the lessons that they've also picked up from this, that they have different delivery needs, they have different accessibility needs, they have different staff needs, and we're absolutely conscious of the need to make this scheme work for all. This will fail if it works just for John Lewis's and Selfridges. This has to work for the multitude of businesses on the street. Frankly, it also has to work for people who work in the area, and it has to work too for people who live in the area as well. And I'm really confident that we can pour all of those different tricks off of getting this a scheme that's a win-win-win.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up a couple of points. I mean, look, when you look at Oxford Street, this was going to happen. And actually, you've been asked several times today to outline the powers that are different in this Mayoral Development Corporation than exist for the councils and what you need to do differently using it. And when you've been asked those questions, you've pretty much said the reason you need this MDC, this Mayoral Development Corporation, is to focus the mind. You don't need a multi-million-pound taxpayer quango to focus the mind. You are using pedestrianisation of Oxford Street as a public sector cash cow that in the first year will be £5 million alone in set-up costs. Let's be clear, the pedestrian scheme that Westminster Council had was already agreed, already supported by locals and already funded. Let's be clear that Westminster Council already approved 97% of planning applications. They are not a blocker in this. So this is nothing more than a gravy train. And the only thing I can think is it's a gravy train and it serves to stroke the Mayor's ego, because just as Westminster were about to put these plans into action, he came along and said, no, actually, I want to do it. And yet he can't even be here today to tell us why it's so important that he does it and spends £5 million of taxpayer money in the first year setting it up.
So I'm confused. Is it a cash cow or a cash drain?
Both. Whichever use of public funds you like losing and wasting the most.
OK, right. So I think I've got... I think there was a question in there. What I take from that is to say, the fundamental question is the MDC needed? We think it is. I think we've been really clear the reasons why that. I think it's not just about isn't focusing the mind, and we've had quite a bit of misquoting so far in this meeting. But let's keep it going. It's about how we get all of those powers and all of the focus of those powers together for the single purpose of driving the commercial regeneration of this incredible national asset. And I think how we bring the resources to bear and the ability to raise different kinds of money together in order to do that. And I think the proposal stands up strongly. From my point of view, this is exactly
you're basically saying it's
GLA's
convening. Sorry, on the first point, you're saying it's convening. You want to spend £5 million on convening power. That is what you just said, isn't it?
No.
You don't like the term "focus the mind." But you just said you want to spend £5 million on convening power.
No, what I said is we're going to spend £5 million setting up an MDC that will act as the driving force behind this enormously nationally important commercial regeneration scheme. What the MDC gives London the ability to do is have this focus on the scheme. I think.
Sorry, you just said I misquoted you, but you said it again that London, it's going to focus the mind for London. So you're using the words you said that I misquoted you on.
So with great respect, I think what we shouldn't get away from the pressing need to do this and the fact that Oxford Street has seen this enormous reduction in footfall and commercial spend compared to where there are other similar streets in London like Regent Street or Bond Street. There is a pressing economic issue that we need to solve. No existing way of solving that has worked over a 20-year period, not over the last couple of years. And this is a mechanism to break out of that long-term cycle of decline, working with competent local authorities, as we now have in both streets, to get that partnership together to really drive success in the area. I think that's an excellent investment of GLA resource to get that set up. But as it sets up, for all the reasons we've talked about, we are much more confident that actually this is a strong commercial proposition that will stand up.
So why doesn't the Mayor want to come here this afternoon and tell us?
Well, as I've discussed the Mayor's down, I'm not at liberty to talk about that. You had 2 hours with the Mayor this morning when you were at perfect
Is this
liberty
not one of the
to
most
talk to
important
him
things, though? We are going to agree one of his flagship policies.
Also note there's precedent about this because Mayor Johnson wasn't at the similar session on the setting up of OPDC.
I'm talking about Mayor Khan. Richard, you've got a smile on your face as though you think that's a great thing. If you want to compare Mayor Khan to Mayor Johnson, that's up to you. I would have thought they would have wanted to distance each other from themselves. But if you like to compare them, that's up to you. Thank you, Chair.
OK. Right, so let's move on. I've got Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. We've already talked about this a little bit. I want to ask about the problems of diverting traffic from Oxford Street. So the questions are for Will and or Richard, however you want to answer them. So just to clarify, obviously you need to work the detailed plans up. I think you sort of said those would be coming towards the end of the year. So if you just confirm that, that would be great. But so obviously you can't go into a great amount of detail, but I'm interested in understanding the sort of principles that underpin how we move traffic. I'm particularly interested in buses, obviously, and also how it impacts on the buses that use Oxford Street to get through at the moment. So obviously there's lots of questions about how we make sure that people can still access Oxford Street, but also the people who are using the buses that are currently going up and down Oxford Street. What principles are there going to be to ensure that pedestrianising that bit of Oxford Street doesn't have a knock-on effect on the bus network wider, considering we already have a problem with speeds and ridership?
Thanks. Yeah, as you said, this is something that the full detail of the pedestrianisation is being worked up and what that will mean, both in terms of traffic displacement, the impact on streets in the wider area, as well as the bus network. In terms of principles, you know, this is about creating a much safer space for people on that on the street at the moment. I think there are 57, on average, 57 collisions down there a year. 63% of those pedestrians. So making that safe for everyone is fundamental. But the other principle is actually ensuring that access at the moment. There are now, I think, 35 buses an hour moving up and down Oxford Street. That has dropped since before the Elizabeth line came in, which I think that was about 131 buses an hour going up and down that. So the expansion of the tube network has allowed that accessibility with both the step-free access at both stations. But the buses themselves will continue to serve the local area, continue to serve Oxford Street. What we don't want to do is create congestion and displace traffic into those neighbouring areas. So we'll work exceptionally closely with Westminster City Council and Camden Council to ensure that does happen. The buses will be on parallel streets and will have that continued access with the, as I said, the north-south access points as well for people in taxis who maybe can't use the bus network.
OK, so two things. One of which is I think it's important to remember that a bus is not replaced by tube access, especially the Elizabeth line, which of course at Bond Street and Tottenham Court Road takes a long time to get up and down. So if actually length of time walking is an issue for someone, then it's not a replacement.
Absolutely.
I think it's really important to remember that,
Yeah.
otherwise we will design access badly. So I don't know if you've got any comment on that. But also my question was about impact on the wider network, not specifically access to Oxford Street. How can you commit that we're not going to have an impact on reliability and journey times for people who currently are using buses that go down Oxford Street but are not actually trying to get there? Is that going to have a knock-on impact? Is that one of the principles that will underpin the design of whatever replaces it?
Yeah, ensuring that bus journey reliability for the bus passengers, both who are accessing Oxford Street, but also people who are moving through the area, is essential for public transport more broadly. I totally agree with you. The tube is not a direct replacement for the bus. You talked about the accessibility, but it's also in terms of cost for Londoners, it is a different offer as well. So ensuring that our bus network is reliable, is continued to be used. They provide important connections through those routes that go through there for wider users is absolutely essential. So that will be something, and it is something at the moment that we're working with TfL to ensure that there isn't an impact on that network in any way that we can.
Fantastic. I'm sure I'll take a very close look at that when it comes out, as you can imagine. And just to move to a parallel issue, which is deliveries and servicing and logistics. Obviously, this is a massive issue. Obviously, there's not a lot that goes on at certain times of Oxford Street, but obviously businesses rely on that. What are the underpinning principles that will ensure that business continue to be able to be serviced while that bit of Oxford Street is pedestrianised?
So I think the underlying principle on this is that all businesses will need access. Yep. And many of them get access through the back and through the side, but not all of them. Yep. So there will have to be access arrangements. And the principle is going to talk to every single business, understanding their access requirements and understanding how that can be built into the scheme. So now, as Richard said earlier, that could be, there will have to be some access onto Oxford Street for deliveries, for maintenance, for other things, because some of those shops are only accessible for loading and delivery through the front. So that's part of the scheme design.
So and I'm running out of time, but just in terms of sort of the consideration to go ahead, there's already been some investigation of whether that is possible for all businesses. So it's not something that has to be done.
It can't work. Done, yeah? You can't have a business that can't take deliveries.
No, you can't. No. Okay. That's enough. Thanks for me.
Chair, can I be helpful? Thank you. Apparently, the mayor is at a Nigerian restaurant, so I'm hoping he's enjoying his jollof pot there. And he's clearly far more interested in Lagos than he is in John Lewis. So that's wonderful for us all to know, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. I hope that was helpful, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just first ask about bus access and continue on the theme of transport? Am I right in thinking that the plan is for buses to continue on the east of Oxford Street as it goes past Oxford Circus?
Sorry, my mic.
No, it's fine.
So at the moment, as I said, that we're continuing to work up those plans, but the plan, the approach that we want to take is not to do the entire pedestrianised end-to-end from Marble Arch all the way to Tottenham Court Road in one go. We are looking at doing this as a phased approach. That first phase will be looking at Orchard Street to Oxford Circus. The bus routes will, the proposals and the way we're looking at this is to use some of those parallel streets through that central section, but we will have to, at the eastern end, buses will continue to serve the eastern end of Oxford Street as that first phase, and the western end around Marble Arch through that first phase. We will then have to continue to work at what are the plans beyond that, and continue to engage residents, businesses, and the general public.
And I think it's fair to say, James, that part of the conversations we've been having with Westminster Council are about what happens on the eastern end of the street. It is more technically challenging to pedestrianise than the central section of the street for exactly that reason. There's simply, it's harder to the parallel roads just run further away from the street, and so thinking about those access requirements is absolutely critical. What we are though committed to do, and this is exactly the kind of thing that we've been having constructive conversations with Westminster over, is to invest in improvements short of pedestrianisation on that eastern end of the street, where there are some real, some of the more challenging business conditions actually sit. So those improvements felt all the way along the street. This isn't just going to be throwing money at one little bit of it and letting the rest of the street suffer. This is an end-to-end commitment to improve the street.
Yeah, and it's been really great to see that collaboration between the GLA and Westminster Council on that eastern part of Oxford Street. Just to turn to crime now, how will crime prevention be considered in the pedestrian redesign of Oxford Street?
Do you want me to start on that?
So I'll come in, but Will can do that. I think that's both a combination of how we think about the actual design to make sure the designs that we come up with for the new public space on the street can design out crime. The best principles of that are applied. It's also about, frankly, about how the assets of the MDC are used in partnership with the Metropolitan Police and the local authorities to make that area safe. I think it's also worth just being very clear that because Oxford Street, a pedestrian, would be a predictably crowded street, we would need to make use of kind of protection for hostile vehicle mitigation, all those kind of things absolutely feature in our thinking as well. We'd be remiss not to think about all of that. So both kind of the broad level around how the design of the street goes to how we work with partners around getting the right people-based services in there will become fundamentally part of the design of the street and the MDC's business.
Sorry, James, can I come in as well? So I think Richard's absolutely right about the designing out crime, but I also think by having that single corporate body that is responsible for the strategic leadership, coordination in that space will also not just allow the local authorities and the police and everybody else to be coordinated, but also the retailers themselves. So we've been engaged heavily with the retailers. One of the key things that comes up from them is the issue around shoplifting. This is a national problem that we've got, and how do we actually work with the investment that those retailers have put in through CCTV, through the security personnel that they're using both on street and off street, and having that single corporate body, bringing all of those powers together, not just in the street but partly in the surrounding areas as well, will, I think, help reduce the issues of crime. There is also good evidence from other schemes around the world. I think the Pontevedra in Spain did this, and where they pedestrianised their street, you saw a decline in antisocial behaviour. You saw declines in Spain, and that's echoed across other schemes as well. So it's partly how you design it to make sure that there is a space that is safe and designs out crime.
And in terms of that designing out crime, obviously one of the things you articulate is that you think there'll be increased footfall, increased spend, which means more people. Do you think there'll be a corresponding increase in the number of police officers that are then patrolling that area?
So I think obviously the allocation of policing is an issue for the Metropolitan Police, but I think everybody knows, given the economic importance of this area, having adequate policing in that space is a priority for London. So I think having both the MDC, the police, the local security, the businesses, all of that working together will together reduce the impact of crime in the area at the moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to come back to the issue of air quality. I think we've seen a lot of work has gone on in other international cities, improving their sort of major areas where people go to shop. Las Ramblas in Barcelona is really pleasant. I can't remember the name of the streets in the centre of Brussels, but actually there's more than just one. There's several of them. I was astonished when I went to Brussels quite recently on the Eurostar to see how incredible it was from the last time I'd been in Brussels, and the centre of town had been filled with traffic and filthy. So far from being a cash cow or a money grab or something to do with the mayor's ego, I wondered if you could say a bit more, Will, about the gravy train that might happen as a result of improvements to air quality to start to bring Oxford Street up to the same level as some of these other international cities, so that we don't have to be ashamed of our main shopping centre in London compared to all these other examples elsewhere.
I think the fact that every other city in the world is doing this speaks for itself. And you're absolutely right. You go to any of these European cities, those spaces are a pleasure. And there are two things that happen. More people come to them, and those people spend more time in there. Yeah, and that is good for business. That's good for and that's good for the city. That's good for our economy. That's good for jobs, and it's good. But it's also, as you said, removing the traffic from Oxford Street is good for the environment. We have seen a considerable increase in the air quality in Oxford Street with the shift to zero emission and low emission buses in the area, and the commitment of the taxis.
Sorry, could we just re-emphasise that for those people who were against the expansion of the ultra low emission zone or low emission buses? You're saying it's healthy and it's better for people? It does turn out to be good for people's health if you take out the toxic air out of the air, which is great to see that policy delivering. But there is more we can do in this space. And so last month the Mayor announced jointly with Bloomberg Philanthropies to look at putting more air quality monitors. We've got a project called Breathe London that's been exceptionally successful, now replicated I think in 14 different cities around the world. We're taking that monitoring data. So not only will it make things better, but people will be able to see live data on how that's actually improved, because 10 of those monitors are going in on Oxford Street and that surrounding area. So you won't need to take my word for it. You'll be actually literally be able to watch the air quality improve. But it's about taking the traffic out, but also then actually making the most of that space there. So it is a greener environment. It is a nicer space to spend time, and that's good for all of us.
And so we can see the impact of those kind of interventions in London already. There has been some work done on the Strand Aldwych where the pedestrianisation came into place there, and you can see an impact
It really
on air
improves it.
quality
Yeah.
already.
South
even in the few
Kensington,
years
also the
since
same,
that's happened.
near Imperial and the other museums. So talking about improvements in terms of the environment, we've obviously had a few rather hot days where I'm sure most Londoners, along with me, were sort of hopping from one area of shade to another. And I wondered if you could just say something about tree planting and whether or not you're going to have any targets for street trees, whether the types of trees or whether the numbers of trees, or is that something that's going to be developed and something you'll be able to come back to us with more detail on?
So detailed plans will be developed. We can come back to you with more detail on. However, there will end up being more trees on Oxford Street as a result of this programme than there are now. Trees are really good. They provide shade. They make the area more pleasant, and they counteract the urban heat island. And so they're exactly the kind of thing that we would need to see more of. I think more broadly than that, with any design that we come up with will need to be resilient to any future changes to the climate. And so we are also then looking at how we incorporate SUDs and urban drainage and other kind of necessary changes to make this whole scheme future-proof.
I've annoyed Will Norman about this on several previous occasions, but I presume then...
You rarely annoy me,
But presumably there will then be SUDs, rain gardens, there'll be lots of planting to go with the trees to make sure that we've really got maximised the nature. In terms of biodiversity net gain, will there be targets for improvements in that area as well?
So we haven't previously considered specific targets around biodiversity net gain. I'm happy to carry on talking to Assembly members offline about that. I think we need to be quite clear. We can't do, there's only so much public space, and we need to be able to manage how we use all of that. But in terms of the very clear aspirations around this scheme being good for the environment as well as good for all the other reasons that we've spoken about, then that is absolutely there.
Well,
could I add one thing?
Yeah, sure.
That also, remember, we are also talking about the entire length. This area covers the entire length of Oxford Street, which goes down to Marble Arch at the moment. And then, obviously, Marble Arch has got a wonderful connection that to the park itself.
I thought you were going to say it had a wonderful mound for a minute there.
No, I think I'm not sure what diversity the mound added to anything at the time. But it certainly diversified headlines. That there was, I think, how Oxford Street connects to the surrounding areas is absolutely fundamental to this. It's not just about Oxford Street itself, but actually from a visitor's perspective, they might not want to be spending their entire day. Speaking for someone who used to work for one of the retailers on that street, it's about providing that experience for the customer. Yeah. Now, we don't want that experience to stop at the gate of that shop. Yep. You need that to be the whole street for the whole day for those people who are spending time. So having those connections to that green space around Grosvenor, the Grosvenor Estate are doing an amazing job at actually uplifting the biodiversity in Grosvenor Square nearby. How do we connect that up? Connecting up to Hyde Park at the moment is really, really difficult. I can't remember how many crossings it takes to get across to Hyde Park and that green source of oasis. So it's not just the street itself that needs to be green, but actually it's connecting up with all the green assets in the surrounding area that will make this really genuinely pleasant.
The Environment Committee has spent a long time, in fact, talking to botanists at Kew about the kind of vegetation that would work best in urban environments, and we've also looked a lot at those linkages, and we think that that is a really important element of linking up green spaces is very helpful, not just for us but also for others that live in London as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you. Just to pick up on a theme that Assemblymember Clark started on earlier around the economy, Phil, maybe I'll start with you about how you define good growth and what this means for the MDC, because I'm a bit concerned that it might veer closer to the growth at all costs that we've seen in the London Growth Plan rather than, proper good growth that's all around those kind of small businesses. Because we did hear some commitments to the MDC supporting small businesses, but I didn't really hear how that was going to happen. Thanks.
Well, I would disagree that the London Growth Plan is about growth at all costs, and indeed it's got important targets in the Growth Plan around improving living standards for all Londoners, and around supporting the achievement of our net zero goals. But undoubtedly, to my mind, as the Executive Director for Good Growth, that's about recognising that we want London to grow, both economically and demographically, but also recognising that that growth has to be fair, it has to be equitable, it has to be sustainable, and as we've said, its benefits have to be felt by all Londoners. And I think, exactly as Will has said, Oxford, we're not starting from a blank sheet here. We're not designing a new economy at Oxford Street. We want to support a set of successful businesses, but we also want to create new opportunities around that. And in particular, the pedestrianisation creates on-street opportunities for new small businesses to engage. It brings new visitors onto Oxford Street who then can take their business
Yeah, and I guess it's how we're just making sure that really, we're disproportionately supporting those smaller businesses. Because I was going to ask about working with landlords on empty properties and meanwhile space, and obviously I've got a keen interest in markets, and it's good that you said there about the on-street. So it'd be great if market traders are getting an opportunity to be involved.
That's true, and also both the GLA and Westminster Council have done good work around temporary pop-up shops in meanwhile spaces, particularly at Christmas, in the run-up to Christmas, which has been of significant benefit to creative businesses that we work with, for example. So there's an enormous amount there. And I think, coming back to the very beginning of this conversation, that direct focus on how the full range of the economy on the street can be supported is a huge part of what the MDC can bring.
We'll quickly
just very quickly. It's not just about Oxford Street itself, it's also about those connections on the links. I've already been talking to people saying, actually, if that changes on Oxford Street, how do we have a food market in this area, which would all be small businesses, because of the fact that it would bring people in and it would create those links to the surrounding areas, which I think will be great for small businesses. And so I think we shouldn't just be talking about the role this has on the street, but the catalytic impact it can have across
and that's
the wider
good,
area.
as long as we're building in that principle of how we're disproportionately supporting those small businesses. And just to pick up on good growth, and something that my colleague here was saying around the big digital adverts, obviously they take up to 4 houses worth of energy sometimes. So it's just how are we matching, this need for putting adverts in with like a huge energy drain with the fact that you're doing good growth and sustainability.
So 100% agree that we need to look at that as an issue. Clearly, decarbonising our grid is a project that's going alongside all of that, but we absolutely need to look at things like solar generation and other stuff to do that. It's also worth saying, I think, around some of the advertising, some of the advice we get actually in some areas is less is more. So we aren't necessarily looking at screens of enormous proportions, like slap bang in the middle of a street.
And taking it all in the round. And my last question is just a commitment. Will you commit to there being no public-private space on Oxford Street, like we've seen around the Old City Hall being patrolled by private security, or King's Cross, where they've got private use of facial recognition that infringe on people's rights? So is there a commitment around that?
Yeah, the legal status of the street is unaffected by this. TfL, it remains a public highway. It's not private space.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Member Boff.
When will the development be finished?
Do you mean the initial pedestrianisation scheme?
No, I mean the MDC. They are temporary bodies established to do a development, and I just want to know when it's going to finish.
Well, we don't know. None of the MDCs that have been set up in London ever got set up with an end date specified in mind.
Yes, I asked questions of the previous ones as well, exactly the same, and that's a weakness of the MDCs. So when do you think it will be finished? The developments will be over.
I don't know, is the honest answer to that question. May as well be straight about it. I think this is here to deliver a job. It is not a permanent feature of London life, but I don't think it's going to be here for just a couple of years either.
When did the Mayor last meet with Adam Hugg, the leader of Westminster Council?
They see each other at events relatively regularly. I'm afraid I can't remember.
When did he last meet with him?
I can't. So I don't know. I don't have that information.
Well, if the Mayor had been here and not chomping on jollof rice, we might have been able to ask him. He has met with them. What changes have been made as a result of those meetings?
So we've had a number of changes have been made as a result of very important and constructive conversations we've had with Westminster. I think they've underlined to us the importance of the eastern end of the street. That's a change. We're working with them on the composition of the MDC board, where Westminster are getting more than the statutory minimum number of nomination rights to do that. That's a result of those conversations. We're working with them on making sure that this works for their residents and understanding from their own expertise about how you engage with the local community. I think the way we have tried to work with Westminster on this scheme, I think, has been really constructive, and I want to put on record my thanks to Adam Hugg and others for the way that they've engaged.
The Conservatives are now out of time.
Thank you, Chair, and good to see you all here for this. So, just want to start off by clarifying. I think at the start you talked about the support levels for this, and we talked about whether local residents versus external, all the rest of it. I think there was a really key stat around the number of people who have actually visited Oxford Street recently and their levels of support for these set of proposals. What did that look like?
It's the busiest street in Europe. Over 120 million people visit Oxford Street on an annual basis. And I think that's why this is such an important scheme. We know that we are in competition with those other cities around the world. We need to retain those visitors coming in. We need to retain Londoners coming into this. Virtually everybody I've spoken to this said, well, I thought about time too. And those 120 million people need to be safe and they need to be having a brilliant time.
And just in terms of those particular statistics, Richard?
So forgive me, Bassam, I don't have those to hand back. As I recall in the consultation, there was particularly strong support from people who visited the street recently, and therefore we'll recognise the overwhelming case for change.
I have a couple of stats on that, if that would be helpful.
Please do.
I think 40% of those visited said that they would increase their visits if Oxford Street was a better place to relax. I think 45% said they would increase their visiting to Oxford Street if it was a greener space, and I think 31% said they would increase their visits if their public realm was improved. So that data just goes to show how changing the environment of the space actually changes behaviour. And what we want, not just more people in there, but we want people to have a better time. And if people have a better time and relax in a space, they will spend more time in that space, which is good, as I said, good for growth and good for people.
Thanks for those, Will. And you talked quite a bit earlier with Assemblymember Cooper in terms of the public realm improvements that you're looking to introduce on Oxford Street itself, because as you said earlier, at the moment, to go to a green space for a spot of lunch on a sunny day like today, you'd have to walk some distance at the moment to be able to do that. In terms of those improvements, seeing that level, increase that revitalisation of that high street, how important is that?
It comes down to experience. Every business I've spoken to, both big and small, talk about the customer experiences. Some of those shops are, some of the bigger brands invest money in those shops, not necessarily to make the biggest profit out of all their stores or all their online retail, but it's to create a brand experience. It's part of that future of retail. It's the 21st century model for retail, going directly to your consumer and engaging them in the brand. And that is true for almost every brand in every sector. The problem is that if that experience is great inside the store and where they invested a lot of money, and as soon as it comes outside that store, that brand, the whole experience of the customer, they go away with a negative image of their whole day. So you're absolutely right. We need to be thinking about the entire customer, consumer, visitor, business, worker, residents experience in that space. So having those spaces for a little bit of downtime, having a space to eat properly, being able to walk along the road without fear of being run over. Yeah, that's a basic requirement of enjoying a space. That's what will make the West End more successful. That was what will make London more successful because of that positive vibe of the West End.
Thanks, Will. And then clearly 2/3 of Londoners and those who responded agree with that so far. So just in terms of the types of businesses, and obviously there's been some talk previously, Westminster did some fantastic work in terms of trying to close down some of the less great experience type stores that were popping up along and blighting the high street. One of the things that we are moving to from a retail point of view is actually to see more experiential businesses moving in, and we've started to see those pop up in Oxford Street. How could this drive that change going forward?
So I think one of the things that where we and Westminster both agree is that we do want to probably get a more of a diversity of different kinds of businesses on the street. And actually goes back to Assemblymember Garbutt's question about how do we ensure that this works for small businesses as well. Well, actually that kind of diversification process does bring in more successful small businesses that can pay good wages and can, are part of the Mayor's vision of good growth. So I think so we are looking at kind of more places for people to eat. We would want to find kind of some of those experiential stuff. I think there's already a kind of 3D museum, straight kind of experiential visitor place on the street. I think that works really well. There's the 100 Club as one of London's most iconic music venues on the street already. So I do think there's a basis on which to build on, but that Oxford Street's competition isn't actually Bond Street, it's actually Westfield. And if you look at the composition of some of places like Westfield, like very, very heavily curated indeed, it is some retail, but it's also a much wider range of other places for people to go to as well. And getting that kind of diversity of places for people to just enjoy spending time on Oxford Street is critical to getting more people there and allowing them to spend longer. I think that's good for the economy. More importantly, actually, I think that's good for Londoners.
Thank you, Richard. And perhaps back to yourself, Will, you talked about tens of millions of people visiting Oxford Street, and we've got two of the busiest stations in the country now, thanks to the Elizabeth line, obviously the Central line also serving those stations along that stretch. How are we going to make sure that London as a city that's open to all is we make sure that the new Oxford Street is accessible to all?
Absolutely. I think 120 million people visit Oxford Street. I think 85% of them come by public transport. The growth in the number of people coming out of Bond Street and Tottenham Court Road is exceptional. I think the more people who come out, if numbers go up, we need the space so where they can feel relaxed and feel safe in that environment. So we've got an obligation to make that the case. I come back to the point of 57 people being killed, seriously injured in collisions and being hurt on those roads. That is no way to run what should be the most popular destination in the city. So absolutely, this is about providing the public transport access. We talked about with Assemblymember Baker on ensuring that those buses continue to run reliably. The bus service is so much for accessible transport in terms of the accessibility of bus stops and the buses themselves. That needs to be combined with the taxis, combined with the wheelchair access, combined with the cycling to actually provide that. But ultimately, that street itself needs to change to make it accessible. The pavements, the curbs, the safety, the clutter, the space. If you go down Oxford Street at Christmas time, it is hard to get through those crowds. People are moving at different paces, different spaces. It is busy, and the number of people you see stepping off the curb into, often visitors to the city, forgetting which side of the road we drive on when we are exceptional in that respect. You slightly balk when you see that stuff. So this needs to be safe and accessible for everybody, irrespective of where they're from, irrespective of their needs, irrespective of their abilities.
And the sorts of improvements that you've been talking about, Will, in terms of obviously not having the fear of being hit by a bus or a taxi or a cyclist as you cross in that area, will benefit in terms of accessibility to all sorts of people, whether it's parents with young children, which I've taken my children along to Oxford Street throughout the year, but at Christmas time particularly challenging, of course, as you say. People who get fatigued more quickly in terms of seating space, having tree canopy cover to provide that shade on days like today. This will be absolutely transformative, won't it? Not just for Oxford Street, but for the country.
Absolutely, and I think you touch on that fatigue. This needs to be accessible for older people too, and those places to stop and sit, those shady spaces to do that is absolutely essential. So thinking through holistically that design in terms of how do we make this space accessible for everybody, because frankly it isn't at the moment, and that needs to change.
Fantastic. And I think just finally, in terms of, sort of access for local residents, in terms of being able to get back to their homes, if they do have their vehicles to do that, they'll still be able to do that under the current proposals.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Assemblymember Wilson wants to use his 9 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Very quickly, just like everyone to be aware that apparently the Mayor is back in the building, so perhaps the panel would wish him, hope that he had a very nice lunch and is now back at his desk working hard.
Now, is everybody... no one wants to use their final seconds of anything, then we'll move to. So there is a proposal that if I just do the next bit to adjourn for 5 minutes while papers are laid round, give people an opportunity to read those papers as well, and we'll come back. But let me do this bit. We've now reached the end of our question and answer session. Thanks to our guests for answering our questions today. You're welcome to leave the chamber. And at this point, I think we adjourn for 5 minutes.
2:46, Chair.
2:46. Can I now invite the Chair of the London Assembly Planning and Regeneration Committee, Assembly Member Small Edwards, who will be sharing the committee's response to the February 2025 public consultation on initial plans for Oxford Street Mayoral Development Corporation and pedestrianisation of Oxford Street, by way of background to the Assembly's consideration of the Mayor's proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce the work of the Planning and Regeneration Committee on the Mayor's proposals for Oxford Street. The committee responded on behalf of the Assembly as a whole as a statutory consultee. I would like to thank my predecessor as Chair, Assembly Member Boff, who led the committee during this work, and all committee members who contributed. This includes Assembly Members Russell, Bakari and Wilson, who also participated in this work and ensured our response reflected views from all parties on the Assembly. The committee conducted a thorough investigation into the Mayor's proposals to inform our response. We heard from people with a range of perspectives on the topic: residents, businesses, local boroughs and other stakeholders. This includes some organisations that are supportive of the Mayor's proposals, some that are sceptical, and others with more specific issues they were seeking to address. In summary, our work included committee hearings with the Mayor's Walking and Cycling Commissioner and representatives of the GLA's Oxford Street team, Transport for London, the New West End Company, Westminster Amenity Societies Forum, Camden Council and Westminster City Council. A site visit to Oxford Street hosted by representatives of several local residents groups from the surrounding area, informal meetings with UK Hospitality and Inclusion London, written submissions received from a number of other organisations, including those representing pedestrians, cyclists, taxi drivers, London Travel Watch and several of the local business improvement districts. We began this investigation in the knowledge that there were differing views among Assembly members on the proposals to create a new mayoral development corporation and subsequently to pedestrianise Oxford Street. Therefore, we focused our consultation response mainly on issues where there was consensus among members, particularly on the need for more information to inform the decision we are taking today on the designation of a mayoral development area. Regarding the proposal to create a mayoral development corporation, the committee asked the Mayor to provide information ahead of this plenary meeting on the following: the proposed end date for the MDC, the estimated income and expenditure of the proposed MDC, the intended use of the MDC's planning powers, and how local communities would be involved in planning. The Mayor's response to the Assembly suggested he would be reviewing the ongoing existence of the MDC by January 2029. The Mayor did not give estimates of the MDC's income and expenditure beyond the initial set-up costs of £4.7 million, although he stated that he expects income to be generated from planning activities, outside investment and commercial revenue streams. The Mayor provided more information on how he sees the MDC using its planning powers and stated that it would be following statutory process for consultation and engagement on planning decisions. Regarding the proposed pedestrianisation of Oxford Street, the committee asked the Mayor to provide information ahead of this plenary meeting on the following: a costed plan for the first phase of pedestrianisation, an assessment of the displacement of traffic from Oxford Street to surrounding areas, and a plan for the alternative routing of buses and taxis, and plans for the implementation of accessibility measures for people with mobility restrictions. The Mayor's response to the committee accepted that there will be displacement of traffic onto surrounding streets, but this has not yet been fully assessed. There is not currently a detailed plan for routing of buses and taxis. For people with mobility problems, the Mayor stated that detailed proposals have not yet been drawn up, but is aiming to ensure that the maximum distance between a destination on Oxford Street and road access is 100 metres. In summary, we have received some further information relative to the decision that the Assembly will make today. It is for members to judge whether they feel sufficiently informed in order to support or reject the proposals. Thank you, Chair.
Can I thank Assembly Member Small Edwards and his fellow Assembly members for their area of for the work that they've done in this particular area. We now move on to item 4C, consideration of the mayoral proposals. The Assembly will now debate the motions set out on the agenda, namely that the Assembly notes the Mayor's proposals to designate mayoral development areas for Oxford Street. We've got notice and papers have been laid round of 2 amendments. I'm now going to hand over to the clerk, who will explain those amendments which are before us and the voting rules for today.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair has said, just for both members' benefit and for also members of the public in the gallery or anyone watching at home, just to explain what's before the Assembly, the order of consideration, how the debate's going to work and how the voting works. So there are two amendments before the Assembly. One amendment proposes rejection of the Mayor's proposals to designate a mayoral development area. The other does not propose rejection, but it has some calls for the Mayor. In accordance with Section 1975 of the Localism Act 2011, the Assembly may reject the proposed designation of a mayoral development area by a two-thirds majority of members present and voting. The Chair has indicated that in accordance with Standing Order 3.8, both amendments will be debated concurrently. So we will now have one debate on both the substantive motion and the two amendments before the Assembly. Members may use their speech time, which is 5 minutes in all cases, to either speak to the Chair's motion or to speak to either amendment or indeed any combination of those. The Chair in a moment is going to ask for both amendments to be moved and seconded and will then take contributions from the floor. The motions will be moved in the order of the motion proposing rejection first and then the second motion. I just want to explain about voting just for a moment. So either of the amendments before the Assembly, in order to be incorporated into the motion in the name of the Chair, once we get to the point of voting, requires a simple majority only to be incorporated into that substantive motion. Assuming the motion proposing rejection of the designation of the MDA receives that simple majority and it's incorporated into the substantive motion, the motion as amended would then require a two-thirds majority of members present and voting in order to pass. If the amendment, which does not propose rejection, but simply sets out some calls to the Mayor, receives a simple majority and is incorporated into the Chair's motion, then that substantive motion, as amended, would require only a simple majority to pass, but wouldn't be binding upon the Mayor. If neither amendment receives a simple majority, then the Assembly proceeds to a vote on the Chair's motion, and that requires a simple majority only in order to pass. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so I'm now going to call on those who are proposing the motion to reject to move and second. So Assembly Member Boff, followed by Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Assembly members need to remind ourselves of what decision we are making today. We are not giving an opinion about pedestrianisation. That is not the decision we will be making today. So this is not one of our scrutiny meetings where we can give our opinion of the principle of pedestrianisation. We are actually taking a decision today. It's one of those rare times when we do make a decision on this Assembly as to whether or not the MDC should be created. And the indications of that creation of an MDC are to take power away from locals and invest it in the Mayor. Now, those of you who are tempted to support these proposals may think that the UK isn't centralised enough, that we are too localised, that there's too much power at the local level and we need to centralise it more. I don't think you think that, because when I've seen comments from every single member, it's always been about devolution, about giving more power to locals. And here we're presented with a centralising measure, which is going to take away power from elected representatives like Assembly Member Small Edwards, and those decisions that he is currently involved in will be taken by an unelected body for an unspecified time. An unspecified time. I mean, even the City of London has elections, for all the criticisms that we have of it. Even the City of London has elections. No elections for the MDC. None whatsoever. What the Mayor is proposing to do is effectively what Westminster Council has been trying to do for years, and the imposition of the MDC plans has actually prevented it from completing those pedestrianisation plans in Westminster. I mean, the mayor, you know, what plans have we got in front of us? They hasn't said where the buses, taxis and commercial traffic will go, where he's going to shift the air pollution. Though we do know it's going to shift onto the streets of Westminster, for which he's made no commitment whatsoever to support them in coping with that impending air pollution threat. There are no proposals in front of us about how elderly or the disabled will access the street. There is nothing about how businesses will receive deliveries. There is nothing about what the implication is going to be for cyclists. There is nothing about what junction improvements are needed and who's going to pay for it. There is nothing about the north-south routes that are so vital to Oxford Street and the public transport. Neither is there any estimate whatsoever of the cost of this to Londoners. This is your job today. If you are going to support these plans, you are giving powers to an unelected body, and you don't know what it's going to do with those powers. You don't know. All these fine words. I mean, I would have liked to have seen the mayor in front of us. Honestly, if it's that important to him, if Oxford Street is so vital, as his representatives have told us, shouldn't he be here to defend those plans, to defend this power grab? I find myself in the unusual position of standing up for the Labour group on Westminster Council, because I know Assembly Member Small Edwards won't. He won't stand up for the Labour group on Westminster Council, because how attached are we to the principle of democracy if we are going to so easily vote it away? This is not about pedestrianisation, because we have no plans. It is about democracy. And we are going to be judged at how important we think democracy actually is.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to second.
I'll second and reserve my rights. Thank you.
OK, can now I ask the movers of the motion with calls to the Mayor? Proposer is Caroline, Assembly Member Russell, and the seconder is Assembly Member Garbett.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by saying that our amendment is about maximising the public purpose of the MDA and the MDC that we're making a decision about this afternoon. And that's about making sure that Londoners are represented, and it's set out under 4 key principles that I'm going to go through. So right now, just as an introduction, Oxford Street is a place that people rush in and out of. It's a corridor of big brand retail, tourist footfall designed consumerism. And increasingly, spaces in London are being shaped, like Oxford Street, by sort of just corporate interests rather than public need. Now, public space should belong to the people of London, not to developers, landlords or advertisers. It was very good to see the confirmation from Richard Watts just earlier that it remains a public highway. Now, pedestrianisation, it's important. It's a much-needed step. Loads of us have been talking about it for years since this current mayor came in, and it's certainly something that I have supported throughout my time on the Assembly. But how we pedestrianise matters just as much as whether we do it at all. And the important question is, will this become an accessible, inclusive and distinctive public space, or just another corporate strip lit up with digital adverts? So in terms of the first point that we wanted to make, a climate-positive Oxford Street. We think if we make this decision about the MDC and the MDA, that we should be making sure that Oxford Street is climate-positive, that it's not just a box tick.
We think pedestrianisation will help with cleaner air, shade and safer streets. That's just a start. We need more trees, green spaces, sustainable drainage and a street that doesn't harm our environment. Energy-draining digital adverts do little for people and actually promote overconsumption in a world where our spending habits are already destroying the planet. So a climate-positive Oxford Street should be a priority. We need a space for Londoners, not just for developers and the billionaire corporations. It's got to remain this publicly owned and controlled space. And we don't want public freedoms replaced by private rules. And keeping it truly public means making space for markets, small traders, creative industries, and not just those big commercial global brands. We want it to be a place where people actually want to be, and that will bring economic benefits. It means creating a street that's distinctive, that doesn't look like every other commercialised street in London. It should be a place that welcomes local traders and shows off the diversity of our city. And then our third point is that accessibility and well-being have got to be completely non-negotiable. If people with disabilities and parents with pushchairs and older residents can't enjoy a pedestrianised London or Oxford Street, then we will have failed. We need reliable, accessible transport alternatives if the buses and taxis are diverted. Obviously, we need world-class toilets and all the seating and shade and rest areas and the navigation support that people need. But a healthy street needs to be mentally and socially healthy too. And that means protecting the interests of neurodiverse Londoners who find wraparound digital adverts disorientating. It means shielding Oxford Street from harmful advertising, no gambling adverts, no fossil fuels, no exploitative surveillance technology. And this space must reflect the values of an inclusive city, committed to well-being and not one that sells out to the highest bidder. Transparency and accountability, that is absolutely central. The public deserve clear information, scrutiny and influence. So we call for the routine inclusion of transparency clauses in every contract and written agreement related to the Oxford Street MDA. Assembly members need to have full access to those plans and decisions and not just be asked to approve things after the fact. And that real accountability means no decisions behind closed doors, because if this development is supposed to be for Londoners, then Londoners deserve to see how it's being shaped in real time with real accountability.
Assembly Member Garbett to second.
I second and reserve my right. Thank you.
OK, I'm opening it up to other speakers. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. So I'll be speaking on both the motion and the amendments. Oxford Street is worldwide as a tourist destination, and people come from all over the world to visit the street. So it serves as a metaphorical ambassador for London and United Kingdom. The street and the surrounding area is also home to thousands of residents, each of whom have the same rights as any other Londoner to enjoy the area in which they live. And so it is first and foremost paramount that their views are heard. Now, the Liberal Democrats at City Hall have been calling for some form of pedestrianisation of Oxford Street for over 20 years. The aim of regenerating Oxford Street is a crucial one, and the one that this Assembly must be able to ensure is being met. Given the Liberal Democrats' long history and support of pedestrianisation and the continued failed attempts to unleash the full potential of the nation's high street, we are pleased that action is finally being taken. So we support the designation of the MDA and the creation of the MDC to follow, but significant concerns must be addressed and scrutinised as plans for pedestrianisation progresses. This includes ensuring meaningful engagement with disabled Londoners, safeguarding the future of small businesses, tackling the risk of increased antisocial behaviour, and protecting vital public transport links, particularly for those with mobility issues. The need for the taxi trade is also a concern, which is currently under significant pressure. must also be properly factored into any future plans. A mayoral development corporation is a vehicle to drive these changes forward, but it only operates, it must openly be transparent, it must be inclusive, it must be accountable. It is essential that the MDC board is representative of all key stakeholders, including residents, small businesses, taxi trade, the disabled Londoners, and that it is subject to regular and robust scrutiny by us in the London Assembly. Future decisions must be underpinned by detailed impact assessments, transparent processes and ongoing proactive consultation. The opportunity to revitalise Oxford Street must not be squandered, but nor should it come to the cost of people who live and work and travel there every day. With care and ambition and inclusivity, Oxford Street can truly become a street for everyone. And on the amendment of the Green Group, we are going to be supporting this amendment, particularly the call for routine inclusion of transparency clauses in all contracts for the purpose of both public interest and Assembly scrutiny. I'm also passionate that Oxford Street is accessible and safe for Londoners and visitors. Some have accused the Mayor of a power grab in taking over Oxford Street area in the MDA, but proper scrutiny of both his proposals and implementation of plans will negate this argument, and I look forward to working with the Assembly colleagues to make sure that this happens. Thank you.
Assembly Member Wilson.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. And now, when this was first announced, then I did genuinely try and approach it with an open mind. But the combination of the site visit that we had, the formal meeting of the Planning and Regeneration Committee where we discussed this, and the question and answer session this morning, or early this afternoon, have now helped to crystallise my view. And it seems that the questions that have plagued previous discussions about pedestrianisation of Oxford Street are still yet to be answered. On traffic diversion, on accessibility for particularly disabled and those with limited mobility, remembering that black cabs are the only 100% accessible means of transport, and how we get deliveries to those stores on Oxford Street. Those have not been sufficiently answered. And so what we're being asked to do is make a huge leap of faith without knowing quite where we will end up. And when we did the walk around and we walked along Wigmore Street, where much of this traffic will be diverted to, it was already far more congested than Oxford Street itself, and the Mayor's proposals will only make this worse. Like Assembly Member Buff, I have huge concerns about the mechanism and the vehicle of the MDC itself as a way of delivering this project. With a loss of clear democratic accountability, it would be a body that will be dominated by mayoral appointees rather than local councillors. It is a power grab, and it will create extra bureaucracy, extra cost, before a spade can get anywhere near the ground. As Assemblymember Hall raised this morning and Assemblymember Boff just now, I'm very disappointed that the Mayor is not here this afternoon and wasn't here in that Q&A session earlier on. It's his vanity project, and he should have the courage of his convictions to sit there and defend it to us. But he hasn't. In that Q&A session, Richard and Will made great play of the consultation response. And in the press, the Mayor himself joked about how he got a North Korean response. Perhaps we should start calling him Little Rocket Man. But it's a very, very clear change from when we've challenged him on consultations before, on ULEZ expansion, on the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnel charge, where his standard response is it's a consultation, not a referendum. What has changed to make that position different now? This project, should it go ahead, it will cancel a perfectly good and ready scheme, shovel-ready scheme for Oxford Street from Westminster City Council that was good to go now. All we will have is more years of drift, dither and delay, and I don't think that's good enough. Now, I welcome the principle of trying to make an area more friendly to hospitality. I really, really do. But, of course, the elephant in the room, the real threat to both retail and hospitality is this Labour government's national insurance jobs tax. And don't just take it from me or others on the right of British politics. Listen to Sacha Lord, Andy Burnham's erstwhile nighttime advisor. On the Chancellor's watch, we have seen more hospitality closures than ever before. The industry predicted this would happen. Unforgivable. So This project, again, should it go ahead, is not only going to hamper the existing usage of Oxford Street, it's not even going to deliver what it's setting out to do. So perhaps instead of this power grab, the Mayor's time will be better spent perhaps lobbying Rachel Reeves, or whoever her successor may be, to stop crashing the economy. This proposal is the wrong priority, it's the wrong mechanism, and it's the wrong answer to a question that Westminster City Council has already gone a long way to answering. So I won't be supporting the project, I will be supporting the amendment to reject it. Thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. That was a really hypocritical session that we just had with the Mayor's representatives. We simultaneously heard that Oxford Street is the busiest high street in Europe, and it's also failing London, and it's been a failing asset for 20 years. We heard that the Mayor needs to come in and take control to sort it out, but also there was nothing wrong with what the local Labour Council were doing. We heard that the inclusion of Camden wasn't a fudge around the edges just to force through an MDC, but also then nobody mentioned Camden once. We heard this morning from the Mayor how housing is integral to everything he does, but then it came to talking about a mayoral development corporation and we didn't have a word, not a peep, about housing. Clearly it's only parks that the Mayor wants to build on. We heard how the Mayor needs these powers to get this done, but conversely his representatives spent all their time telling us how they won't use any of those powers. We also heard how they definitely listen to local residents. And then I also found out, as a resident of Chingford, about half a mile from Essex, I am also a local resident of the West End, which was interesting to find out today. This isn't about pedestrianisation of Oxford Street. It is a public sector cash cow. £5 million in the first year for set-up alone. Just look at the LLDC. In senior staff alone, they are paying over £10.5 million. All this time later, in senior staff alone, over £10.5 million. That is what we are signing up to today. We have no time scale of what we are doing. All we know is we are signing a blank cheque off to the Mayor. And democracy, as Assembly Member Boff pointed out, is important. And I think we have to give more respect to the Conservative and Labour-controlled councils of Westminster, because this is not an easy question to solve. This is not a easy problem to solve. Every feasibility study, every consultation with every group on Oxford Street and surrounding, they have put that work in. It was not easy for the Labour-controlled council now to find a scheme that is agreeable to everyone. And we are just putting that in the bin, even though that is where the democratic power lies. That's what people voted for, and that's what people can hold to account. We are asking ourselves to give that away to unelected officials who will now make every decision in Oxford Street. Assembly Member Small Edwards read out the cross-party Assembly position on the consultation, and none of those questions were answered by the Mayor, but now I believe you want to vote for it. I don't understand. That was the cross-party position, and none of the questions were answered. So how on earth can people here sit there and write over a blank cheque for a blank amount of time without a single plan as to what's going to happen and be happy to do that? That is a dereliction of your duty to Londoners to safeguard their money and to safeguard democracy, and which is to do what's right. You are creating a gravy train. You don't know where the last stop is.
Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start by welcoming the Mayor's bold and ambitious proposals. They're fantastic. These plans show real vision and commitment to reinvigorating the nation's high street. The Labour group will be voting against the Conservative group amendment to reject the Mayor's proposals. The need for action to improve Oxford Street is clear, and the formation of the MDC is the first step to do this. We are happy to support the amendment from the Green Group, as we agree for the need for the street to be accessible and healthy. Oxford Street is not simply another shopping street. It's a vital economic artery, not just for London, but for the whole UK economy. It generated around 5% of London's economic activity and contributes an estimated £25 billion annually to the UK economy. It is a global icon, and it deserves that global standing. Oxford Street has suffered in recent years from the pandemic, from a surge in online retail, and, of course, from out-of-town shopping. Importantly, the public backs the Mayor's vision. Over 6,600 residents responded, with 70% of Londoners supporting the broader regeneration proposals. 67% supported pedestrianisation, rising to 72% of those residents who'd recently visited Oxford Street. It is encouraging to see the government support the regeneration, and we welcome that alignment. We acknowledge the important role that Westminster City Council, particularly in the work they've done post-COVID to clean up the street and address the issue of low-quality retail. That work is essential as part of a wider effort to make Oxford Street fit for the future. We understand concerns about how pedestrianisation could affect accessibility, traffic displacement, and local businesses. These are all valid issues, and we welcome the Mayor's clear commitment to ongoing consultation, detailed traffic modelling, and measures like nearby pickup and drop-off points for those with limited mobility, improved side streets, and new investment in safety and public realm. These mitigations, alongside step-free access and better bus connectivity, will ensure that no one is left behind. The Labour Group looks forward to working with the Mayor, with Camden Council, with Westminster Council, residents, businesses and stakeholders to shape a regenerated Oxford Street that works for everyone. London deserves to have Oxford Street be world-class, vibrant, safe and accessible, and a source of pride. This transformation is a crucial step forward for London.
Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've heard a lot of sound and fury from people this afternoon, and I'm hoping that my colleague, Assemblymember Mahfouz, is going to talk about the positive role of MDCs, which have been very helpful in certain parts of London already. Now, I was elected in 2016, and at the time when I was elected, Putney High Street, Brixton Road and Oxford Street had a special private, or pretty public actually really, competition to see which one of them could break the law first in terms of air quality. And usually by the 1st or 2nd of January, it was a close call, but Putney High Street won 4 times out of 10 in the previous 10 years. Oxford Street also won 3 times, and I think Brixton Road won 3 times. And that's why in March 2018, the Mayor came to Putney High Street, and I was with him as he launched the first low-emission bus zone. Obviously, things moved on massively from that point, and there was then the Central London ULEZ, the Inner London ULEZ, and then the whole London ULEZ. But this was to address the discovery, which has been made possible by improving our scientific method, which has shown the danger of nitrogen dioxide, not just in Putney High Street, but also in Oxford Street, and also of particulate matter, PM, as it's called, 2.5 and 10. In 2013, King's College London recorded nitrogen dioxide levels on Oxford Street that far exceeded legal and safe limits, with hourly peaks 5 times higher than the EU and World Health Organization standards. This is not just a statistic, this is a serious public health risk for Londoners. And the Mayor has been talking about pedestrianising and improving Oxford Street and making it safer, not just in terms of road danger, but also in terms of being able to walk along and breathe clean air, for a long time, in fact, since 2016. Now, things have improved. Things are not as bad as they were because, as I mentioned, we've got a lot of electric buses have been rolled out, and the average NO2 and particulate matter is now below legal thresholds in this country. But in September 2021, the World Health Organization updated their levels that they said are safe, and that we should be on a trajectory to massively decrease the levels that still exist. So the next logical and necessary step is to move ahead with improving Oxford Street, pedestrianising it, bringing in trees, bringing in suds, bringing in more biodiversity to try and turn it into somewhere where I personally don't go shopping in Oxford Street anymore because it's dangerous, because you get pushed off the pavement, and that's bad for cyclists who may be passing. It's really not a very nice place to go anymore. Pedestrianisation is going to cut the traffic. It's going to create space for the planting and greening, which together will further reduce the air pollution and support healthier, more breathable, as well as safer and more enjoyable streets, which I think will increase the amount that people spend. It's particularly important in places like Putney High Street and Oxford Street, which suffer from the canyon effect of very tall buildings on either side, which trap the particulate matter and the filthy gases. And it's really not a good place to be when that is at that level. Pedestrianising Oxford Street will definitely sort this out, and having an MDC is a good way to move towards that. We've seen wide public support. Over 500 people cited improved air quality as a reason to support pedestrianisation in the consultation of their own accord. Nearly 1,000 of them highlighted reduced traffic congestion. Pedestrianising Oxford Street will make it cleaner, will make it safer, will make it healthier for Londoners, and 500,000 Londoners, including 200,000 children, have asthma right now as we speak. It will also make it much more attractive for our international visitors to carry on visiting Oxford Street. We've made huge progress since 2016 under the current mayor. I think it's time to clean up Oxford Street, one of our most iconic streets. Now is the time to get on and finish the job. So therefore, we will be opposing the motion moved by Assembly Members Boff and Hall, and we will be supporting the helpful, although I know not binding, amendment from Assembly Members Russell and Garbett. Thank you.
Assembly Member Giorgio.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm glad, it's good to know that Assembly Member Baffouz is going to be making a pitch to get a deputy mayoral job shortly. Look, by what we've heard today and what we've heard from essentially Assembly Member Clark, is that you would assume that Oxford Street is in Pratt's Bottom in Bromley. Because apparently their opinions and those from Chingford, it could be Cockfosters as well, you never know. You know, careful. You know, so I shop everywhere, Assembly Member McCartney. Don't worry. So I would. Well, absolutely. I'm not woke, Assembly Member Cooper. So what I would say is that I'm shocked at Assembly Member Small Edwards, from the indication that we've already heard that the Labour group will be voting for this, that he does not care about the views of Labour Westminster residents, because that's exactly what this is. As we heard, and it was very deaf, as Assembly Member Boff had in his exchange with Mr Norman and Mr Watts, that effectively either they don't know what locals want, and we're not talking about the businesses, I'm sure there's been extensive engagement with them. They either don't know what the locals want, or they do know, and they don't want to tell us because they don't want us to know what the answer is. Now, this is very straightforward. I think Assembly Member Best put it extremely eloquently when she was talking about the start-up cost of £5 million. This could easily be done with a traffic order, which costs a minimal amount, still an amount of officer time, and some bollards and some planters. It really is not that complicated. And as Assembly Member Boff gave a standout speech, and he said, we are not talking about pedestrianisation. What we are talking about is signing over a blank cheque to the mayor and his potential, I won't say it for a fact because we don't know, but I'm 99% sure, his cronies that he's going to pack this board with. And I would say to Assembly colleagues, and I know this, it happens in our private lives sometimes, if you don't use it, you lose it. And this is exactly what happens with Assembly power. If you hand over blank cheques to the Mayor of London, and that mayoral role I support, I believe the Mayor should have good executive power. But it is our job to scrutinise those decisions. I would also say that it is sad, given that the Conservative and Labour group make up the significant majority here, as they do in the City of Westminster. Are colleagues essentially saying that their views are irrelevant? As we've heard already, there have been good proposals put forward by the Conservatives on the City of Westminster Council, as well as the Labour group. And as far as I understand it, there is genuine cross-party support. But of course, as usual, where there is cross-party support and harmony, the Mayor swoops in to wreck it. And I would say to the Greens on their amendment, how do they think everything in this place is funded? Through jobs, through taxes, and through private enterprise. As we heard, and there's actually only one statistic that I believed that came from Mr Norman, which is 1% of GDP of this country essentially comes from this one tiny area. So, look, I'm not here to debate the good or the ill of pedestrianisation. I think Assemblymember Boff has already made that point clearly. But what we are talking about is why should we, as this body, hand over a blank cheque to the Mayor when we could leave the locally elected representatives, which have the power over planning, which have the power over the roads, which have the power over licensing, to do a much better job than the Mayor of London. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Mahfouz.
Thanks, Chair. And I stand to support the amended motion as tabled by the Greens for the creation of this MDC. And I ask you just to go a little bit easy on me. This is my first time in terms of sitting here, in terms of supporting, in terms of voting for and creating a new MDC for our city. I take it very seriously as an opportunity that we have here as Assembly members to make a decision, as Assemblymember Boff has said. But I do so not only as somebody who absolutely loves Oxford Street and visits relatively regularly, both myself but with my children as well, but also as having the experience of having had an MDC in my constituency already. And we've heard time and time again that actually this is not about pedestrianisation. Well, kind of right, I guess, because this is about the existential challenge and future of the country's and London's premier shopping parade. That's why we are creating an MDC. We are creating an MDC because there is a vision and purpose that sits behind it. Where is it? And you just spent an hour and a half talking about it. So if you weren't listening, that's down on you. That's on you.
The trouble is we were listening.
And we heard from they don't want to listen now either. Assemblymember Boff claimed earlier that devolution is all about giving powers to the most local of decision makers. But actually, it is about attributing power at the right level to achieve the change that certainly people on this side of the chamber were elected to deliver. We said we would deliver change, and we are doing that with the motion that we have before us. And in order to achieve that change, that power to be able to deliver it, that mechanism is through this MDC. They claim there is a democratic deficit that we heard earlier, and yet we heard earlier this afternoon there will be 3, not 1, not 2, but 3 Westminster City councillors who will be part of the board. There will be a councillor from Camden as well. They will be accountable to the Mayor, who is elected every 4 years. They will be accountable to the London Assembly, which presumably you all accept have been elected by the people of London as well. There will be a planning committee which will have locally elected councillors sitting on that planning committee as well. That has been the process under which other MDCs have existed elsewhere. And I go back to this point. Look, today it's about ambition. OK, we heard the ambition there from Assemblymember Georgiou earlier. Let's stick a traffic order, a couple of bollards down there, a couple more trees. That could achieve it. That's not ambition. That's what the Tories bring to the table on these things. We are talking about real ambition for London's, for the nation's premier, for the world's premier high street. OK, and I would say that the Mayor is best when he is at his boldest. And we had, as part of his legacy already, that he has introduced ULEZ, he expanded ULEZ. And that means that my son's generations, children across London, will for the first time grow up with clean air. We have seen in Ealing and Hillingdon a 35% drop in toxic air as a result of that bold leadership from the Mayor. And this bold leadership will allow us to make sure that that existential question around the future of Oxford Street, we've got an Oxford Street that generations to come will be able to go to, enjoy and absolutely love, in the same way that when I came here as a 4-year-old and went down to Oxford Street, fell in love with everything that it had to offer. We've heard that, again, in terms of the contributions, look, Oxford Street is not just for the people who live just off it. Oxford Street is open to all Londoners, everyone from around the world. It's you know, as I said before, London we've heard it's a city that's open to all. We want to make sure that it's inclusive to all in terms of the High Street going forward, and we've heard those reassurances. So the questions that we have today: is there a need to create this MDC? No. Yes. Is there a vision for this MDC?
No.
Absolutely yes. And is there a mandate to deliver this MDC? Again, we've just heard it. 72% of people who have visited Oxford Street are supportive of the proposals that we have before us today. So yes, yes, and yes are the answers. So I would challenge those opposite to back Londoners, to back London, and to back the amended motion that we have before us today. Thank you.
Assembly Member Prince.
Well, I'm going to enjoy following that. Who we will be backing are the people and the residents of Westminster. Who we will be standing up for is Westminster Council. Unlike others present in this meeting today, we believe that decisions in regards to Westminster should be made by Westminster councillors. I think it's very generous that the Mayor might put a few Westminster councillors on the board. At the moment, the whole of Westminster make decisions as to what goes on in their borough. I think it's also interesting that some Westminster councillors, and maybe a Camden councillor, will be on the planning committee. At the moment, the planning committee in Westminster is populated by Westminster councillors, who are in turn elected by the residents of Westminster to look after the people of Westminster. But no, that has to all stop. But what I don't understand is that this is being done really to pedestrianise Oxford Street. But that's not what an MDC is for. MDCs, clues in the title, development, is about developing an area. And if we look at what's been happening with the ODPC, the LDC, we can see that, as my colleagues have already mentioned, not only do we have a number of people on fat wages, we also have an absolute disaster areas. You know, we can't see any success in these other mayoral development corporations. We have, over my way in East London, they've gone over budget, they've run out of headroom to invest in any more development, the mayor is having to lend the money, the GLA is having to lend the money. It is absolutely disastrous. And this is what will happen in Oxford Street. But what I don't understand is, if this was being proposed in Havering, and I'm a councillor in Havering, I wouldn't be handing over my powers to the Mayor of London. I wouldn't be handing over my powers to unelected bureaucrats to run my borough. If they did this in Romford High Street, we'd all be up in arms. We certainly, I mean, maybe Assemblymember Foose might vote to actually make Romford High Street an MDC, but I wouldn't. But then that would be 50%. So half the people who voted actually supported it. But what do you have? What interest do you have in it? It is absurd. It really is. So I will, but more importantly, I think the people of Westminster be watching very carefully. Sorry, James, you're a great guy, but be very carefully watching which way you vote, because you will be voting to take away the democratic rights of your residents who elected you to stand up for them. And I'm going to leave it on that note, except for black cabs. I don't want to overdo the bit about black cabs, but they are the only form of transport in London where, if you have a severe disability, they will come to your door, they will take you in their cab, and they will take you to virtually outside where you want to be. Although, of course, thanks to certain bus lanes and barriers, that's no longer achievable under this mayor. But that will be denied them. And 100 metres is an awful long way to walk if you are disabled. And I think there's much more to be done. Let's see what that vision is. If the mayor really has a vision, let's see that vision. Let's see what greening he's going to do. Let's see how he's going to actually overcome the issue that wasn't mentioned, which is that certain shops cannot be serviced from anywhere else other than Oxford Street itself. No answers to that. So we're going to have shops who can't get deliveries. Those questions must be answered. Then we will actually look at it seriously. Thank you.
Assembly Member Turrell.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to start by saying, actually, Assembly Member Cooper said in her closing, when rounding off, she said it's time to get this project finished. But what we're arguing on this side and rejecting this MDC is it's time to get this project started. Yeah. Because it's at the end of the day, this MDC delays this because it takes oven-ready plans and it delays them while the Mayor spends £5 million creating a project so it's purely a pet project for him. He's like the kid in the toy store. He just cannot decide what he wants, and his latest pick is an MDC. But yet we spent 2 hours questioning his team because the Mayor couldn't be bothered to come here today and defend his own flagship policy. And in that 2 hours, his team failed to mention in a single time why an MDC was needed, why Westminster had to give up these powers for this. And that is the point, is that he cannot say why he needs these powers. It's just further delay for ego. So that's why I'm voting today to reject this, because I agree that the status quo for Oxford Street is not an option. Something has to change. Westminster Council knew something had to change. That's why they spent millions developing the proposals to do it, for the Mayor to pull the rug from under their feet at the very last moment. But the final thing for me on this is we saw with Crossrail. The Mayor inherited it on time, on budget. It ended up 2 years late, millions over budget. We just saw last week or the week before with the spending review. His own mates in government don't trust him with big multi-million-pound projects. So why should we? Let's not sign him this blank cheque. Let's let Westminster get on, start the project and finish it.
OK, can I look to those who reserved their right to speak? We'll start with Assembly Member Hall and then Assembly Member Garbutt.
Thank you, Chair. I shall keep this quite brief because my colleagues have said everything that I agree with. But I will say this, Assembly Member Small Edwards. I was with your residents yesterday afternoon and representatives of very many of your residents yesterday afternoon. You know, the people that voted you in, the people that voted for Labour councillors on the Westminster Council. The democratically elected people that are supposed to look after their local residents. And they were absolutely furious at what's happened. They have spent years discussing the plans that the council had already put in place. And I'm told that £20 million had been spent already on that. And then they said, will you ask the Mayor this and will you ask the Mayor that? And I actually said, the Mayor isn't attending. And they couldn't believe it. And I have since heard that actually he has been in the building. He's going off for his meal now. So if he's in the building, or even if he had gone off for a meal earlier, which I've been told he hasn't, if he's so passionate about this, why didn't he come and answer our questions? Because there were many questions that Mr. Watts couldn't answer. Isn't it about time all of you, those of you in Labour, stood up and were counted? You were actually elected to scrutinise the Mayor, and all you do is pass through whatever he wants. That's no good to the rest of us. Whenever he gets anything wrong, you just pass it through. That's not what we're here for. An Assembly member, Mahfouz, said that that we were elected, that they were elected to deliver change. Yeah. The Labour government was elected to deliver change. Look at what a mess they've made in their first year. They have absolutely screwed up employment with the national insurance increase. The problems that they have caused for businesses are untold. I dread to think how much our taxes are all going up. So even if Oxford Street is delivered and wonderful, nobody's going to have any money to go in there and spend anything. So change has been an absolute, change has been an absolute disaster under Labour. But going back to the Assembly, you have got to start showing some grit. You have got to start defending residents. You, Assembly Member Small Edwards, if you haven't spoken to your residents, I have. And let me tell you, they are not happy at all. And the people I saw represented very many other people. So stand up for them. That's what you were elected to do. Because us on this side are absolutely going to stand up for the residents of Westminster. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Assembly Member Garbett.
I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Then we go to Assembly Member Russell to sum up for a motion. No, it's this order. It's reversed from the previous when we started. Yeah.
Okay, so big picture, broadly, on the Conservative amendment. We agree we'd love to see more detail, but this was not a consultation about the pedestrianisation. It was a consultation about setting up an MDC, MDA to be able to get to be able to move forward with proper plans for Oxford Street. Now, we've seen Westminster Council over the years, you know, they spent all that money on that amazing mound at Marble Arch, which was definitely not Westminster Council's finest hour, and it was a huge waste of money. I think it was agreed by everyone. It was a complete embarrassment. So I think we need to think about what this street running through the very centre of our city, we need to think about how we can take that forward and make sure that there is a set of people who have the governance processes in place to be able to deliver something for the long term, for the good of our city. So we will obviously be voting against the Conservative amendment. In terms of the reason why I'm grateful that Labour are voting and the Liberal Democrats are voting for the amendment that we have proposed is that it is about protecting public purpose. We've added some bits which, even though it won't be binding, even if it all passes, it will at least be a marker in the sand to the Mayor that we expect the public good, the public purpose to be protected as this MDC moves forward. And those 4 points that big picture points that we put in about the climate crisis, about standing up for small business and creative businesses, making sure it's really accessible and healthy, and importantly, the transparency point around the governance. We think it's worth, we know, you know, this MDC, this MDA, it's going to happen. We want to make sure that it is as good as possible and that the rights and the democratic processes are properly protected. And I think, you know, by passing this amendment that we have proposed, it just puts that marker in the sand that that means that that the Mayor will need to think about those important things. No, I'm not going to go into lots of detail. Everyone wants to go home. So that's the reason why I hope that everyone will continue to vote the way they've indicated they're going to vote.
Assembly Member Boff.
Assembly Member Mahfouz talked about the democratic deficit, didn't he? The biggest democratic deficit is sitting a few seats to the left of him. Because Assembly Member Small Edwards, the representative for that part of London, has not spoken in this debate. He has not said a word apart from give the committee's response.
That is a
word.
word.
The committee's response was, yes, you can.
I said that is a word.
Sorry?
He said that is a word. He's being...
That is a word.
Thank you for that very adult contribution from Assemblymember Small-Edwards. I'm so pleased, the residents of Westminster must be so pleased that he is speaking for them, and that actually all he says is 3 words, and
no,
I'm the one
to the
who's
response
speaking,
at the start.
and we are the ones who are speaking for the residents of Westminster. You are so happy to hand power away. So delighted that you won't have to make a decision. So I thought I'd look up the Lib Dem policy, for example, on devolution. Devolution should be downwards, not taking decisions or responsibilities from local government. I looked up the Greens. The Green Party believes that devolution must mean a real decentralisation, not just reshuffling power to larger, more distant bodies. This is what they say. This is what these parties say. And when they actually have the chance to make a real decision, not tell us what you like and what you don't like, but to make a real decision about democracy, because that's what you have. This is not a consultation, Assemblymember Russell. This is a decision that this Assembly must take. And that decision is whether or not you're happy to hand power to the mayor, which is currently in the hands of local people. Are you that happy to see that power taken away from local people? And if you oppose our motion, it means you are. And Assemblymember Bakari, it means you are. And we will remind those people every time you talk about devolution and how important devolution is. And indeed, mind you, never really been convinced of the Labour Party's adherence to devolution. They're all, yes, taking powers from local authorities. I remember, I was there, remember. I've never really been persuaded the Labour Party's adherence to devolution. They use the words, but ultimately they're just tankies. And wanting to concentrate power in the centre. The ability we have today, and to take up Assemblymember Small-Edwards' marvellous contribution just then, the previous contribution, when he outlined what the committee concerns were, and the committee's concerns weren't addressed at all. Not one of them. Not about air pollution, not about cycling, not about economic regeneration. Not a single one was addressed. Now, the power you, the Assembly, have is to say that's not good enough. Or are they just words, Assemblymember Small-Edwards? Are they just words you read? Because you now have the power to say these plans aren't good enough, come back with others. It is in your hands. Feel the power. It is in your hands. And you can either use it for the good of local democracy, for the good of Londoners, or you can reject it. Happy to carry on just commenting about pedestrianisation every now and then. Sorry? Oh. No, the red man is showing. The red. Oh, well, no, I've got 33 seconds. 33. I have 30 seconds to save democracy. 30 seconds. And I want you to be on that journey to save democracy in London, or you can just forget about it, because ultimately we think you don't really care about it at all.
Okay, right. So there is a motion to reject. Those in favour? Not reject, Andrew, but to reject the mayoral proposals. I think it's as straightforward.
It's the amendment. So can I see amendments in favour, votes in favour of the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Boff, which moves rejection of the Mayor's proposals to designate an MDA. Votes in favour of the amendment, please. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes in favour. Could I see votes against, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 votes against, and that amendment falls. We move to votes on the second amendment, please, which is the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. And this is the amendment which incorporates a number of calls to the Mayor. Can I see votes in favour of that amendment, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes for. Can I see votes against, please? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 votes against. That is carried. Can I now ask...
Can we have a recorded vote on the substantive motion?
You can... a recorded vote on the substantive motion. When you say recorded vote, do you mean an alphabetical vote, Assembly Member? Yeah. Bear with me, please, and I'll get the form. As now amended, indeed. Please bear with me one moment, members.
It's on the motion about who's in favour of democracy and who's opposing it.
Helpfully, my forms are missing. Will you give me one moment, please?
Yeah, be careful, Joanne.
You all right?
Yeah, I just haven't got my voting forms. Sorry, bear with me, please. Right, thank you for bearing with me. I'm now going to call for votes in alphabetical order on the motion as amended. So it's been, the substantive motion has been amended by the amendment in the name of Assemblymember Russell. Members are asked to indicate if they are voting for, against or abstaining. Could I first ask for votes from Assemblymember Bailey?
Against.
Assemblymember Baker? Assemblymember Baker?
For.
Assemblymember Best?
Against.
Assemblymember Bakari? Assemblymember Clark?
For.
Assemblymember Cooper?
For.
Assemblymember Desai is absent. Assemblymember Garbett?
For.
Assemblymember Garrett? Assemblymember Georgiou? Assemblymember Hall?
Against.
Assemblymember Harani?
For.
Assemblymember Mafous?
For.
Assemblymember McCartney? For. Assemblymember Moema? And we have apologies for this afternoon for Assemblymember Moema. Assemblymember Plansky, we have apologies for. Assemblymember Prince?
Against.
Assemblymember Roberts, we have apologies for. Assemblymember Russell?
For.
Assemblymember Small-Edwards?
For.
Assemblymember Turrell?
Against.
Assemblymember Wilson?
Against.
Assemblymember Boff, the Deputy Chair?
Against.
And Assemblymember Duval, the Chair?
For.
Thank you, Assembly Members. That's 11 votes in favour and 9 votes against of the substantive motion as amended. That is carried.
Right, OK, shall we move on the agenda? I think we go to item 5, which is petitions. Can I ask Assemblymember Wilson to present his petition listed on the agenda in his name?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm here to present a petition of 2,205 signatures, and the prayer of the petition reads as follows. We, the undersigned, recognise the value of stop and search as an important and effective measure for removing dangerous weapons from our streets. We call on Mayor Sadiq Khan, as Police and Crime Commissioner for London, to work with the Met Police to significantly increase the use of stop and search. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask Assemblymember Hall to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Yes, thank you. This is a petition collected by the Wandsworth Conservatives, and it has 1,559 signatures. And it reads, we, the undersigned, request that the Mayor of London and Transport for London restore the frequency of the G1 bus in Wandsworth and Lambeth, and we hope that it's restored back to 4 buses per hour. Thank you, Chair.
Can I ask Assembly Member Cooper to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you very much, Chair. This is also a petition regarding the G1 bus, which has been undertaken by people in the community. And the prayer on the petition is as follows. G1 bus frequencies, through having been reduced from 4 buses to 3 buses an hour during peak times from the beginning of May. This will affect carers, school children, patients getting to St George's and Springfield hospitals, and commuters who use the G1 bus through Tooting, Streatham, Norbury and Battersea. Fewer buses will mean crowded buses and longer waits, and puts the whole service at risk of further cuts. There was no public consultation by TfL about this 25% reduction in service levels. We call on TfL to restore the G1 to 4 buses an hour.
Can I ask Assembly Member Bakari to present the petition listed on the agenda in her name?
Thank you, and bear with me, you can all go home after this. There are 1.2 million disabled people currently living in London. All Londoners deserve to live in an inclusive, accessible city, free from discrimination and barriers that prevent them from fully participating in society. Infrastructure from housing, transport and built environment consistently fail to meet the needs of the various disabled people living in London, and we believe this is a result of a lack of meaningful engagement with the disabled community during policy formulation and implementation across the GLA. In September 2024, the London Assembly unanimously passed a cross-party motion proposed by myself and seconded by Keith Prince, Assembly Member. The motion called for a number of actions for the Mayor to take, chief among them the appointment of a disability equality champion to lead on making London a better place to live for disabled Londoners. Ensure that disability equality and co-production is embedded into all plans and policies. This champion will lead the strategic development of a London Disability Action Plan, ensure a disability equality champion has a role separate to the one undertaken by the Deputy Mayor for Communities and Social Justice in order to take a broad, cross-cutting and non-political role across the GLA group. The Mayor has not taken these actions, citing the work of the Deputy Mayor for Communities and Social Justice does with disabled people's organisation as being sufficient. Over 2,100 people have signed this petition organised by Inclusion London so far. We call on the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, to create a salaried, accountable and permanent position of Disability Equality Champion. This post will be filled by an experienced member of the disabled community who will champion and embody the key values of disability equality and co-production. The Disability Equality Champion should play a key role in ensuring that disabled people's voices are heard at every level of policy formulation and implementation.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree to refer the petitions to the Mayor for a response?
Agreed.
Date of next meeting. The next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Friday, the 11th of July, 2025, in the Chamber at City Hall. Item 7, there is no other business or any items I consider urgent. I think that's the end of this meeting. Thank you very much for your attendance.
Thank you. Chair.
This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by. This is the broadcast from City Hall, the home of the Greater London Authority. Please stand by.